We are live at Kletco. Sorry, I was in a meeting. I was in multiple meetings, actually. I had a meeting with Tanner, meeting with John, meeting with Jill. I guess I need to go back there and have a meeting with Laura. Laura's here, right? All right, right on time. Mike Massey first, everything's to normal. I was in multiple meetings, everybody. All right. So, welcome to Kletco. I still got my jacket on and my keys in my pocket. Whew. Golly. When is all this madness going to stop, Jill? This store, Tanner's telling me we still need to stay closed another day. There's stuff they're packing. There's like hundreds of packages going out, hundreds of packages coming in, hundreds of packages going out. Stuff is flying off the shelves. Stuff is flying in the shelves. Stuff is flying here. Stuff is flying there. Golly, look at all the stuff. Holy moly. Holy moly. Holy moly. That's like woolly bully, but it's holy moly. Woolly moly. Holy moly. Yeah. Whew. Okay. I'm well rested. I know that. Yesterday, I felt like I never got out of first gear. So I'm ready tonight. Bad news for our new vinyl buyers. Not that much. There was a glitch, and I hadn't. So my order 2 days ago didn't go through, and then Laura's went through twice. I think she got double dipped on her order. So we got like we had a glitch in one of our big distributors on their ordering because mine didn't go through yesterday. And so that means there should be a ton here tomorrow finally. So yeah, we've had a couple holdups in orders. So let me see what's going on over here. Now, I've already seen Tim asking me something, and Tim, I hadn't even looked at the chat yet. So I see that you have asked me already a couple things, and I'm going to go ahead and let you know right now. One, it's going to get lost in the chat, or two, you're going to have to send it again, or three, send it again a fourth time. Just so you know, when I go live, I'm not really looking at the chat. Oh, I know what I need to ask Tanner. I think I found, it's always a good thing when you find an envelope of money in this building. I think I know what it was for, though. I think we sold that Michael Jordan card. Let me ask him if that's what that was for. Okay. So give me 1 second. Let me send him this screenshot as well. All right. I think we're alone now. The beating of my heart is the only sound. I think we're alone now. Beating of our hearts is the only sound. Boom. Children behave. That's what they say when we're together. Watch how they play. Bum, do. Ra da 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 da. Bum 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 bum. Try to get away into the night. Ten all around. Say, I think we're alone now. Beating of our hearts are the only sound. Children behave. That's dee 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 dee. That is. That's the Tommy James. So Tiffany's on Stranger Things, and everybody's like, "Man, Tiffany's gonna blow up," and I'm like, that is that's Tommy James and the Shondells. That's such a great song, though. What do y'all prefer? I prefer the Tommy James version. I'm sure a lot of y'all are gonna say Tiffany because y'all are '80s kids, but I'm on board with the Tommy James version. Children behave. That's what they say. That's what they say. Can we, Tiffany, oh my gosh. No, Tommy James. No. I played both versions for Seth and Clay on our way to Knoxville, and they voted Tiffany too. Tommy James has a catalog of hits that is unmatched. All right, I'm almost done sharing links. I need some lyrics, Craig. Team Tiffany, oh my gosh. No, Tommy James for me. I vote Tommy James. I'm a 60s baby. Children behave. That's what they say when we're together. Boom, boom, boom. Oh, gosh. So if y'all like, if you're into Stranger Things and you've watched the first 4 episodes, you'll see Tiffany making an appearance. It's pretty cool, actually. Okay. Maybe that single. When I see that single now in a picture sleeve, I'll be able to say more about it. Because we get that single quite often. Tiffany. Hey, Craig's got me some lyrics. Great. There we go. That's what they say. Watch how we play. Running just as fast as we can. Boom, 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 boom. Try it again. Way into the night. I think we're alone now. All right. Magnum, Simple Minds, Free, Tigers of Pantang, Black Sabbath, all coming up for auction. All coming up for auction very soon. We'll be having another 45 party tonight around 11 o'clock. We got to get through all of our albums first. We're having another 45 party around 11 o'clock, though, so tune in. It's called the 45 Hour with Chad, or actually 45 for about 3 hours with Chad. If you're awake at 11. If you're not awake at 11, probably not gonna see them. All right. We had a big run last night. We sold huge stacks of 45s, and let me get these CDs somewhere else. Let me put them right here. Bum, 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 bum. I like, see, Tommy James and the Shondells. You got Crimson and Clover. You got Crystal Blue Persuasion. You got Dragon the Line. You got Moni Moni. I Think We're Alone Now. Ball of Wine. Sweet Cherry Wine. I mean, all those are amazing. It's amazing that many hits from what artists from the 60s, as much that was going on. But yeah, Tommy James and the Shondells, folks. Wow. Dragon the Line. Bum, 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 bum. Dragon the Line. Dun, 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 dun. Dragon the Line. Oh, and I don't even love her. Beep, beep. But I think I should know her. Crimson and Clover. Over. That probably won't roll. No. Yeah. Well, is that the only thing they bought?
Well, you got a record too.
Okay. Yeah, that's gonna be tough. Maybe they can put it all in one big box together. Yeah, I really need to go. Did they all? Did they start? I need to go through all the posters and mark if they're supposed to be out of the frame or not. Have they started shipping posters?
We
hadn't shipped anything from.
no,
Okay.
Started pulling.
Okay, good. Because I had to tell Ed one more thing before we shipped a single thing yet. So I'll have time to do that in the morning. Good. All right, speaking of shipping, Tony told me they got over 200 packages out, which is mostly stuff from last week. And I see a massive cart here. Stuff that was last week that was paid for Monday. They just started on pulling it. That's what Jill's here doing right now. And here we go. Should have a crate from this morning. First thing we have is Black Sabbath, Turn Up the Night, in the picture sleeve, Vertigo, Turn Up the Night, Black Sabbath, and Lonely Is the Word. That's Ronnie James Dio. Beautiful vinyl, near mint, minus EX++, a little bit of fraying up here. And this is a $10 start. Black Sabbath, Turn Up the Night. Black Sabbath is a $10 start. That's a pretty cool one. And then here's an interesting one here, Magnum. Magnum is Back to Earth, Soldier of the Line Live, Hold Back Your Love, and Sacred Hour Live. This is a double 45 from Magnum. Interesting. Again, the picture sleeve, $10 start, okay? Magnum. If you're missing an item, message Ed via Facebook, and they are right now sorting and pulling stuff from last Sunday's sale. So not 2 days ago, I'm talking about the sale I had when I was walking through the store. They are officially putting together your orders right now. So it's took 9 days to watch it, tag it, and now they've started sorting, and now they're about to start shipping. Pretty lengthy process, but it's getting there. And I was told if I ever do that again, I would be assassinated. They would be like, you would just end up missing. That's what I was told by my staff. They said, Chad, if you ever do anything like that again, you would be gone. You would just disappear. It'd be like something off The Godfather. So I got to be careful how much I sell. All right. Anthrax is a graphic novel comic book. Graphic novel comic book. Oh. Ooh. Nice. Yeah, I thought about live tagging too. I think that's what we were going to do when I first went live, and it just got out of hand. It got out of hand. So I don't know. We might try it the next. I'm going to do it again before the end of the year. So Okay, so over here, let me pull this up. I'm having to still read messages from John, Tanner, Ed, my mother, my brother. I'll have to do all that later. My sister, my cousins, my staff. I'll have to do all that later. Everybody is turned off. The only people that are on my agenda right now are the people watching this feed, which is y'all. So congratulations. Y'all just took priority over everybody else in my life. Y'all now are in control. Y'all now have complete control over Chad and his agenda tonight. Y'all have my brain for the next about 8 hours approximately. Nothing but Kletco and selling stuff. I'm looking for John Denver and the Muppets. I'm looking for Leonard Skinner. I'm looking for Bad Company, Beth Hart, Michael Bublé, The Knack, Amy Winehouse, Foreigner, I Exist, Green Day, Sun, John Denver. Okay. I still got to check messages from Craig Thomas. I still got to check messages from no telling who else. Okay, Black Sabbath has one bid with Calvin Ward, $10 final call. Magnum's a $10 start, no bid. Here's 2 leftover CD box sets from last night. Simon & Garfunkel, a 3-disc long box, and that is $14.99 for Simon & Garfunkel. And Cheap Trick. Cheap Trick is a 4-disc, another CD long box, $24.99. Cheap Trick and Simon & Garfunkel, $14 and $24.99. Those are buy it nows. So here is the new video from 6 a.m. It was some stuff that was pre-owned that Paul and Laura marked last night. We're going to go ahead and show those again. These are all available. We got Rick James Collected. That's a 2 LP music on vinyl pressing. Rick James Collected is $39.99. And then Get the Knack. This did sell yesterday in the video, or today in the video. This is sold to David Johnson. Thank you, David Johnson. That's sold to you. And then we also had Motion City Soundtrack. That is $19.99. Motion City Soundtrack. I know we sold I Exist. Motion City Soundtrack is still available. The Rolling Stones Let It Bleed, just $29.99. You can't always get what you want. $29.99 on the Stones. And Leonard Skinner, The Last Rebel. That's sold to Rick Hall. Thank you, Rick Hall. That's sold to you. And then Beth Hart, Bang Bang Boom Boom. That was sold to Sue Hallman. SUEHOLMAN. Magnum is a buy it now for $10. That's a double 45 in this really cool picture sleeve. Never had seen that before, so I ran it for auction, and now it's a no bid buy it now for $10. First sale of the night officially off the sales floor is to Sherry Darnell on the Simon & Garfunkel CD box set, $14.99. And Calvin, you get Black Sabbath for $10. Cool 45 there. That's sold to Calvin Ward. All right, still got the Sex Pistols. Ralph, you just missed Black Sabbath. He was the one and only bidder at $10. I got Bush Razor Blade Suitcase, and Bush is on pink vinyl, $27.99 on that. Let's put up some new auctions, and I've got Tigers of Pantang. Here's a cool one. The Storm Ballads and Love Potion, number 9, and that's a picture disc. That's pretty cool, with the tiger up there, kind of like the iconic Godzilla thing, fighting off the airplanes. That's going to go up for a $10 start. And Will Robertson takes the Cheap Trick box set. Both CD box sets are now sold. Make sure that one goes in for $24.99. That picture disc is a $10 start. We got Jake Bugg Live. Jake Bugg is $9.99. And we got Amy Winehouse here as a picture disc. That's sold to Christopher Nagy. Thank you, Christopher Nagy. Yeah, King Kong, not Godzilla. Thank you, King Kong. Godzilla. I guess Godzilla could climb on top of the Empire State Building. Tigers of Pantang. Picture disc, $10 start. Let's see here. Now, last night I showed what Japanese 45s we had left, and these are $15 each. So now these are just going to go ahead and be buy it nows. These are $15. They're very nice Japanese. And this is Sister Golden Hair, America. Money Changes Everything, Cyndi Lauper. Men at Work, Who Can It Be Now? Footloose, Kenny Loggins. John Lennon, Imagine. Bad Company, Run with the Pack, and I've got 2, Michael Jackson, Paul McCartney, Say, Say, Say. Those are $15 each. Back to this crate. I'm about to start putting up some LPs. We got Green Day, and Green Day did sell to Paul Conway. Thank you, Paul Conway. That's so to you. And then we have Kiss Dynasty. Pretty good price on this. About $5 cheaper, $6 cheaper than it normally would be. 2014 sealed, $29.99. All right, so these are $15. We got Men at Work, so to Mike Owen. We got Calvin on Bad Company, Run with the Pack. And we got Aaron Andrus on John Lennon, Imagine. So we still got Paul and MJ, Say. Kenny Loggins, Footloose, Cyndi Lauper, Money Changes Everything, and Sister Golden Hair Surprise. I tried to make it Sunday. Y'all know that song. Next in here, we have Charlie Brown. This is the Great Pumpkin Charlie Brown. That is $29.99. And we got another Motion City soundtrack. That one's $19.99. Ryan Eaton wants a Paul and MJ. That's sold to him for $15. I've got one left. One left of that. And then I've got some that I have shown before that I'm going to reduce to $10. I'm about to show those. Ray Wiley Hubbard, and this is on green vinyl, $19.99, has a big cast of all-stars on there with them. This is actually a sealed original. This is Born to Be Bad, George Thorogood and the Destroyers, and that is sealed with hop sticker and original, $29.99, and then Septic Flesh on Go Vinyls, $29. Tigers of Pantang is a no bid. It can be picked up for a $10 buy now, and I think this one's really cool here. Let's do two here. I like this one. I thought about keeping it. This is free all right now. It says I hit in 70, 73, and 78. So obviously it's a reissue, but it's in a really cool picture sleeve. Free all right now. That's a $10 star. And then a classic, Simple Minds from Breakfast Club, Don't You Forget About Me. $10 start on that. Next comment is Mike Owen on GT. And GT was the sealed OG George Thorogood. And then Mike Owen on Tigers of Pantang. That's sold to Mike Owen for $10. And Thomas Baumhart said he'll take the rest of the Japanese singles at $15. I love Japanese stuff. Just amazing. A little something different. I love their characters from the symbols, their characters from their language. It just looks so cool. Something different on an album jacket. Thomas says he'll take the rest of those. I'm about to show some that are $10 a piece. We still got Traveler, Termination Shock. Traveler is $19.99. And we have Odds of Gemini. That is $14.99, 2012 brown vinyl. Has everybody done me a favor and hit the like button on Facebook and the like button on YouTube? Those are $10 start, Simple Minds and free. Those are auctions very quickly at 10 and 10. And then we have I Exist, and I'm pretty sure that one sold to Mark Stanley. It did. Thank you, Mark Stanley. That's sold to you. We have Sun Record Company, Volume 1. This compilation was sealed, $39.99, sold to Sherry Darnell from the video. Thank you, Sherry. I know she's watching because she just bought a CD box set. And The Who, this is called Endless Wire. It's a 2006 USOG, sealed, $74.99. And then we still got both of these Overkill albums. Ironbound, which is $99.99, kind of pricey there, but out of print. And then The Electric Age is sealed, $59.99, blue vinyl. JJ Kill Naturally, that was a music on vinyl press for $34.99. Santana Z-Bop, a half-speed master, $29.99. So Joe DeGaldo, just so you know, you're out on free. Calvin's $10 bid came in first, and then Simple Minds is at $15 with Aaron Andrus. So Mike Owen, you're out on that. So Joe's out, Mike out, and then Foreigner was sold over here. This was a VG Plus copy for $11.99, and that was sold to Lewis Kulik. Thank you, Lewis Kulik. That was sold to you. And then we had a Diana Krall, Wallflower. That's a 2015 OG, VG Plus $29.99. Thin Lizzy, surprisingly still available. This is Live and Dangerous, a 2011 remaster, EX $27.99. And then The Who, Amazing Journey, which is a 2 LP compilation from The Who, VG Plus $24.99. All right, let's do some more Japanese singles. These are all buy it nows for $10. Let's do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 here. These are all Japanese singles, buy it nows for $10, okay? So we have Asia, Only Time Will Tell. We have REO Speedwagon, In Your Life. Midnight Confessions, that's the Grassroots. Night Ranger, and this one is, the A-side is, bear with me, the A-side, this one's truly written in Japanese on the cover, Don't Tell Me You Love Me. Don't Tell Me You Love Me. So there is Night Ranger, and then Beach Boys, which is rock and roll music and the Beach Boys melody, and that's a white label promo. Those are all $10, okay? So we had the Beach Boys, we had Night Ranger, Grassroots, REO, and Asia. First thing is Asia is sold to Mike Owen, Tom Kelly on Night Ranger, and then Mike Owen next on Night Ranger, then Brad Waits, then Calvin, then Stanley Richmond. Okay, and so we have REO. We still got Grassroots, and we got the Beach Boys. Those three are $10 each. And then David Doyle on DK, and that's for Diana Krall. That's so to David Doyle. Thank you on that. And then we had one puzzle restock. That was for Creator, Pleasure to Kill. That one's $24.99. Michael Bublé, we sold one out of the video. Michael Bublé was officially sold to Andrew Eisensmith. Thank you, Andrew Eisensmith. That's sold to you. The Charlie Brown Zoetrope picture disc is $38.99. And then Mayhem Live and Lesbig, that's $34.99. I think that's purple marbled vinyl. Freeze at 14 with Calvin Ward, final call. I want to make sure that Mike Owen, you're done on Simple Minds. The high bid's 15. And can you order any of the Marilyn Monroe posters from the store sale? Yeah, a lot of the posters in the bins that we sold last Sunday, those I get from a what's the word I'm looking for? Distributor, and that is something I've got to badly restock because it takes a while for them to come in. And we pretty much sold 2 entire bins full, and we sell the heck out of those during the holidays. All right, here's some more Bite Nails for $10. Journey Separate Ways, The Romantics Talking in Your Sleep, Bryan Adams Christmas Time, Santana Lotus, and Bananarama Venus. Those are all $10. The Beach Boys is Rock and Roll Music. And let me see what the flip is. It might not be the Beach Boys melody. What is the flip? It's the TM song and Rock and Roll Music. Okay, now these are rarely $10. These are usually minimum of $15, but I've already shown these a couple times, so we're going to make them $10 and go ahead and sell what we have left because I think there's some more that just came in from the island of Japan. Freeze at 14. Joe DeGatto's out. He's out on Simple Minds. Brad Waits got Journey for $10. Mike Owen was second on Journey. Calvin third on Journey. Tom Kelly fourth on Journey. Mike Owen first on Bananarama. Nick Bargeron first on Bryan Adams. And that left Talking in Your Sleep and Santana. And then Free over here is sold for $14 to Calvin Ward. And then Simple Minds is sold for $15 to Aaron Andrus. And we got another Tigers of Pantang picture disc that's going to go up right now. Thomas Baumhart says he'll take everything that's left. So this is sold to Thomas Baumhart, Santana, Thomas Baumhart Romantics, Thomas Baumhart Beach Boys, Thomas Baumhart REO, and Thomas Baumhart Grassroots. The rest of those sold to him at $10 a piece. Next auction is Tigers of Pantang. This is Paris by Air. Another picture disc from Tigers of Pantang, Paris by Air. And the flip is Love's a Lie. Really cool picture disc. That is a $10 start. All right, and I think we're done in there. Let me go grab that next crate. Let me take these out because that is going to get mixed in with pre-owned. And I'm going to move these right over here. There's Tigers of Pantang. And then let's go ahead and put up one of our first. Let's pull something from the bonus crate. I don't know about y'all, but I love the bonus crate. What do we have in here? Nice. Dio Holy Diver. This is Dio Holy Diver. This is an 83 USOG VG condition, a $25 start. Holy Diver, now up for bid. Okay, and then let's jump over here and let's move this crate over here. I'm about to do this crate here of new stuff. A few things sold out of here. This is new restocks from last week. It was probably shown last week. It was shown in the video, and now we're about to show it again. And then let's do another handful of Japanese singles. I'm almost done selling this whole thing, and I would say you probably want to grab these because it sounds like Thomas Baumhart is going to buy everything that doesn't sell. So here's the last couple handfuls right here. First is from Back to the Future. It's The Power of Love. Huey Lewis, Elton John, Just Like Strange Rain, Blondie, Call Me, The Beach Boys Melody, Romantics, Talking in Your Sleep. There's another chance, 2 other people. And then over here we got the Eagles Live, Hotel California, $10 a piece on those. All right, up at the top. So somebody else want to talk in your sleep, and then somebody else. Hopefully y'all are first on that one. Dio has a bid for $25. Tigers of Pantang's a $10 start, no bid yet. First new comments. First question is, have we sold Exhibit album yet? Not yet. We have not put any of the rap out yet. Dio's at $25. I got coins for you. Coins for me. Make sure you've emailed Kletco or sent us a message. Over here, Huey Lewis sold to Aaron Andrews for $10. Stanley Richmond was next. Michelle Clements first on the Romantics. Mike Owen next on Huey. Brad Waits first on the Eagles. Nick Bargeron next on Huey Lewis. Stanley Richmond first on Blondie. Mike Owen next on the Romantics. Nick Bargeron first on the Beach Boys. Stanley Richmond next on the Eagles. Jared Inc. next on Blondie. And Thomas wants anything that's left. That just leaves one Elton John. All the Japanese singles are gone. Nobody has bid on Tigers of Pantang. Final call for $10. And Dio just has one bid for $25. I have Emojin Heap, Speak for Yourself. A 20th anniversary remastered 180 gram black 2 LP, and that is $38.99. We have NWA Straight Outta Compton, $34.99 for that. Harry Chapin Now Playing clear vinyl, $24.99. Cats in the Cradle. Alice in Chains, Them Bones. That's Dirt remastered, $36.99. I also have two of those available. Fastway Trick or Treat, that is $39.99. Limited edition 1500 on silver marble vinyl. And we have KK Priest, Sermons of the Sinner, red vinyl. KK Priest is $34.99. Tigers of Pantang is a no bid. That's a buy it now for $10 if anybody wants it. The Dio is an OG Jacksonville press, a strong VG copy. That means it's nearly VG plus, so it's not that bad of a record in my personal opinion. VG Plus jacket, it has one bid for $25. Limp Biscuit Significant Others, $39. And then Limp Biscuit Chocolate Starfish, that's brown and silver vinyl, double LP, $44 on that one. Pink Floyd Animals is $34. Linkin Park Meteora is $33. And then Buck Cherry, that is Black Butterfly, a new deluxe 2 LP with bonus tracks. $39.99 on that one. Okay, looks like we're hot on for some 45s tonight. So over here, I have this stack, which are $6.99, and these are picture sleeves. And these are all $6.99. And I'm going to go through this little stack right here right quick. This is Tina Marie, To Find You, Phil Collins, Against All Odds, Corey Hart, Never Surrender, Sammy Hagar, Give It to Live, and the Turtles, You Don't Have to Walk in the Rain. Those are all $6.99. Also, John Denver and the Muppets Christmas album, that's sold to Melinda Gerhart. Thank you, Melinda. That's sold to you. And we need to put Carla Brecky on a waiting list unless another one pops up, okay? Youngblood and Aerosmith is $33.99. Journey's Greatest Hits is $44.99. Transformers, the movie soundtrack, is $39. And then Bad Company, Silver Vinyl, the best of Bad Company double LP, that is $36.99. Dio 27, Dio 30. First one out of here is Brad Waits, Phil Collins. He gets that for $6.99. Von Galipsy on TP for $10. TP Tigers of Pantang, Von Galipsy on the Tigers of Pantang picture disc for $10. Stanley Richmond got Sammy Hagar for $6.99. Nick Bargeron, You Were Next. So that leaves the Turtles, Corey Hart, and Tina Marie. Shane Lanedote says he'll take an Alice in Chains, AC, right? Alice in Chains, that's so to Shane Lanedote. Here's some more singles for $6.99. Glenn Fry, Smuggler's Blues, Doobie Brothers, What a Fool Believes. The Greatest Show on Records, Walter Carlos, Switched on Bach. The Slow Slushy Boys, Shotgun Boogaloo, and Corey Hart, Can't Help Falling in Love. Those are all $6.99. Anybody else on anything in this crate? We got Bad Company, Rock and Roll Fantasy, The Best of Bad Company, 36. The Transformers soundtrack, Stan Bush, Weird Al Yankovic, numbered colored vinyl, $39.99. Journey's Greatest Hits, Only the Young, Don't Stop Believing, Wheel in the Sky, Faithfully, Separate Ways, Lights, Open R's, Girl Can't Help It, Send Her My Love, Who's Crying Now, $44.99. Joe DeGaldo on Glenn Fry. That sold to Joe DeGaldo for $6.99. Stanley Richmond was second. Now Dio is at $35, and now our next auction. I'm officially pulling something from the advertised batched. I have a whole section here. It says $15 and up, and that is this right here. 38 special, Tour de Force, shrink wrap hop sticker, an 83 USOG, $15 star. That's now up for bid. And we also have Aerosmith and Youngblood at $33. Buck Cherry's $39. Linkin Park's $33, Pink Floyd Animals, Dogs, Pigs, Sheep, $34.99. Also, Limp Bizkit, KK Priest, Fastway, Alice in Chains, Harry Chapin, NWA, and Imogen Heap. Dio's at $35. Everybody else is out. 38 special, $15 start. The Tina Marie title. The Tina Marie title was To Find You. To Find You. It was the Tina Marie title. $6.99 on anything in that stack. Moving on. Next thing over here is, I don't know. There's some cool stuff over here, though. I hadn't really got to flip through all these yet. I knew I found one more here that was auction worthy. Anybody ever heard of this band? Husker Du, 8 Miles High. Husker Du on SST, 8 Miles High, and Mexican Macosism World. What's that say? Husker Du, 8 Miles High, in the picture sleeve, a $10 start. That's now for bid. Let's find another new crate, shall we? All right. Now, as far as new vinyl tonight, there's a crate. And I think, I told y'all, I think there was a glitch when we were ordering stuff. Laura had an order like double order, and I had an order that didn't even get submitted, and I think it was all about the same time. So we've got quite the stock over here of some great Christmas albums and a couple other new things that has come out this week. So let me bring those over. And then as far as other new vinyl tonight, we're going to be doing some stuff on sale. I told y'all there was about 4 other crates, some stuff I hadn't got to, and then I've got some stuff over here I think at one time or another Laura has ordered, and we're going to put some of that on sale for the first part of tonight's show. And then John's got new vintage stuff here. Laura's working on marking stuff. Long story short, we're going to have a lot of stuff to show, just like last night. I'm going to put that crate over here. I know I've gone through that. These crates I've gone through 2 or 3 times. I make sure I keep them on the bottom, and then we don't go through them again for a while. Or I go through them so I know where to find stuff if I need to. All right, so Dio, that was officially sold to Von Gillespie for $35. 38 specials, I buy it now for $15. And Husker Du's at $18. It looks like we got some awesome jazz tonight. That should be exciting. Let me grab this crate and bring it a little bit closer. We've got plenty of stuff to auction. Whole bonus crate, all the advertised stuff. And I think I can do some digging around and find more 45s up until we move purely to 45 time. MoFi sleeves are $26.99. Packs of 50, $26.99. All right, Husker Du's at $18. And here's what I have in here. I have Creed, and I got to go get my laptop right off the bat. Creed is the best of Creed. This is $33.99. That came out, as y'all know, a couple weeks ago. I think I still had somebody on a waiting list. The best of Creed. And let me go up here and see who was left. And let me grab my backpacular device, my laptop, my computer device, my backpacular, my vernacular. I'm about to go get some snack-culars. And I got to go refill my Diet Coke-ular. My Diet Coke-ular. Chick-fil-A Diet Coke. The perfect mixture. Delicious. All right. Shouldn't have too many waiting lists, but I'm going to check on Creed right quick. Feel somebody walking behind me. It's my sister with a knife. All right, Creed. Sherry Darnell. Sherry Darnell, you was on a wait list, Sherry. Sherry baby, yay, yay, yay. Okay, Creed is sold to Sherry Darnell. The other one is sold to Michelle Clements, and we've got 3 extra copies. This is Creed, the best of, Higher, One Last Breath, My Own Prison, My Sacrifice, $33.99. Husker Du's at $27, going once, going twice. Over here, we have George Strait Christmas album. Nice. Classic Strait, $34.99 for George Strait Classic Christmas. And I skipped something. Almost skipped Rick Astley, The Best of Me. This is new. On orange vinyl, this is new. Comes out Friday. Rick Astley, The Best of Me, $36.99. Never gonna give you up. Never gonna let you down. Never gonna run out of Diet Coke We have Toto 4. This is in shrink and hop sticker with Africa. You got to bless the rains. An 82 Pittman OG, original on her sleeve EX. Nice copy of Toto. $15 start on that. And I also have a very she and him Christmas. Translucent green vinyl with a metallic silver ripple. This is $24.99. A very she and him Christmas. $24.99. I've got 2, 4, 6 copies of that one. She and him. That one is on silver vinyl, $24.99. And we also have Cher's Christmas album. That's on ruby red vinyl. Cher is $29.99. And we have 2, 4, 5 of those available. Cher, and that's on red vinyl. Husker Du is at $37. Sean Miller, it's up to you. Toto has bids for $15.15. Now Husker Du is at $40 with Sean Miller. Still getting bids on that one. And let's go ahead and put up something else. I'm still not done flipping through this. Make sure I've pulled out all the auctionable worthy looking singles. And I'm sure this box is gigantic. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. I've never seen anything like this. Is this truly Japanese? Holy moly. Look at this single. This one here. This is Kraftwerk. Kraftwerk pocket calculator and Dentaku. This is Kraftwerk on greenish vinyl. Is this truly Japanese or it just looks Japanese? It's in a killer Kraftwerk looking sleeve. $10 start on Kraftwerk pocket calculator. Wow, that's cool. $10 start on that. Never had that one before. What brand sleeves do you have? I got 2 different brands. I have Mobile Fidelity Sound Lab and I have vinyl style. Also, we have Casey Musgraves, a very Casey Christmas. That is $34.99. Husker Du, it looks like it's up to Vladarchek, who bid $45. Sean Miller's out. Toto just has 1 bid, and that's with Aaron Andrus at $15. Kraftwerk has bids for $10, $10, $15, $10, $10, $12, $12. And we have Jimmy Buffett, Christmas Island. Mela Kaliki Maka, Jimmy Buffett, $34.99. And we also have right here, Merry Christmas from Andra Day, and that is $24.99. Now, Laura has assembled this new vinyl Christmas crate. Now, if some of these don't start flying out of the crate, we're going to have a very angry Laura who may get a saber out and start attacking people. We don't want that. So I'll keep it this simple. We need these flying out of the bins, including a Jackson 5 Christmas album, $24.99. And we did have a glitch when these were ordered. She texted me about it earlier. She only ordered 2 each of everything, and there was evidently a glitch when she was ordering and when I was ordering. Her cart got submitted 3 times, so that's why we have 6 copies of everything. I plan on trying to send some of these back because we don't need 5 and 6 copies. I told her, unless we sell them out tonight. So some of these are going to get sent back because we over-ordered accidentally, and I'm going to ask them to take them back, and they should let us to since it was their fault on their computer system. So, but yeah, let's read through these again, and if they don't sell tonight, I'm probably going to send 2/3 of them back because they'll allow me to do that every once in a while when there's a mistake. So grab them while you can, and this is kind of the threshold to get Christmas albums because they're not going to start shipping until next Tuesday, and then you'll have middle of December, okay? So Jackson 5, this is a tough OG to get. We have John Smetzer, we got Stacy Metternich, and we got Brad Waits, $24.99, okay? Husker Du is called 8 Miles High. It's a 7-inch single, and this is Husker Du 8 Miles High, and Husker Du is a final call. And Husker Du is with Vladarchek at $45, okay? That is the final call on that. Toto was sold to Aaron Andrus for $15, and we got Kraftwerk at $20. Kraftwerk is at $20 with Aaron Andrus, all right? Let's read through these one more time, and this is all new sealed Christmas vinyl and a couple other things, including Creed, and we're down to one of those, Creed the Best Of. All the anthems in one essential collection, $33.99. Kraftwerk is at $20.25. Clock is on Husker Du. There's Creed. And then the next thing I'm going to put up for auction, without further ado, right now, at this moment, without any further delay, right now, is I have no idea. I have no clue. I think the rest of those we'll just do later. Buy it now, $6.99, okay? Over here, first thing we have is Creed. I just showed that. And then George Strait, Classic Christmas. George Strait is $34.99. Folks, we're talking about the king of country. $34.99, at least the one that's still living. Next auction is David Bowie, the man who sold the world. We have a 1972 U.S. Rockaway, original under sleeve, VG condition, orange label with the original under sleeve, $25 start. Husker Du is sold to Vladarchek for $45, and Craftworks at $25 of Aaron Andrus. Nope, it's with Vladarchek. Vladarchek bid $25 first, and then Aaron Andrus, okay? Did I pull a share yet? I don't think I've pulled a share. Aaron Andrus also wants a share Christmas album. That's sold to Aaron Andrus, and there's a few left. And then over here, we have Rick Astley, The Best of Me. Rick Astley is $36.99, and then a very She and Him Christmas. Translucent green vinyl with metallic silver ripple. Nothing to do with apples. I guess I'm hungry. $24.99. And James Rainey wants the Jackson 5. That is sold to James Rainey. Brent Robley on the George Strait Christmas album. That is sold and sold. And then over here is Cher Christmas. Ruby red vinyl, $29.99. I think I got some of those in another bin as well. Over here we have Casey Musgraves, A Very Casey Christmas. Leon Bridges, Willie Nelson. That one is very good as well, $34.99. Casey Musgraves also sold to Brent Robley. Craftworks at $32. We've also just put up David Bowie, now Craftworks at $35. Green vinyl, pocket calculator. Jimmy Buffett is $34.99. Christmas Island. And Merry Christmas from Andra Day, $24.99. Jackson 5 Christmas album is $24.99. Jackson 5 Christmas album, $24.99. Kraftwerk 32, Kraftwerk 35, and Kraftwerk 37. David Bowie, the man who sold the world. This is going to be up for a final call for a $25 start. So at inner sleeves, we got original master sleeves. These are anti-static archival quality from MoFi, Mobile Fidelity Sound Lab. It's a pack of 50, $26.99. And then we got vinyl style packs of 100. And that's what we use to sleeve our vintage records with. Those are $29.99. All right, Aaron Lewis, is that who that is? I don't recognize your handle. By the way, for those on YouTube that maybe hadn't commented in a while, I can't see your name. I can just see your handle. Aaron wants a She and Him, and then Brent Robley on the next to last Jackson 5. So we're only down to one Jackson 5. We've almost sold 6 of those. We have one left, so we've sold 5 Jackson 5s. And Laura said those were apparently the last George Straits. So that was it on the George Strait in stock. And Jerry Stone gets the last Jackson 5, okay? Kraftwerks at 40. So that's Andy Lewis over on YouTube. Got it. We are officially sold out of the Jackson 5. And that leaves us with Creed, George Strait, Rick Astley, which is a new compilation, The Best of Me, orange vinyl. And then She and Him, Cher, Casey Musgraves, and Jimmy Buffett and Andra Day. Okay? Looks like we're done on Kraftwerk. Looks like Bowie is about to be a buy now. Hold steady, hold steady. And let's go ahead and put up Tears for Fears. Everybody wants to rule the world. An 85 US Hauppauge. The spine, overall, the cover is like VG minus. The spine's got a split. The vinyl's VG, just a $5 start on Tears for Fears. Anybody else? Like I said, so we're probably going to just keep like 2, if they allow me to do this, I'm only going to keep like 2 copies of these because, I mean, we legitimately did order and we've sold 1 Casey. And so I'm going to let y'all know right now, if you want any of these, I would say, Chad, I better grab one right now then, okay? Because I'll probably keep some of the George Straits, but some of these that we accidentally doubled ordered, I guess actually triple ordered, may be going back. So that's really what I'm going to keep, is that right there. So you have probably until we start processing that tomorrow, and probably 1 video read through, okay? So David Bowie is a buy now for $25. So that was the first time it was available officially on RCA. Complicated release history for this album. Originally on Mercury out of the UK, and then here in the US, Philips, and then Mercury, and then that was the first time as RCA. Kraftwerk is sold for $40 to Aaron Andrus. Tears for Fears is at $10. And David Johnson, you got the knack. You can take a sigh of relief. Whew, you got it. You almost missed it. No, I'm joking. You got it without any competition. You got it. Check it off. What a relief. Diet Coke. Okay, got to go refill that pretty soon. Good old delicious Diet Coke. Okay, what else is going on over here? Got so much stuff, my head's starting to spin. Troy wants an Andra Day. Thank you, Troy Robinson. Oh no, we might hang on to some of these. I don't like ordering. When I used to order vinyl, what I learned is, well, if I think it's in stock, that's why we developed the waiting list system. But some things, it's like, man, I better go ahead and get 5 of these because they don't usually stay around. Because, you know, I am on a website with probably no telling how many other record stores, and we're all ordering from the same places sometimes. Sometimes. There's West Coast, East Coast. There's different distributors in different parts of the country. So there's a whole different set of vinyl distributors, I think, for shops on the West Coast and than here in the East Coast or middle of the country, whichever. So, but some stuff you got to go ahead and grab because, I mean, there's other online. I think people, and then some of these places supply, like, you know, Walmart. So some stuff gets balled up quickly. You know, I found out some of the same stuff ends up in Walmart. Same pressing plant, same thing. So a lot of it, if Walmart puts in an order or, you know, Target or something like that, that's when you'll see something just evaporate in stock. They'll order, when I tell y'all they sell like 2,000 copies of Led Zeppelin 2 in one day, it's like poof, it's gone. I'm like, oh my gosh, what happened to all the Led Zeppelin 2s? And then they'll be out of stock for a while, but I think they get them, they buy so many, I think they get them so cheap, it's kind of disappointing. But anyway, here we go. Here we go. Tears for Fears. No one bought Bowie, right? All right, here we go. So Tears for Fears is at 15 with Michelle Clements. And here's the packing. We could, but I'm so big about cash flow on new vinyl. It's pretty amazing how much it adds up when we got. So Black Friday, we had a great week last week because we went basically and didn't order any vinyl last week, and we sold 2/3 of our inventory off. So we see a huge jump in sales, basically because we're not ordering anything. And then new vinyl's probably the most expensive thing we stock with the smallest margin. So yeah, well, that's what we do. We basically try to get rid of everything. That's why when I do on sale, I'm basically deleting inventory. Because most of the stuff, unless it's something limited edition, I'll be able to get it again as long as they don't stop making it. But the limited edition stuff should have already came in and everybody got it. I'll usually stress, this is numbered for music on vinyl, which means, you know, like when I'm showing those fastways, I'm like, this is numbered. When these are gone, until they make another number, until they make another 1,500, which could be 6 or 8 months. Blowfly's Freak Party. Blowfly is an 87 USOG, only time ever on vinyl, has the original under sleeve, VG condition. Blowfly is a $15 start. Joe DeGaldo, it's up to you on Tears for Fears. And then over here, all right. Picked it, the new Wicked soundtrack, and it was gone. Yep. I was worried because I canceled the Scorpions pre-order with one distributor, and my order didn't go through yesterday. And so I was worried we wasn't going to get that Scorpions release, but they were still in stock this morning. So, whew, yeah, it's a big game we play with this new vinyl. It's a pretty serious business. So I don't know how many millions of records they're shipping now a year, but it's crazy to think that these vinyl sales, new vinyl, is in the millions now, back in 2025. So that's millions of units for all over the country. So it's new vinyl business it's a serious business because most artists nowadays rely on this for income if they can't tour and, you know, they don't have a valuable or they don't own their music or whatever. So, yeah, pretty crazy business. All right, before I get started, we're about to do some stuff on, speaking of on sale, about to do some stuff on sale. We got plenty of great auctions. I'm depositing a new fresh Diet Coke can into my cup of ice from Chick-fil-A, and I think we're done with Tears for Fears. We are. Tears for Fears is sold to Michelle Clements for $20, and there's Blowfly for a $15 start. Let me show you the no bid so far tonight. David Bowie is a 72 OG VG. OG for RCA, $25, 38 special, $15, and Magnum's the only 45, $10 buy now on that. Okay, very quickly in here, we got Tori Amos, Under the Pink. That's a 2LP remastered. Tori Amos is $38.99. The Pulp Fiction soundtrack, $36.99. Great music on here. Al Green, Cool and the Gang. Rick Nelson, Dusty Springfield, Son of a Preacher Man's on here. Urge Overkill, Maria McKee. That is $36.99 for Pulp Fiction. Two Tori Amos's, 2 Pulp Fiction. And the best or greatest hits of 311. That's a double LP, $33.99 on that. Our next auction, oh boy, one of the first jazz of the night. And this is Lee Morgan, the Sidewinder. So Lee Morgan is a 64 US OG mono, but unfortunately, it's in really bad condition. So another thing with our jazz aficionados, okay? So another thing, and I think our jazz collectors know this. We get asked all the time about jazz, not jazz. When we do get jazz albums, and we go through them, right here, this right here is usually the way we find them. I mean, and that's why finding high-grade OG jazz albums is rare, and that's why you see them sell for $800, $700, $1,000. They're very tough to find. Most commonly, we find them in this kind of condition. It looks like they've been danced on. Looks like a kid used it for a Frisbee. So this is G+ condition, playable, just a $1 start on that. $1 start, especially old Blue Notes. That's very true, just like the blues records. So it's already hard enough finding jazz, and then find it in high grade is a huge challenge. That's the people who have these collections in their living room with their $100,000 sound equipment, and they probably have $1 million invested in their rare Blue Note jazz albums. So, and hopefully one day we get the call to come buy their collection. Otherwise, they're nearly impossible to find. $1 start on that one. It is G+, 38 special. 38 special is sold to Calvin Ward for $12. Recall, you just missed it. Let's move over here. I also got, now, if you want brand new sealed, I got these awesome Blue Note Tone Poets as well. This is Bobby Hutcherson, Oblique, with Herbie Hancock and Joe Chambers, Albert Stinson, RTI, Kevin Gray, $34. Lee Morgan 1, Lee Morgan 2, and then Amon or Marth, this is called Berserker. Amon or Moth is beige marble vinyl. That is $44.99. $44.99. We also have Blowfly Freak Party, no bid, $15 buy it now. Craig said the track listing was a little nasty. This record is for XXX rated and not suitable for airplay. This is an old nasty Blowfly record for $15 if anybody wants it. So Lee Morgan's now for bid. We got some cool jazz stuff. I think some things are pretty nice and pretty rare, and then I think some things are pretty rare and not so nice. That one's at $3 right now. Let's go ahead and put up something else. This looks like a nice copy of Journey. Journey. This is in shrink with hop sticker, and Journey is a top copy. We got some cool classic rock top copies tonight. A top copy is where you will never have to upgrade unless you decide to buy a sealed one and either keep it sealed or open it. I like top copies. For me, it has to be in shrink, and it has to have sometimes a hop sticker. Not everything came with a hop sticker, but shrink hop, it's even a bonus when it has the original price tag. It's near mint minus, and it has the original on her sleeve. So a top copy would be complete, possibly in shrink. It doesn't have to be, but in my opinion, in shrink wrap and hop sticker. It's like the best. It's the top 1% of that record. $25 start for Journey. So that's the kind of classic rock albums every once in a while you'll see an average copy sell for $20, but a top copy will sell for $125 because it's probably in that top 1% of condition. Blowfly is sold to Scott Oman for $15. Lee Morgan's at $5. Journey's a $25 start. And the Right Touch, Duke Pearson. Another one, a Blue Note Tone Poet. Freddie Hubbard plays on this one. Stanley Turrentine plays on this one. And this is Kevin Gray RTI, $34.99. So for me, at my journey in collecting records, if I'm going to collect and have something like Journey or anything of that nature, I'm constantly upgrading. So I'm always looking for shrink and hype. Right, Jill? Jill said that's correct. There's still records all downstairs. I went to my mom's house on Thanksgiving, and I found 12 crates of records I didn't know I had. I was flipping through there. I found 2 crates of Beatles. I found a whole crate of Led Zeppelin. I was like, oh my gosh, I thought I got all my records out of my old bedroom. I found 12 crates of records I didn't know I had. That was on Thanksgiving. I was like, oh my gosh, I got to get these out of here. We have 200 gram. This is King Crimson in the Court of the Crimson King, $34.99. I've been hoarding records for... as soon as I could learn how to talk and walk when I was a baby, I started hoarding records. I'm a record hoarder. And I'm a record salesman. Wasp, the best of the best. Wasp is a double LP, $44.99 on Wasp. And here's some more Blue Note. Sam Rivers Contours, Blue Note RTI. That one's $34.99. Quick update. Lee Morgan's at $9 and Journey's at $35 with Brent Robley. I've got 2 copies of Sam Rivers. That's another Blue Note Tone Poet. And this is Carmel Jones, the remarkable Carmel Jones, another Blue Note Tone Poet RTI, $34.99 on that one. And we have Anthony Williams, and this one is called Lifetime with Sam Rivers and Herbie Hancock, Richard Davis, $34.99 on that. Also, we got Chick Corea, Now He Sings, Now He Sobs. That's another Blue Note, $34.99. Lee Morgan's at $9, Journey's at $50. Might go ahead and start a third auction, and that third auction is going to be the following. AC/DC, Dirty Deeds, Done Dirt Cheap. AC/DC is an 81 U.S. reissue club copy, VG, almost VG plus, a $20 start for AC/DC, Dirty Deeds, and they're done dirt cheap. Also, Adolescence is on blue vinyl. Adolescence is $29.99, and the Avett Brothers and Mike Patton, Half Speed Master, Sunspot vinyl, that is $34.99. The Beatles Past Masters, $49.99 for the Beatles, and the Beastie Boys, License to Ill, $36. This Beatles collection is non-album singles and B-sides. Y'all probably heard me talk about that before. Oasis, their big album, What's the Story, Morning Glory, $44. So Lee Morgan's in G plus condition. So it's rough, still playable, especially for an OG mono. That's the OG mono, 1964, made at a company called Plastilite. It has the original Blue Note inner sleeve with it. And that one right now has a high bid of $10. Journey's at $60. AC/DC's now for bid. Mark Morris on Beastie Boys. Is Avett an alternate pressing? I don't think so. The Avett Brothers and Mike Patton, Half Speed Mastering, Sunspot colored vinyl, $34.99. Thank you, Jill, and good night. Have a wonderful night at home with Jesse. My mom's dog is very possessive over me. So when I go up there to visit, I mean, it sits in my lap and it won't let anybody near me. It's like a little tiny puppy, little tiny guard dog. All right, I found these last night, and there's 2 autographs that I have multiple copies of. The first one is Chevy Chase. I'm going to show those later tonight because it is officially December. And when I was selling them 3 months ago, I told everybody, well, I'll bring these back out big time during the Christmas season. So now, here is the other autograph, as y'all know, we've acquired a lot of, and that's the Bond girl, Shirley Eaton. You may or may not know we had these. So these are photographs that Fred Goodwin had signed from the movie Goldfinger with James Bond, Sean Connery, and the actress here, Shirley Eaton, played Jill Masterson, and that first opening scene as the Bond girl, the Golden Girl. So that's an iconic shot with her covered in gold. That was actually used for Life magazine. And then I like this one because it's actually got Sean Connery on it as well. So I've been selling these JSA authenticated for $75. These two more popular shots. I have other photos that are a little bit cheaper, but these here just got photographed to be listed online. I've got this one, the Golden Girl, and I got this one with Sean Connery, and they're all JSA certified. So $75 on these. I just sold a Signed Life magazine for $100 online about a month ago, maybe 2 or 3 weeks ago. So these are $75. I have several of each, just FYI. Just in case you didn't know I had those, I do. I've sold a lot of them. I probably have sold 100 Shirley Eaton autographs, and I probably have 300. I probably have 300 Shirley Eaton autographs if I put them all together. Fred worked her to death selling stuff. He's like, hey, baby, sign a few more of these. We got Tyler Childers' Purgatory, $24.99, and he said, hey, baby, because he dated her for a while, which is pretty impressive resume. I dated a Bond girl. AC/DC, I'm going to go ahead and make this a buy now for $20 because it didn't get a bid. Samuel Kopich wants one that is with Sean Connery. Thank you, Samuel Kopich. I have more. If anybody else wants one, best wishes, Shirley Eaton, CG12466. That one looks good to me. Sell that to Samuel Kopich for $75. Once again, I got the iconic Life magazine shot and the one with her and Connery, which is really cool. All right, AC/DC is a $20 buy now. I'm going to lay that back here. Lee Morgan is still getting bids. It's at $17. And then Journey got up to $65 of Calvin Ward. Brent Ribley, just FYI, he does have that for $65. Bush Razor Blade Suitcase, that's new and sealed, $36.99. Pearl Jam Unplugged, and this one is on red vinyl. Pearl Jam Unplugged, $38.99. That's a good one. Now, this is officially released. This is an unofficial, but it's the complete concert. That's always been the selling point. The official release, which was a record store day, that is like a $100 record, is not even the whole broadcast. And then the other classic Bush album, 16 Stone on red vinyl, $39.99. Lee Morgan's about to sell to Joe DeGaldo for $17. Journey's at $68. And then our next auction is going to go up right now. Stevie Ray Vaughan, Soul to Soul, an 85 USOG shrink wrap hop sticker, EX vinyl, has the original Peaches price tag, $35 start on that. Sean Miller on Pearl Jam. This is unofficial. It's red vinyl, okay? So there's that. I got Sean Connery, or I got Shirley Eaton signed photos if anybody decides you want one of those. I've got other designs over here. If you want one maybe a little bit cheaper, I told you I got a bunch of them. It depends on who's on them and what they look like. Give me 1 second here. So actually, if there's some I have that's of her that's not with Goldfinger or not from the movie. Those are, I usually sell a little bit cheaper. But if there's any interest, I'll show them. I got some other signed sports photos I'm going to try to get up. So let's see here. Like this one, I would do for $55. Just a little bit cheaper on that one. $55 on that one. I've got a bunch of them. And then the other one would be, this one would probably be $75 as well, since it's probably from the movie. That's a shot from the movie where he finds her dead on the bed. Spoiler alert. There's Connery with Ian Fleming, who wrote all the Bond novels. That one's $75. So Connery, Eaton, and Ian Fleming, who wrote the books. That one's also $75. And I'll do that one for $55. I think that's actually from the movie, but a little bit different shot. She seems to sell for more when she's painted in gold, like on Gold Member, Austin Powers. Wow, Laura's already dropped off 2 crates. John's got 4 crates. Let's get into some stuff, and we got on sale new vinyl to do. Here's some sports autographs I'm going to put up. I've got a couple wrestling autographs that are going to go cheap tonight, and I've got Monty Irvin, and I got Y.A. Tittle. I got some signed sports stuff that's about to go up. So bear with me. Willie Nelson, Samantha Fox, trying to knock out our autograph inventory by the end of the year. It's going to be impossible, but I don't like saying the word impossible. Anything's possible if you put your mind to it. Lee Morgan is sold to Joe DeGaldo for $17. Hope everybody's hit the like button on Facebook and YouTube. And let's get into some new vintage stuff and let's get going, okay? Journey's at 77. Brent, you're out. Stevie Ray Vaughan doesn't have a bid. That's a $35 start. What was left in here was Bush, Pearl Jam Bush, Tyler Childers, Avett Brothers, AC/DC still available, Oasis, Beatles, Adolescents, Chick Corea, Tony Williams, Carmel Jones, Sam Rivers, Wasp, King Crimson, Duke Pearson, Amon Amarth, Bobby Hutcherson, 311, Pulp Fiction, and Tori Amos. All those are still available. Wow, that's a lot of stuff still available. Holy moly. Holy moly. All right, let me move these over here. What did I do with that other crate? Making sure some of these I've shown a couple again recently gets put out of the way for a while so we don't show the same stuff over and over and over. And then every once in a while I'll take stuff out of there and mix it back in. Okay? All right. Here we go. So Stevie Ray Vaughan's at 35. Let's go ahead and take our first stack of sold miscellaneous stuff into the room. Thank you, Samuel, for the Shirley Eaton autograph. We're about to do Mr. Chevy Chase next. He's always fun, especially since it's officially Christmas time. And I think, honestly, these would make pretty good gifts. So I'll show some of these in just a second. Over here, we have Journey at 80, Stevie Ray Vaughan at 35. So, yeah, I might need help with the wrestling autographs. This first one's Al Snow. It's JSA authenticated, $15 start. That's Al Snow. We're going to throw him up for a quick auction. Al Snow, JSA authenticated, $15 start on that. Okay? That is now up for bid. You can't F at that. You are VG. You are sleeping. Do you have any dregs or Steve Moore? As far as vinyl, occasionally, Stevie Ray Vaughan 35 and Journey's now at 80. You've got quite the battle on the top copy of Journey going on. Top copy of Journey. Top copy. That's how you got to say it. Top copy. That's a top copy of Journey. Let's see what we got over here. I really hadn't had time to sort these crates, but I do want to do some of this on sale. November. Some of this is pretty recent. Let me see what this stuff is here first. Okay, I might have to sort this later. Yeah, let me sort that later. Let's go ahead and go through our first vintage crate of the night. And let's go ahead and start getting into new stuff. I think I'm ready for new stuff. Hopefully y'all are ready for new stuff. Let me go find our first crate of check condition. Is this it? Nope, maybe this. Let's just go through this one. I see two titles in here already that's just like holy moly. So if it's kind of an indication of what's to come, yeah, let's go through this crate. Buy it now or best offer. All right, we got our first crate here of the night of new vintage stuff, which is going to run buy it now or best offer. Hope y'all are ready. Okay? Hope y'all are ready. Okay, Journey. Journey sold to Brent Robley for $85. Stevie Ray Vaughan is sold for $35 to James Goggin. And if anybody wants Al Snow, he's $15 and JSC authenticated. So it means I broke even on that one. But sometimes I have to have stuff authenticated to just because they're all here and I just don't know, and I'd rather basically swap money on autograph knowing it's real than sell something fake. I do it all the time on the cheaper stuff. Okay, next auction is Shaw Day Diamond Life. Shaw Day's an 85 US Carrollton OG, original under sleeve, EX condition, with the shrink and hype, a $30 start. That's now up for bid. Al Snow was sold to Hessen Session for $15. I actually have a lot of stuff authenticated that's probably almost as good not selling it, but I'd rather, like I said, just make a little bit on it and know that it's authentic than, you know, sell something and say, well, it could be authentic, but I don't know, and here it is. So I'd rather just go ahead and, so when they're here authenticating stuff, there's a lot of stuff we get stickered, and it might not even worth being stickered, but we go ahead and have it done. So, because I don't like selling fake crap. That's like a nightmare. Okay, here's Samantha Fox. I want to have some fun. Samantha Fox is an 88 USOG, 6-track EP, VG condition, $5 start, okay? Teen Spirit, we'll run that exactly at 8 o'clock, okay? Sade already has a bid for $35. Samantha Fox, a $5 start. This one should be a little bit better here. This is Hall of Famer Y.A. Tittle. JSA, he also inscribed at number 14. Y.A. Tittle, signed 8x10, is a $25 start. That's now up for bid. All right, let's go through this first crate. Vintage, buy it now, best offer. Vintage, buy it now, best offer. First thing is Bob Welch 3 Hearts. Bob Welch is sealed, $19.99. And also we got Steve Perry Street Talk. Steve Perry in shrink and hop sticker. We got some nice looking records tonight. I mean, I would borderline call that a top copy. Steve Perry, $19.99. Samantha Fox 5, Samantha Fox 5. Y.A. Tittle, signed 8x10. That is a $25 start. Let me jump over here. 1 second. Okay, and then we had We Are the World, and that is the 12-inch single, sealed, $19.99. Some sealed stuff early in the crate. Hey, there's a Sade in the crate, $44.99. If you don't want to bid on one, you can go ahead and buy one. This one's $44.99. That's weird timing. That one right now has one bid for $35. It's a final call. You can go ahead and buy this one. We probably expect this one to bring $45, but right now it's only at $35, and we're about to sell it. Aerosmith Draw the Line, $26.99 for Aerosmith Draw the Line. And Blackfoot Vertical Smiles. Blackfoot's in shrink wrap, $19.99. And the Monkeys Headquarters in shrink wrap, the Monkeys, $19.99. Over here, Todd Doris on SP, and that's for Steve Perry. Thank you on that one. Samantha Fox has bids for $55,777. Sade's about to sell for $35, and the Y.A. Tittle signed photo, final call, $25 on that one. Rolling Stones Undercover. It's $34.99. Recall on Blackfoot for $15. That is sold to Recall. And over here, we have Quite Right Metal Health. Bang your head. Come on, feel the noise. $34.99. Greg Ken Band with the Naked Eye. Greg Ken Band is $14.99. And Songs, The Kids from Fame, Shrink and Hop, sealed, unopened, $24.99. It's actually sealed. Aerosmith, I would say the cover, because it's wide, it always shows a little bit of wear. This one's not bad. It's better than most, and the vinyl is actually really clean. I would say EX or better on that one. And that is $26.99. Bill Fox on We Are the World for $15. That's sold to him. Karen Robbins gets Sade for $35. And how about this? I'll make it easy on somebody for those that don't like to make offers. I have another one in the crate if anybody wants one for $35, okay? Samantha Fox is now at 11 with Michael Reed. Everybody else is out. If anybody wants Y.A. Tittle, he's a buy now for $25. JSA Authenticated, $25 on him. King Crimson Discipline. King Crimson is $29.99. These are all buy now or best offer. Great titles so far in here, including Saga, which is sealed for $19.99. So take your time. If you don't want Aerosmith, Aaron Andrus does. So we got a claim on Aerosmith one way or another, either take your time or Aaron Andrus. Okay. We'll try another autograph right quick. This is Monty Irvin. He's another Hall of Famer. JSA signed photo, $25 start on that. $25 start on that. So first thing, Sade in the crate, the first pressing. Yeah, this is an OG. Cover probably VG/VG Plus. It has some edge wear. But yeah, this is OG. Yep. Sure is. Also 35 on that one. Next thing is We Are the World. Samantha Fox 12. Samantha Fox, hold on a second. No, that says Saga. Mega Blast on Saga for $15. Y.A. Tittle, $18. Sell that to Brent Robley for $18. You got it. And then King Crimson 20, King Crimson 20. That must be the magic number on this. Sold to Garrett Seipert for $20. Nick Bargeron was second. We also have the Judds, Heartland. The Judds is sealed, $29.99 for the Judds. And Alabama Mountain Music. Alabama is $14. Wow, look at the vinyl on this. Beautiful copy. $14.99. Monty Irvin has a bid for $25. And that's with Brent Robley. Boy, I can't get this one back in the sleeve. There we go. There's Alabama. So right now, high bid on Samantha Fox is $12. Everybody else is out. Monty Irvin's $25. Everybody else is out. And our next auction is going to go up right now. John Coltrane, a 1972 Japanese press with Obi, a $35 start on John Coltrane. Alabama sold to Brad Waits for $10. And then there was another offer for $10. The Quiet Riot, Shane Lando, it is OG, no condition notes, $34.99. It is EX or better. It's not a bad copy whatsoever. It would actually be a really nice copy. George Strait's Greatest Hits in shrink, $49.99 for that. Near mint and shrink. Molly Hatchet, their debut. Frank Frazetta artwork. Molly Hatchet, $19.99. And Eddie Money, Can't Hold Back. Take Me Home Tonight. Shrink wrap hop sticker, $14.99. So Joe DeGaldo put KC35. KC35 was that for KC35? Is that for Coltrane Sound? No, I guess he's bidding on Coltrane. Maybe he meant JC. Yeah, JC, 2 bids for $35. Monty Irvin is sold to Brent for $25. And Samantha Fox is sold to John Durden for $12. Okay, that's sold. Moving right through some stuff here. Boom, boom, boom. Let's move these right over here. That's done. And Coltrane. Coltrane has a bid for $35. Shane Lando gets Quiet Right for $30. James Rainey gets Eddie Money for $10. And we have another offer. I've already sold Eddie Money for $10. Some of y'all are clicking. All right. Brent, since you bought the other one, I'll give you first dibs. And if he passes, somebody else might want to go ahead and claim it right now. I have another 8x10 signed by Monty Irvin. $25. That's my second and last one. Great price on that at $25. Molly Hatchet is sold to James Goggin for $15. And we had another offer on Eddie Money. So we had offers for 10, 10, and 8. $10 got it. It's already gone. Next auction is going to go up right now. And that next auction is going to be the best of Nina Simone. The best of Nina Simone. This is a 69 USOG on a yellow Phillips promo label. Nice. 0 copies for sale. Wow, a yellow label promo, VG Plus, a $25 start. Brent gets another signed Monty Irvin for $25. I may need some help identifying this guy. This is somebody in the wrestling business. I don't know who this is. It says to Nicholas somebody. I'm sure y'all can figure that one out in 5 seconds. That one is a $15 start. $15 start on that one. Grumpy, I just sold Molly Hatchet for $15. I just shot myself in the foot over $5. Raven, there we go. Raven, a $15 start. It's JSA. It is addressed to Nicholas, signed by Raven. JSA, $15. So right now, John Coltrane has bids for $35, $35, and $37, now $38. Next is Neil Young, American Stars and Bars. Neil Young is $34.99. Another Molly Hatchet, Take No Prisoners. That one's $19.99. And we have Then and Now, The Best of the Monkees. This is sealed, $29.99. Sealed, $29.99. And Clocks is a 1982 New Wave album. Clocks is $19.99. Empty Matte on Molly Hatchet. That's sold. Right now, Coltrane's at $38. Nina Simone's at $30. Raven signed photos, a $15 start. Let me officially get into the Chevy Chase collection over here. I at least need to get them a little bit closer to me. Honestly forgot how many I had till I saw them stacked up over here the other night. I was like, oh my gosh, got to bring these out after Thanksgiving and try to sell some more of these off. Right now, there's only one no bid, maybe 2. No, there's more than that. There's one. There's AC/DC, Dirty Deeds, Done Dirt Cheap, an 81 US Club copy in shrink. It has the inner sleeve. It's VG, nearly VG Plus. AC/DC's $20, by the way, okay? First thing we have over here is the following. Coltrane, 38. Molly Hatchet sold. Coltrane, 40. Molly Hatchet sold. David Doyle wants the Sealed Monkees. And over here, we have Cher, Foxy Lady. Cher's $24.99. Also, Ozark Mountain Daredevils, Don't Look Down. That one's $14.99. And Ted Nugent Free For All, Ted Nugent, $14.99. And one more here, Billy Joe, 52nd Street, $14.99 for Billy Joe. Ravens, a buy it now for $15 if anybody wants that. It's kind of surprising on Nina Simone, but this is gone. Aaron Andrus, the only bidder at $30. Next thing in here was Badfinger. That's an Apple original press at $24.99. And Sweet, give us a wink with the movable cover. $24.99 for Sweet. And Gary Newman Telecon, a gold stamp promo, $36.99. King Crimson is long gone, David. You were actually fourth making an offer on it, or fourth asking about it. Yes, I sold it. Somebody else made an offer. Somebody else made an offer. And then you've only asked 3 times if it's still available. Yes, sorry. It is long gone. AC, and there would actually be 3 people ahead of you. ACDC is sold to Sean Sam for $20. We have Ozark Mountain Daredevil sold for $11 to James Goggin. Billy Joe sold to Travis Woods for $10. And John Coltrane over here is sold to Ryan M for $40. Those are all gone. Next thing is going to go up for auction right now. This is Journey Escape. 81 U.S. Pittman with the original under sleeve, VG condition, and hop sticker. Looks like there was a price tag right there at one point. $20 start on Journey. Next auction is going to go up right now. George Michael Faith. This is an 87 U.S. Carrollton, Vlado and Dead Wax with insert EX++ near mint minus. Folks, this is a really nice copy. George Michael, $35 start. Next, condition on sweet vinyl. No condition notes on the vinyl. The cover is, I would say, VG or less, actually. It has some damage back here and here and here. $24.99. And there's a question, and then there's a claim. And then how much is MOP? MOP, Master of Puppets. Master of Puppets back here is $29.99. The Wall, an OG pressing, $64.99. The Call, and this is $19.99. And we have the band, Northern Light, Southern Cross. The band is $34.99. That's in shrink wrap, a superb copy. The band, $34.99. And Ozark Mountain Daredevils in shrink wrap, $19.99. Ooh, Jackie Blue. Not on this one. It does have If You Want to Get to Heaven. So that means Brent does get the Sweet album. George Michael has a bid for $45. Journey's a $20 start. And what is next? What is next? Let me see what I have here. Let's do the 11 by 14s first. Okay, we'll do 11 by 14s first. But first, I have Rush Signals, $34.99. We sold one of these last night. Very nice, $34.99. This has possibly Bob Lugwood mastering, maybe not, maybe. I'm looking for that coveted RL. I don't see it on this one, though. James Chilcott on The Call for $12. That's sold to James. This is a buy it now best offer crate. We're looking to sell records. All you got to do is buy them or make an offer. That's how easy it is to buy out of here. That's all you got to do. You can buy them or make an offer. Bob Seger, $24.99. And then Village People is $12.99. And we have Fleetwood Mac Rumors, $34.99. Fleetwood Mac Rumors, $34.99. Nobody bid on Journey Escape. It's an 81 USOG, original sleeve VG for $20. And unbelievably, George Michael Faith is about to sell for $45. And Austin Latham bid $47. Next thing over here is the following. Duran. This is an 83 US OG Carrollton Club copy. VG minus, a $10 start on Duran. Okay, Sean Miller gets the band, so we had that for $25. The band, there's Duran, and it's now up for bid. And Greg Kinband, this is sealed, $24.99, and we have Minute Work Cargo, $24.99 on Minute Work Cargo. So first thing I'm going to show you is some autographed 11 by 14s of the legendary Chevy Chase. These are all JSA authenticated. I'm down to just a couple styles. I got 3 different versions. These are $145, okay? $145. We got Chevy Chase plugging in his Christmas lights. That's also known as Clark Griswold, okay? I should be saying Clark Griswold. There's Clark Griswold after Lewis burned up his tree. And then there is basically the movie poster. That's the original artwork for the movie poster. So those are $145. probably our most popular one here, but I've also sold a ton of these and a ton of those. So $145. They're 11 by 14s, and of course, they all come JSA certified. So Clark with his Christmas hat on, Clark plugging up in his lights, and the Christmas poster, $145. Hey, a great Christmas decoration and a great gift, $145, signed by Chevy Chase. They were basically witnessed by JSA. All right, so George Michael's at $55. Austin Latham's out. Duran Duran has one bid for $10. Details on George Michael. George Michael is the following. It's OG, it's near mint minus and pristine with shrink and hype. It's a top copy. It's really, really nice. It has a bid for $55. We got Steve Miller Band Book of Dreams, $19.99 for Steve Miller Band. Elvis Costello, this year's model, that is on the Costello label. So if you're unfamiliar with this, see how on the edge it says Costello and not Columbia. That's actually a variant for this album. $29.99. George Michael's took another jump, $65, now $70. Thin Lizzy, Bad Reputation. Wow, pretty cool to see this in the crate. That's a U.S. original. It does have the clip corner though, $34.99 on Thin Lizzy. And Rush, Permanent Waves. Begin the Day with the Friendly Voice, $34.99 on that. Duran Duran just got one bid, and that's sold to John Durden for $10. That's kind of surprising, but it's gone. ST on the Elvis Costello, ST on EC, that is sold and sold. And then over here, I've got, going up for auction right now, Art Blakey and the Jazz Messengers, the Big Beat. Now, this one is another heavily check condition copy. So this is an 63 U.S. reissue. And here's the notes from Laura. G+ condition. Several feelers. I play tested this and it did not skip on our setup, but I did have quite a bit of background noise. 0 copies of this is for sale as of right now. G+ condition, multiple feelers, no skip on our playback. $10 start on Art Blakey. ST needs to put back Costello, and then Mark Morris wants Rush Permanent Waves, so one put back and one going in the sold crate. And then Chicago's Greatest Hits, $19.99. That's Chicago's Greatest Hits Volume 2, by the way. George Michael's at $80. Austin Latham, You've Been Outbid. Gypsy Tramps and Thieves by Cher is $24.99. Let's pull another auction out of the bonus crate, and that is Yesterday and Today Struck Down. Y&T is a 78 USOG. Right now, when we check this, once again, none were listed in the United States for sale. Wow. London Records with the inner sleeve, $20 start on Yesterday and Today. Also, we have Chicago. I don't see this one as often. Take Me Back to Chicago. That's a compilation, $19.99. Art Blakey is at 10 with Michael Freiberger, George Michael, 81, and then 85. And then Get Out of My Room, Cheech and Chong, $29.99 for Cheech and Chong. Crosby, Stills, Nash & Young, one of my favorites. It is called So Far, which is a compilation, $34.99 on that. And we got Dancing in the Moonlight. This is a tough one to get. King Harvest. You always see the single because that was like a one-hit wonder. This is the album, $64.99. $64.99, okay? Back up at the top, George Michael was at 80. Then it was at 81. Then it was at 85. Art Blakey 10. Art Blakey 12. Rick Berrien picking out the Thin Lizzy. That's so to Rick Berrien. Art Blakey 15. Either one of the Chicagos are still available, Robin. They are $19.99 each. Okay, George Michael 86. George Michael 88. All right, so there's Take Me Back to Chicago, which is a compilation, and then Greatest Hits Volume 2. Both are $19.99. Y&T's a $20 start. Art Blakey's at 16, and George Michael's at 88. Okay, what was the other signed photo? I guess that's it. We sold them all. We sold Monty Irvin, Y. Tittle. We sold Al Snow, and that just left Raven. And I'm about to go get another stack of stuff. I've showed you the big Chevy Chases. I have all those. And I'm about to touch my toes. Oh, that was good. That was good. Oh, whew, a lot more rest than I was when I was here yesterday doing a show. Holy moly. A couple times I was about to say, all right, guys, I got to go home and go to sleep. I'll come back tomorrow, but I got through all 8 hours on about 4 hours sleep. We have Bob Welch 3 Hearts. If you need a price, let me know. The Monkees Headquarters, the Rolling Stones Undercover, Greg Kihn Band with the Naked Eye, the New Kids from Fame, Aerosmith Draw the Line, Sade Diamond Life, which we've already sold one. I told somebody else if they wanted it, $35. The Judds, George Strait's Greatest Hits, Neil Young, Clocks, Cher, Ted Nugent, Badfinger, Gary Newman, Pink Floyd, Ozark Mountain Daredevils, and Rush. Let me pause right there. And then we have over here, Robin wants Greatest Hits Volume 2 for $15 sold. Austin Latham bid $89 on George Michael. Stephen Parton's out. Final call. Art Blakey's at 18, and we're about to make Y&T a buy now if nobody bids. This is called Struck Down. It's a 78 USOG, $20. I've got a Laura crate coming up next. That should be fun. There's 3 more crates like this from John. That should be fun. And plenty of great stuff to auction. The Monkees back here, Headquarters, which was in shrink wrap, $19.99. $19.99 for Headquarters. Shades of Gray. We have Bob Seger working on those night moves, folks. I skipped this. I did not show this. Village People promo from Casablanca in the Navy, Manhattan Woman, and it's a special one-sided record. So, yeah, I skipped that one. Village People, this is why I always recap. Fleetwood Mac Rumors, Greg Kihn, Steve Miller, Men at Work, Elvis Costello with the Costello label, Cher, Cheech and Chong, CSNY, King Harvest, and Chicago. Take Me Back to Chicago. 10 of Chicago's greatest songs. Yeah, I don't see that one as often. $19.99. All righty, folks. Let me see what I just sold on Discogs. The Untouchables. Funny What a Little Kiss Can Do. $124.99. Weird. I just sold this on Discogs. The Untouchables. $124.99. What genre was that? That was doo-wop, of course. None for sale, and it looks like we have the only one that's ever sold. Sounds like something we should have ran on an eBay auction, but there was only 3 people who wanted it. Weird record. We got stacks of them. Paul started listing stuff on Discogs Sunday. I think we have 1,000. I think we have 1,000 eligible Discogs 45s. So probably ones that are doo-wop, soul, funk, something obscure. That's probably $100 plus that need to be put on Discogs. It'll take us probably a year, and then we'll be adding to that. Okay, George Michael is sold for $89 to Austin Latham. Art Blakey is sold for $18 to Michael Freiberger. And Y&T is EX condition on the vinyl. EX condition on the vinyl. If anybody else decides you want anything in here, just let me know. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Changing crates. Now, at any time tonight, you can be like, you know what, Chad? I'm feeling a little bit frisky. Jack Daniels is talking to me tonight. You know what I want, Chad? Go ahead and give me everything that's left in that crate. And I'm going to be like, wow, you dog. Okay. Let me get my camera. I've been bumping the camera a lot more than normal because Paul has moved it. I'm going to get it a little higher, and I'm going to kick it over a little bit. That should look pretty good. Okay? All right, so here we go. What has Laura marked here? I don't know. We're about to find out. Hope y'all ready. If you're not ready, then you're not in the right place. Okay? Jamie Butler said Y&T. Yep. $20 star. Final call on that one. Chad, you can give me everything. Give? Can't do that. All right, next auction. I promised somebody 8 o'clock we'd do dun-da-dun. Wow, Nirvana, Nevermind. Holy moly. 1996 Japanese limited edition EX++ near minus. Some of these have sold for as much as $1,200. A beautiful Japanese copy of Nirvana, Nevermind, 1996 limited edition. Let the games begin. $495 start. $495 start. Y&T has a bid for 20, final call. These are all sticker price, not a penny more, not a penny less. If you try to offer me twice the sticker price, I'm not going to take it. You got to be first and their sticker. Angels and Airwaves, Chasing Shadows, sealed, yellow vinyl, $19.99. Guns N' Roses, Use Your Illusion 2, sealed, $29.99. And we have what? We have Molten Death Metal on gold vinyl, $19.99. Jamie Butler gets Y&T for $20. Nirvana's a $495 start. We got a bid for $501. We have a bid for $501. Next auction is going to go up right now, and that is the Scorpions Love at First Sting. An 84 US PRC Richmond OG with the original on her sleeve. The Scorpions is in VG condition, a $20 start. Nirvana's at $501. Guns N' Roses is sold to Ron Duffield. Right now, people's fingers are typing. It's going, they're trying to figure out what this Nirvana is, what it sells for, how many are listed, how many they could buy, how many they should bid on. And there's this option right here in front of them. Nirvana Nevermind. It's going to slip through somebody's fingers, and they're going to be like, holy crap, why didn't I just go ahead and bid $525 when I had the chance? Going once, going twice to Aaron Andrus. We sold Ron Duffield Guns N' Roses. Michael Wilkerson, unfortunately, your bid came in a little late on Y&T. I've already sold that to Jamie Butler. I thought he was the only one interested. He's the only one who had asked about it, and he was the only one who had bid on it. Next auction is AC/DC Jailbreak. This is a 1984 USOG EX or better, a $30 start, a nice copy of AC/DC. All right, so we still got those two, and we have Solicitor. This is on red vinyl, $24.99. Also, High Spirit Motivator, High Spirit, and this is on orange vinyl, $17.99. And Rotting Christ, a 2017 reissue, $27.99 for the Mighty Contrast or Mighty Contact, Mighty Contract, and then one more here, Cutthroat. 2005 US, the first and only time on vinyl. First time on vinyl, originally recorded in 87, $69.99 for Cutthroat. Let's look at Nirvana again. So Nirvana Nevermind is a 1996 Japanese limited edition with insert and obi. EX++, near mint minus. I would like to think of it as near mint minus and pristine. It does have the fold out with the inserts. Load up on guns and bring your friends. It's fun to lose to pretend. She's bored and self-assured. Oh no, I know a dirty word. I don't know if I've even heard those lyrics before. I don't know if I've... only thing I can ever hear in that song is hello, hello. I don't know if I've ever heard those lyrics before read out loud. There's the insert. I've listened to this forwards and backwards and upside down, probably just like a lot of y'all have. So yeah, inner sleeve, insert, and inner sleeve again, near mint with obi, $501 is the high bids. Something in the way. Lithium. Oh man, in bloom, breed. Good stuff. Okay. Next thing over here is Scorpions. 20, Scorpions 20, and Scorpions 20. AC/DC 30, 31. Next is Death, The Sound of Perseverance. This is on green vinyl, $34.99. And Black Label Society, 1919 Eternal. That's on purple vinyl, just $24.99 on Black Label Society. Nice. Sound City 606. That is Foo Fighters related. Note on the back from Laura, $29.99. So I would need to let Joe DeGaldo know you are out on Scorpions. Nirvana $525, Nirvana $550. We got 3 bidders now on Nirvana. Jailbreak has one bid for 30, another bid for 31, now another bid for 32. Testament, this is called Testament Formation of Damnation, $22.99. And we have, boy, I wonder if our metal people are knowing we're going through a metal crate right now. Axgressor, $14.99 on that. Deckelman's here. Okay, I was about to say, somebody phone Deckelman. Deckelman is first on T for Testament. There it is. And hope everybody else is watching it. Black Label, there's Danny. Black Label Society, $24.99. I'm starting to see recognizable metal names pop up. Now Nirvana's at $650. And then we have John Howard wants Black Label Society. Danny has dibs right right now. I got to make sure Joe DeGaldo doesn't want to bid again on Scorpions, though. This one here is Cemetery Urn, $17.99 on that. These are not best offer. These are sticker price. Danny, let me know if you want Black Label. Toxic Holocaust is called Primal Future 2019, $22.99. Testament's already sold. 123 claims now. Iron Butterfly, live in Copenhagen, 1971. That is actually sealed, just $19.99. Chad needs a little bit of Diet Coke right quick. I'm out of breath over here trying to drink Diet Coke. Sounds like I should have walked a little longer on the treadmill last night. Means you're in pretty bad shape when you get out of breath trying to take a drink of something. Danny does get Black Label Society. That is sold. John says, I already have Black Label. Can I put it back? You were actually third in line. Okay, so let me spread out these auctions here because I see some questions, I see some concerns, and I maybe see even a little bit of confusion. Okay, so let me try to clear up and clarify since we've got 3 auctions up right now and one of them's up over $600. Let me move these autograph photos over here into the operations center right quick because I need to clear off my table, and that way we can spread out these auctions and take a better look at them. So the first auction over here on the right, is AC/DC Jailbreak. Joe DeGaldo has this for $32. Okay, this is an 84 USOG specialty. Original inner sleeve, and the vinyls EX are better. The high bid on this at this moment is Joe DeGaldo at $32. He has the high bid, $32. I have Anthrax graphic novel comic books adapted to the album Among the Living. These are $39.99 if anybody wants them. We sold 2. There's 2 left. In the middle is the Scorpions. The Scorpions on my monitor has a high bid of the following. Tim Rory bid 20 and Joe DeGaldo, you bid 20. Now you tied Tim Rory, and since you bid $20, there has been no other bids. This is still at $20. It's a 1984 US PRC Richmond original press with the original inner sleeve. So Joe, you bid 32. You were thinking about AC/DC. This is still at 20. Justin Deckelman got Toxic Holocaust. That's sold to Justin Deckelman. Now here's the Big Daddy. Here's the Big Daddy. This is a 1996 limited edition pressing of Nirvana's Nevermind. Now, the reason this is so valuable, 2 reasons. Maybe I can name 5, but we'll start with the obvious. 1, it's a 90s pressing of Nirvana Nevermind. Iconic. It's Japanese, super high quality, limited edition, and this is complete and near mint minus. The starting bid was $495. The last bid on my screen was Aaron Andrus at $650. Okay, we'll give this plenty of time. There's still 2 active bidders, Gregory Roberts and Rob Fordham. Okay, it's at $650. This is a lower crate. Everything is straight priced sticker. Okay. Now, as y'all know, the 90, when this album originally came out in America, it was pressed on vinyl, super rare, very limited edition. Okay, so we got 2 active bidders on that. Let's keep going through this crate. These are sticker price. We have Creator, Outcast. Creator, never seen that one before. Orangey looking reddish vinyl, $24.99. Haunt, that's H-A-U-N-T, Beautiful Distraction, red and black splatter, $19.99. Ivan R on Creator, okay? Now Scorpions is at $21. That means Tim Rory is back in at $23. Now Joe DeGaldo's out. Now James Chilcott's out. And AC/DC's at $33. Now Joe DeGaldo's out. And now Danny has that at $33. Now the Scorpions at $24. Aaron Andrus, it's back to you on Nirvana. We have Blade Killer High Risk. Split colored vinyl, white and black, $29.99. Chris Kirkley on Angels and Airwaves. That was one of the first records in the crate. So did Chris Kirkley. And now I have a full crate of vinyl. Let me swap these out right quick. And we're going to put this thing right there. I'm going to grab a new empty crate, and we're good to go, okay? Nirvana has a new bid, $723. Next is Zach Sabbath Vertigo. Red vinyl, $22.99 for Zach Sabbath. This is in white thrash. This is in trench, invetable. This is invetable decay, $14.99. Rob, it's back to you on Nirvana. The new high bid is $723. Scorpions is at $24. James Chilcote's out. And AC/DC is sold to Danny Thomason for $33. Sold to Danny Thomason for $33. John Howard on Zach Sabbath sold. Mike Straws on Entrenched. And the Scorpions is sold to James Chilcott for $24. That leaves Nirvana at $723. All right? We'll give that plenty of time. Might be somebody waiting for it to get down to one bidder before they place their bid. But first, we're going to go ahead and put up the Ramones. The Ramones is an 83 US Jacksonville OG. It has the original on her sleeve. It's an EX edition. It's a $30 start, the Ramones. The Nirvana has a new bid, $725. Over here is Angels and Airwaves, stomping the Phantom, stomping the Phantom brake pedal. Sorry, took me a while to get on that. Sealed, $19.99. And Guns N' Roses, Use Your Illusion 1. This is sealed, $29.99. Angels and Airwaves, the Kelly Vlodder, is that right? Yeah. Angels and Airwaves, and the Ramones is at $30 with Phil Freeman. How do you buy? You just claim whatever you want, or you can bid. Next thing we have is going to go up right now. The third album. Let's pull one from the bonus crate. What about old Crocus here? Alive and Screaming. Crocus is an 86 US Club, VG++, a $15 start. Original on her sleeve. Crocus is now up for bid. Also, Municipal Waste, Slime and Punishment. Municipal Waste is on clear vinyl, $24.99. And Sodom, this is Till Death Do Us Unite. Interesting cover there. Sodom is $54.99 clear vinyl, 2014 reissue. So right now, the Ramones has one bid for $30. Nirvana's at $752, and Crocus is a $15 start. Deckelman is first on Sodom. Ivan R was second on Sodom. Next is Holy Soldier. This is a 2019, that's Christian metal, $34.99 for Holy Soldier, a 2019, and Ringworma, maybe? $14.99. Let's check the spine. Ringworm. Okay, no A in there. I thought that was maybe Ringworm. How about just Ringworm? Snake Church, hardcore heavy metal, $14.99. Okay. Next thing over here, we sold Sodom. Ivan, you were next. David Smith on Municipal Waste. That's sold to David Smith. Ivan R on Ringworm, and Dwayne Caldwell on Holy Soldier. Okay? Looks like we're only going to get one bid on the Ramones, so that's about to sell. And the other bidder's out on Nirvana. The final call on Nirvana is Aaron Andrus, the 1996 limited edition. 1996 limited edition. We got the Obi going up the middle because it's a censored cover, as y'all know. So it's not like it's permanently placed there. You can put it wherever you want. It has a high bid, and it's about to sell $752. That's a big one. I don't know if we've ever had that, but maybe one other time. It's been a long time. I can't tell you the last time we had that pressing. I think we've had it before. I think. It's been a long time. That one doesn't come through, but maybe that's kind of like a once in a year record, maybe once every 2 years. Cry 6, American Thrash. That's on blue vinyl, $29.99. And Dying Fetus, War of Attrition, $17.99. Okay? Cry 6 sold to Deckelman. Okay, I just found out that we have a doorbell inside Kletco. Yeah, it must be a food okay, must be a food delivery. And Declan on Dying Fetus. Wow. There's definitely somebody at the door. What am I doing first? The Ramones. This is sold to Phil Freeman for $30. Someone's knocking at the door. Somebody's ringing the bell. Do me a favor, open the door. And this is sold to Phil Freeman for $30. Nobody bid on Crocus. Crocus is a $15 buy it now. And just to prepare everybody in the store, which I think is Laura, who just walked by with a pizza. And Crocus is $15. Now, that is a great timing from Joe DeGaldo. So right when I was making it a buy now, he asked, what's the bid on Crocus? It's $15 if you want it. If not, Travis was sniping it at $15. And then over here, Nirvana Nevermind, just to alert everybody in the building, the air horn's coming out. It's been a while. It's been a while since the air horns made a debut. This is sold to Aaron Andrus, a big one here. Thank you, $752. $752. Hopefully I can find my air headphones. I have. Here's my headphones. And let me put them on. And let's put up the air horn. Thank you, Aaron Andrus. Big purchase. Thank you. And here comes the air horn. Hope everybody's prepared your ears. Golly, that was a good one. Holy moly. Okay. All right, we're ready for a whole clean board here. All right, Nirvana. Man, their stuff's expensive. Autographs, test pressings, their singles. I mean, it's amazing what some of their memorabilia demands. It's huge. It's Nirvana. It's unmistakably the demand and collectability is ginormous. Okay, well, Joe DeGaldo pretty much sniped the Crocus with a question. Then it was Travis. Then it was Rick Hall. Then it was Jimmy LaCroix. Then it was Stephen Lewis Jr. And that's why I gave it so long. 5 people tried to buy it. I was waiting for like 5 people to start bidding, and it never did happen. We'll try another one later. Here is another shocking point. If I had to order these new, they're $49.99. This one is virtually on sale, Guns N' Roses for $29.99, and no one has bought it. I'm speechless. I'm without speech. Let's put up some new auctions, okay? First thing we're going to do right now is Miles Davis, round about midnight, okay? And we have Miles Davis, round about midnight. A 1984 Japanese mono book and obi near mint, a $55 start on Miles Davis. $55 start on Miles Davis. Nice. Next record in here is Black Label Society Unblackened, 3 LP clear vinyl, $32.99 for BLS. And we have Steel Something. We have Steel Bearing Hand, Death Metal Thrash, silver vinyl, $19.99. Next auction, Wham! This is called Fantastic, in shrink with hype, a mid-80s U.S. Terre Haute. Exact year unknown, but since Make It Big cover art is on the hype sticker, it has to be from 84 or later. Original on her sleeve, EX, a $20 start. Wham! $20 start. Hiram wants Steel Bearing Hand. So to Hiram Aponte. Daniel Strom on Black Label Society. Target. We're not talking about where you Christmas shop. We're talking about Mission Executed. Orange vinyl, $19.99 for Target. Also, Assassin Combat Cathedral. That is on red vinyl with CD, $22.99. And Carcass Surgical Steel, $24.99. Ryan M. does have Miles at 55. Y'all just heard me introduce Wham! And let's put up another auction. And that auction is Crocus Heart Attack. Crocus is a 1988 U.S. club in shrink VG Plus condition. Crocus Heart Attack, $15 start. Jerry Torres wants ASS. Assassin. That's so to Jerry Torres. All right, let's read through these again. Then we're going to go through another vintage crate, buy it now, best offer. Laura's got another one like this. Hope everybody's ready. Everybody feeling good? Everybody had plenty of Pop-Tarts and milk tonight? I hope so. If you haven't, head over to your cupboard, your pantry, grab a Pop-Tart, pop it in the microwave, or some people prefer a toaster. I don't. I do the microwave, 15 seconds, get it all good and warm. Pour you an ice, a big glass of ice cold milk. That's whole milk, red cap. Pop-Tarts and milk. Molten. This is $19.99. Gold vinyl, death metal, molten. Solicitor, special devastation, red vinyl, $24.99. High spirit motivator, orange vinyl, $17.99. Rotting Christ, the mighty contract, $27.99, 2017 reissue. Cutthroat, $69.99, 2015, first time on vinyl, originally from 1987, $69.99. High Spirit, sold to Richard Davis. Which Black Label side did you show? There's been 3, they're all sold. Death, The Sound of Perseverance, green vinyl, $34.99. Sound City, 606, reel to reel, $29.99. Can't believe that's still available. This was Axe Gresser, $14.99. This one was Cemetery Urn, $17.99. Iron Butterfly, sealed, live in Copenhagen, 1971, $19.99. Haunt, Beautiful Distraction, $19.99. Blade Killer, High Risk, white and black, $22.99. Guns N' Roses, Use Your Illusion 1, $29.99. Ron Duffield on Sound City, sold to Ron Duffield. Target, orange vinyl, $19.99. Carcass Surgical Steel, $24.99. Miles Davis, one bid sold. Our new buyer, Ryan M., $55. Sold for $55. Next is Wham. No bid. Buy it now for $20. Shrink and Hype. Crocus, Heart Attack. No bid. Buy it now, $15. 2015. I still got Journey in the no bid. VG for $20. I had Raven, signed photo, $15, addressed to Nicholas. And the other no bid tonight was Magnum for $10. And David Bowie, the man who sold the world, a 72 US orange label, $25. Okay? That's what I have right there. Let's jump over here. First is Daniel Strom, second on Sound City. Hiram Aponte on Cemetery Urn. That's sold to Hiram Aponte. Brad Waite's got Crocus, and that's sold to Brad Waite's for $15. Wham is sold to Austin Latham for $20. And Danny put BK 15. Not for sure what BK was for. These are all sticker price, no more, no less. Blade Killer was $29.99. These are all new arrivals tonight, sticker price. There's Journey, David Bowie, and there's Magnum, and there's Raven, okay? All right, so first thing we have is the following. By the way, Magnum was a double EP kind of deal from Jet Records. It's a UK, it's a double EP. There's that. Next thing is the following. We have Bon Jovi, Randy Travis, R.E.M., Morrissey, The Real Sid and Nancy, Billy Joe Schaefer, Bon Jovi, Sonny Rollins, Cannonball Adderley, Parliament, Echo and the Bunnymen, James Brown, Gang of Four, Scream, Van Morrison, Iron Maiden, Tears for Fears, Kate Bush, Kenny Burrell, Thelonious Monk, Beastie Boys, Meatloaf, Willie Nelson, and David Allan Coe. It's time for Willie and David. And it's time for another jazz album because I just read off a bunch. So let's do these two over here. First thing I have is the following. Willie and David. This is a 1980 USOG bizarre compilation. One side's David Allan Coe. Side B is Willie Nelson. VG Plus, $10 start. Next is Sonny Rollins, The Bridge. Sonny Rollins is a 62 Indianapolis OG VG condition, $25 start on Sonny Rollins, okay? First thing we have, Magnum $5. Magnum $6.99 if you want it. Maiden's on deck. Gang of Fours on deck. Condition of Guns N' Roses sealed. It's like half price. No, it's really like 40% off. $29.99. Blade Killer is sold to Richard Davis, and Waylon and David Allen Co., or excuse me, Willie and DAC has a bid for 10. Just got my box in from last week. Freaking awesome. Great job, Kletco. Thank you, TBI Music Room. I love seeing everybody get their packages in the mail. Some people, it's like Christmas morning. A whole box of music and collectibles from Kletco. They open it up and they're like, holy moly, it's Christmas morning. Some people live it once a year on December 25th. Some of y'all live it about once a week on Thursdays when you start getting packages in the mail. One guy said he took off from work. He said, I found out my package was going to be delivered. I took a day off from work. It's going to go through everything, catalog, clean, price, grade, look at them, listen to them, pay tribute, whatever it takes. I tell my boss, this guy was like, tell my boss, screw you, boss. I got a Kletco package coming in today. Take this job and shove it. Willie Nelson and David Allen Co. just has one bid for $10, and it's a final call. The Bridge, Sonny Rollins, is a 62 Indianapolis OG, VG condition, in living stereo, $25 start. Moving on. I have from the bonus crate. Now, this is the third time I've put up a Crocus. The first one had 5 buy it nows. The second one had 3 buy it nows. So let's see what happens on this one. This is one vice at a time. A 1982 US OG Terre Haute, VG Plus condition, $15 start for Crocus, one vice at a time. All right. I'll take GNR. I've already pulled it for you. You missed it. Autographed Zeppelin. I did. I like that one, but it's a little too faded. And I think I know the guy who originally had that, and I could have bought it about 2 years ago, and I didn't. So, very unfortunate. Now, Golden Auctions just had a really nice signed Zeppelin 2. It sold for $76,000. It was a Zeppelin 2 signed by the full band, and it was nice signatures. That one just sold for $76,000. If it's faded like that, it probably will still bring $10,000. But yeah, I'm holding out for the right one at the right time. I know somebody that has one. It's good. I've already had it pre-checked, but and then that one, I think I know who originally had that one. I've tracked down a lot of them. I went out on a search because I was going to buy one about 2 years ago, a signed Zeppelin album, and I haven't found the perfect one yet. Golden's was pretty nice, but that's why it sold for $76,000, which is insane. Signed Zeppelin albums used to be about $20,000 or $25,000. So I think really nice ones have took a big jump in value lately. So has Kurt Cobain autographs. About 2 or 3 years ago, I think they were about half of what they are now. So, okay, here we go. Buy it now, best offer. We have Alabama, The Touch, $14.99. Yeah, I've learned to be really patient with signed albums. I'm waiting for the right ones, the right John Lennon, the right George Harrison. Yeah. It's tough though. Sometimes you gotta wait years. You gotta wait a long time. Willie and David, $12, and Sonny Rollins, final call for 25. Crocus, $15. Rockwell, I always feel like somebody's watching me. $24.99. Motown, Michael Jackson makes an appearance on that one, as y'all know. The Yardbirds, the best of British rock, featuring Eric Clapton and Jeff Beck, $29.99. Everybody has their grails when it comes to signed albums. I know some people's like, I'm waiting for a signed Tom Petty Full Moon Fever. And I'm like, well, I am too, but I don't ever see them listed less than like 8,000 or something crazy. Willie has a new bid for 13. John Durden, you've been outbid. Rockwell is sold to Stephen Parton for 15. I have Neil Young, Russ Never Sleeps. Neil Young is $34.99. Eric Clapton Slow Hand, $34.99. Nice, folks. We're talking about cocaine. $34.99. TBI Music Room on the Yardbirds. Susie Breedlove was next. We have a bid on Crocus at 15. Emerson, Lake and Palmer, $17.99. Willie Nelson is at 10, 11, 12, and now 13 with Tyson Morgan. David Bowie, Golden Years. Bowie is a compilation, $34.99. Jeff Beck Wired, Shrink Wrap, $19.99 for Jeff Beck Wired. And Heart, Little Queen, Heart is $24.99. Sonny Rollins is sold for $25 to Ryan Mustaine. $25, that is sold to Ryan Mustaine. Crocus is about to sell for 15. And then over here, Tom keeps on slipping into the future. Did Mike Massey write that one? Next auction is Gang of Four. Gang of Four, Songs of the Free, is an 82 U.S. Winchester OG with the original on her sleeve. A $25 start on that one. Emerson, Lake and Palmer sold to James Handy for 15. T-Bow Music Room on Heart, Little Queen. And over here is Heavy Metal, 24 electrifying performances. That's a great compilation. It was sold on TV. See, it has the original sticker, or it was advertised on TV, and you probably could have got them like in the checkout line somewhere. $34.99 for Heavy Metal. That's a great comp. Very desirable because it's a pretty nostalgic deal there. Signed jazz albums are extremely valuable. So a couple years ago, I finally broke down and bought a signed John Bonham Led Zeppelin 2. That's been probably the craziest purchase I've ever made, but it was also a great investment. I didn't feel like I was actually spending the money. I felt like it was a solid investment. And that's probably the pride and joy of my collection. So that was I lost sleep after I bought it, but I felt a lot better after it was in my possession. Susie on Heavy Metal, Sean Miller on David Bowie for 25. We're going to go ahead and let that go. Crocus got one bid for $15, and that is sold to Brad Waits for $15. Okay. That sold in Gang of Four is a starting bid of $25. Jeff Beck Wired, super nice copy in Shrink, $19.99 on that. William David is up to one person. His name is Tyson Morgan. The high bid right now is $14. We got Elton John, Victim of Love, that's sealed, $24.99. And XTC, Oranges and Lemons, XTC, $59.99. Haven't seen that in a while. Wow. And then X. So we got X, and then we got XTC, and here is X. And this is $39.99. X, More Fun in the New World, $39.99. Some couple there we don't see as often. Going back to the jazz stash for tonight, we got some great jazz over here. Next one is Something Else, Cannonball Adderley. Over here we have a 1976 Japanese Missing Obi with insert, VG Plus. Cannonball Adderley is a $20 start. So it does have the insert. You can see a little bit of discoloration on that, but the jacket's really nice, and that's just a $20 start. $20 start on that. There is that. Here we go. And then we got Bob Seger, 9 Tonight. That's a Gatefold 2 LP at $24.99. Badfinger Airwaves is $19.99. And more greatest hits of the Monkees, $24.99. More greatest hits of the Monkees, $24.99. Willie Nelson is officially sold to Mega Blast for $14. Gang of Four, final call to get a bid in on that one. And then Cannonball Adderley, $20 start just got laid down. Molly Hatchet, The Deed is Done. Molly is $19.99. So we're going to do this crate. And then I have a crate very similar to like the one we just went through. And that is a final call, okay? We have Go Near Ring Cut. This is Stepping Into the Twilight Zone, $24.99. What pressing is the Clapton? I don't have it identified on the back. Terre Haute. T1 Terre Haute RSO label. We have Elvis Costello, King of America, Gold Stamp Promo $24.99, and Greg Kinband, Contagious. Greg Kinband 14. Molly Hatchet is sold to Mega Blast for $15. Gang of Four did not get a buy it now, so that's a buy it now for $25 if anybody wants that. And then Cannonball Adderley, Michael Reed, $22. So we have officially some bidding on that. Golden earring was $24. Golden earring was $24. Next auction. Let's do something a little different here. Sid and Nancy. The real Sid and Nancy. This is a lot of information on the back. A 1986 UK. Unsure of recording sources, Discogs does not have much info on this release. It is listed as being official on its Discogs page, possibly live tracks or demos by Sid Vicious. Unsure if it's Sex Pistols full band material. So there you go, the real Sid and Nancy EX edition, $20 start on that. Over here we got Golden Earrings sold to Stephen Parton for $17. It's only rock and roll and I like it. I only rock and roll and I like it. Thought you were not taking offers on this crate. That was the last crate. This is a new vintage crate. Buy it now, best offer. That was the last crate. Fame, Rock and Roll World. Fame is sealed, $24.99. Sid has a new bid for $20. Over here, Gang of Four is sold to Chris Knapp for $25. And then we have Pam Murray on Dead. And I think she meant Sid. That's a starting bid of $20. Cannonball Adderley's at $26. Alabama, my home's in Alabama, $14.99. And then Neil Young on the Beach. Neil Young, $34.99. On the Beach, we got Cheap Trick, their self-titled debut. That one is $9.99. John might have misgunned that one. I think he meant $19.99, but that's okay. Somebody might get a $9.99. And then Village People Renaissance. Wow, for some reason, I hadn't seen that one in a while. I forgot about that one. $19.99 on that one. Did I get heavy metal? You did. And Bradley Smith is going to get Clapton. You did. For $27. Da 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 da. Da da. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, dun, dun. Over here, we got Judas Priest Turbo. An 86 US OG Pittman with the original on her sleeve EX. A $25 start. Sid and Nancy, $27. Clapton, sold for $27. Bama, Greenbow, Alabama. That's sold to Shane Lanedope for $10. We have Chris Knapp on Cheap Trick, sold. And we did CDs last night. I don't have any more. We're doing 45s tonight. 45 starting at 11 o'clock or sometime thereafter. Cannonball Adderley, the last bid was Chris Knapp out. Ryan Mustaine, $26. Ryan Mustaine, $26. Sleeping Beauty, Cheech and Chong, $29.99. And Cher is $24.99. And Chicago, $17, $14.99. Ted Nugent is $19.99. And Sade, another copy of Diamond Life, $49.99 for Sade Diamond Life. And then also ZZ Top Eliminator, $34.99. She's got legs. She knows how to use them. We have Rick Springfield Working Class Dog. This is $14.99. Working Class Dog and Bruce Springsteen Tunnel of Love, $19.99. Cannonball Adderley, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Buzzer. He shoots from half court. Nothing but net. Ryan Mustaine, $26. Done. Now, let's update Sid and Nancy. We have a request for the one and only Iron Maiden coming up very, very soon. All right? But first, let me do this. Sid and Nancy. Chris Gardner, $22. That is out of order. The high bid is Vladarchek at $27, and they've had it for 3 minutes. I want to make sure everybody knows this is with Vladarchek at $27. Vladarchek, $27. Vladarchek, $27. Judas Priesta, Turbo, inner sleeve, solid album, 86 USOG Pittman, inner sleeve is included. EX, a $25 start. Right now, there has been 0 bids. To open the bidding, you got to at least lay down on the table 25 United States dollars. Not yen, not rubies or rubles or any other foreign currency. I mean, I guess we could take it, but I would charge a fee to do an exchange. We're talking dollars. We're talking USD. I love dollars. It's what keeps this whole machine turning every day. Next auction is going to go up right now. That is Iron Maiden. It is right here. It is the number of the beast. Okay? An 82 US Jacksonville OG. It has the original inner sleeve. A $35 start. Not a bad copy whatsoever. That's now up for bid. I will accept gold. Now, the other day when we had to cancel a guy's invoices, he was upset because he heard that I take gold as payment. And I was like, yes, but you've been telling me for 3 months you're going to send it to me. So we do take gold and silver. You've got to mail it to me or bring it by the store and set up an appointment with me, Tanner, or somebody. We've got to buy it, take that into cash, and then you give us the cash or a cash equivalent, and we'll take it off your invoice or apply it to your invoice. We do it quite often for people. They find out we buy gold. They've got a gold ring. They're like, hey, this has been laying in a jewelry box. I think I can get $800 for it. I'd rather buy records. But you got to get to us in a timely manner and not say that but we had to cancel this guy's invoice. I was like, man, you've been telling me you're going to send me gold for like a month. I have not seen anything yet. Yes, going for the one. Yes, he must have had like mine it, refine it, cast it into a bar. And I don't know, but I was like, dude, it's been 4 weeks. Your invoices are canceled. If you still want to sell us gold, go ahead and mail it. And I don't think he had any gold, or he was about to plan some kind of heist or something. The Police, Zenyatta Mandata. The Police is $24.99. The Allman Brothers Band, a classic. Now, this is a reissue because it's not a gatefold. Should be on a red Polydor label. $34.99 on that. This is a Buy It Now Best Offer. Survivor is $24.99. And Black Uhuru, an 81 UK, $39.99. Wow, didn't expect to see that in there. Okay, so Sid and Nancy. This is been back here for a while, and it is sold to Vladarchek for $27. Thank you, Vladarchek. That's sold to you. Judas Priest. He got a bid for 25, 26, and 27, all from different bidders. So I know we're not done on that. Jay Nutra has it for 27. Iron Maiden is EX, OG EX, one bid for $35. Okay? EX, $35. And then what was Rick Springfield? Working Class Dog, no condition notes, $14.99. Yes was $19.99, going for the one. Looks like a nicer copy. Excuse the nudity on that. Excuse the nudity on that. For some reason, they thought it'd be a good idea to put a big naked butt right on the cover. Nice copy, though. Wondrous Stories is on here. And it has the inner sleeve. Yeah, this is nice. I love Wondrous Stories. I woke this morning, love laid me by down the river. He spoke of lands not far, the lands in his mind. This was a reunion of the original lineup, right? Yeah, John Anderson, Steve Howe, Chris Squire, Rick Wakeman, and Alan White. No wonder it's such a great album. Holy moly. Alrighty. Oh, that's Mike Massey on the cover. Our very own Mike Massey on the cover. Wow. Susie says, is this the moon shining? Susie said, boss, can you show me that cover again? Calm down, Susie. It's not Robert Plant. Yes is $19.99. Iron Maiden 40, Iron Maiden 45, 40, Iron Maiden 50. Paula gets Rick Springfield for 12. Iron Maiden 55. Priest is at 28. Iron Maiden 55. Okay, so Priest is still getting bids. Iron Maiden. So it looks like we need some jazz, since a lot of jazz was advertised tonight. And right now on the block we got Priest and we got Iron Maiden, and we got some country mixed in. Wow, still got Morrissey to do. How about we do this Sonny Rollins here? Okay, we have Tenor Madness, Sonny Rollins. This is a 73 Japanese reissue, mono with insert and obi. $35 start. Tenor Madness, $35 start on that. There we go. Rush, and yes, they were the Rush Hemispheres. Something about these progressive rock musicians. They like the bare butts. All right, I'm gonna touch my toes right quick. Oh my gosh. Oh, hold on a minute. I'm all twisted up like a pretzel. I got to redo my whole life. Okay. Josh Brown wants yes for 14. Let me make sure Topographic is not interested. He asked about it, and then we went into a full dissertation. He's probably like, thanks, Chad, for talking up the Yes album. Okay. Here we go. Priest is still getting bids. Sonny Rollins has a bid, and Iron Maiden is at 75. We got a battle between Travis and Stephen Parton right now. Okay. Make offer. I'm just going to read the titles. If you need a hear price, let me know. This is, what mastering is this? This is in mono, 73 Japanese mono, yes. All right, yes, we got a pending offer and a pending decision. Alabama, The Touch. Neil Young, Russ Never Sleeps. This has the Hey, Hey, My, Johnny Rotten. Jeff Beck sold for $12 to TBI Music Room. You got it. Elton John was sealed. XTC Oranges and Lemons. X. Bob Seger 9 Tonight. Badfinger Airways. More of the greatest hits of the Monkees. Elvis Costello, King of America. Greg Kihn Band. Fame. Neil Young on the Beach. Village People. Cheech and Chong. Cher, Chicago, Ted Nugent. Sade. ZZ Top. Bruce. Police, Allman Brothers, Survivor, and Black, Yoo-Hoo-Roo. All right. Judas Priest is about to sell to Jay Nutra for $29. I think the other bidder was Chris Knapp, and he said out already. Or Chris Knapp, in case you didn't know, you are out on Judas Priest. Iron Maiden has hit 100. Andy Rutherford on the Monkees. And that is over here, the Monkees, which was sold to Andy Rutherford for 20. Sonny Rollins was, in fact, near mint minus. But, Ryan, I don't think you have to worry about too much, because I think you're going to be the only bidder. Yeah, this is near mint minus and pristine. Beautiful Japanese pressing. Village People Renaissance was $19.99. XTC was $59.99. Oranges and Lemons. Paula gets Greg Kihn Contagious for $10. And we're going to go through this crate that Laura's marked, and I got two more like this one coming right after that. Okay? Great new vintage stuff tonight. These shows, to me, have been going by fast. It's like we have... no, the first bidder on Chris Knapp. Oh, yeah. My bad. I've been talking to Ryan like he was the first bidder. That was Chris Knapp. Now, Chris, you still have it because Ryan just bid 35. Ryan, I stand corrected. The first bidder on this was Chris Knapp at 36. I owe a deep apology to Chris Knapp, okay? Village People is an OG pressing. There is some writing on the back. Somebody underlined Action Man and Fireman. And, uh-oh, is this a signature? Or, no, what does that say? Joe's. I don't know what that is. I don't think that's anybody in the band. I don't think there's anybody in the Village People with the name Joe. Okay, now we got some action going on Sonny Rollins. Now we're going to swap out crates. Now Chad's going to do a magic trick. Let me go get my deck of cards. Let me go get my deck of cards. Hold on a second. I've been watching a little bit too much David Blaine lately. I'm going to make y'all's record collections. Go check y'all go check in your record room right now. All of your records are gone. They're actually now inside of Kletco. Oh yeah, Josh Brown. I lost topographic on that one, my bad. Josh Brown got yes for $14. Okay. Sold for $14, Josh Brown. Man, I sell that yes all over the place. We'll auction off yes albums for 25 and 30. We'll sell them the same one for 7, then 15, then 12. I think it just depends on who's watching and who wants it at that moment. It's like Rush has no price guidelines. Judas Priest is officially sold to Jay Nutra for $29, right? No, Richard Bradshaw. That's why Jay Nutra went, because Richard Bradshaw says, how much has Judas Priest got on? Well, as you just heard, I was picking it up to sell it to Jay Nutra for $29. He's had it for $29. It is up to Richard Bradshaw. We got to give him a chance. Richard, it's up to you. I'm only going to allow Richard to bid since he asked. $29. If he says pass, it's sold to Jay Nutra. Iron Maiden is officially sold to Stephen Parton for $100. Sold to Stephen Parton for $100. Now, Chris Knapp and Ryan Mustaine are bidding on Sonny Rollins. Chris Knapp, you're out. Ryan Mustaine has it for $45. Okay. There we go. Topographic. He said he's already got 7 copies of yes going for the 1. I probably do too in one way or another. Kind of obsessive over yes. Parliament is up for bid. This is Gloria Hall Stupid. Is that what this says? Glory Hall Stupid. Parliament is a 1979 U.S. Terre Haute OG with the company inner sleeve, VG condition. Parliament is a $20 start. Now up for bid. Next auction is Judas Priest. Richard Bradshaw says, I'm in, $32. And somewhere or another, Jay Nutra is probably ready to shoot me. Please don't shoot me. I'm only the record salesman. That's our current 3 auctions. Jay Nutra says he's out. This is sold to Richard Bradshaw for $32. Next auction then is going to go up right now. That is the following. That is Judas Priest, Defenders of the Faith. An 84 USOG Pittman press. It has the original inner sleeve, VG Plus condition. Judas Priest is a $20 start. We're about to sell Sonny Rollins for $45. Parliament's at $20. Everything in here is sticker price, no more, no less. Control Denied. The Fragile Art of Existence. $27.99. Control Denied. Next thing is the following. This is Desultory, Into Eternity. That is Desultory on that wicked splatter color there. $19.99. If I can get these to stand up, it will be a miracle. Also, we have Slipknot, self-titled. That's a 2009 press, $34.99 on that. And Neil Young, Young Shakespeare, sealed, $22.99. Sonny Rollins is sold to Ryan Mustaine for $45. Next thing we have is Parliament, 1 bid, $20. That is a final call, and that is with Shane Lando. Priest has bids for $20 and now $25 with Richard Bradshaw. $20 and $25 with Richard Bradshaw. Also, Massacre from Beyond. Massacre does have a seam split up here at the top, or as I call it, a seam crackle. That is $24.99. 2008 on that one. Angels and Airwaves. Angels and Airwaves is sealed on neon pink vinyl, and that is $19.99 of Angels and Airwaves. Also, we have Blink-182 Neighborhood. Blink-182 is a 2016, $27.99. Okay. Boom, 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 boom. Let's see here. Give me 1 second. Okay. David Smith on Blink-182. That's sold to David Smith. And we have the Life Project. The Life Project is a 2021 OG limited edition signed cover, clear vinyl, $19.99. Parliament is sold to Shane Lando. One bid, $20. And that is sold. Angels and Airwaves. Have I not pulled that yet? Vladarchek got Angels and Airwaves. Life Project sold to Richard Davis. And Judas Priest, Defenders of the Faith. Judas Priest, I never did hear back from Steve McGee. This is officially sold to Richard Bradshaw for $25. Let's put that away and let's put up a couple more auctions, okay? So, next thing over here I have is the following. I have Echo and the Bunnymen, Crocodiles, a 1980 U.S. Jacksonville OG. It has the original on her sleeve. Echo and the Bunnymen, a $35 start. That's now up for bid. And then over here, I have up for bid right now. Let's see what's over here. The Scream. This is Scream, the compilation. Gold stamp promo. A 1987 Geffen Records, artists such as Jane's Addiction, TSOL. It is VG Plus with the original on her sleeve. The cover has quite a bit of wear over here, and that's going to go up for a $20 start. Scream, $20 start. That's now up for bid. Also, Rammstein, this is Rosenrot. Rammstein is sealed. Great price on that one. $34.99. Rammstein Rosenrot. And Pearl Jam, Riot Act, a 2017. Pearl Jam is $22.99. And Green Day Warning, a 2009 reissue. Green Day, 2009, $19.99. So Echo, the Scream compilation, and then let's pull something over here from the Jazz Stash. And the Jazz Stash, we got Kenny Burrell and John Coltrane. Kenny Burrell and John Coltrane is a 1964 US. Unfortunately, the vinyl grades VG minus, and this is going to go up for a $5 start. Kenny Burrell and John Coltrane. Mike Pierce on Rammstein. Mike Pierce on Rammstein, and we have Megadeth, Peace Sells, but who's buying? Megadeth is a 2021. That is sealed, $29.99. Green Day is sold to James Young, and I Prevail, Heart vs. Mind. That is on bright yellowish looking vinyl. I Prevail, $24.99, and Whiplash, Sit, Stand, Kneel, Pray. Whiplash is on white vinyl, $34.99, and Judas Priest, Firepower, double LP. Priest is $27.99, embossed cover, black vinyl. Over here, we got Deckelman on W for Whiplash. That is sold to Justin Deckelman. Burrell has a bid for $7. Mike Straw's second on Whiplash. And Chainbreaker, Lethal Desire. This is $17.99. Bob Riger on Judas Priest. That is sold to Bob Riger. And over here we have Deliverance. Deliverance is Christian Thrash, 2017, $34.99. Nobody bid on Echo and the Bunnymen. This is a buy it now for $35. That one's called Crocodiles. It's OG with the original on her sleeve. And no one bid on Scream. And Scream is a buy it now, the compilation, a $20 buy it now. No bids on those, so you can pick those up for the BIN price. Condition on Echo and the Bunnymen. That is no condition notes, which means EX++, near mint minus. Really nice. Now Kenny Burrell has bids for 5 and 7. So the first bid was 7 that came across my screen with Chris Knapp. And then the second bid was TBI Music Room at 5. So Chris Knapp was in first. All right. Let's go over here to this. Richard Davis got Deliverance. All right, that's sold to Richard Davis. Ed Riviera was second, then Dwayne Caldwell. Victor Guerra got Scream for $20, and it's up to one person on Echo, which is Michael Snared. If not, I'm going to sell it to Weasel. It will be $35, though. It will be $35. Next auction is going to be the following. Van Morrison Astral Weeks. Van Morrison is a 69 U.S. Santa Maria repress. So the very first label is green, but up here at the top it says 7 Arts. That was the true first label. So you can glance at this quickly and say, oh, green label, that's OG. But actually it has to say 7 Arts at the top. So that's a VG $20 start. So Michael, essentially you've been out offered or somebody claimed Echo, but you have first dibs. So it will be $35. He says he's good with that, and now we have filled up a crate. So let me swap out of crates right quick because this one's now full. Let me put this righty over here. Fantastic. Boom. Let me grab this empty crate. And here's this. First thing is the following. Guardians of the Galaxy. This is on red and yellow vinyl, $19.99. Kenny Burrell has bids for $8.10. Paula on Chainbreaker. That's sold to Paula. We got Van Morrison now up for bid. And let's pull something else over here from the bonus crate. And I see something that has the word Striper in it. To Hell with the Devil. Second cover. Striper is an 86 U.S. club. Near mint minus a $25 start for Striper. It's a gatefold jacket. Does have a little bit of ring wear. $25 start on Striper. That's now up for bid. Next thing is Slayer, Decade of Aggression Live. Slayer is a 2LP, $29.99. And Creator, Phantom Antichrist. That is on greenish looking vinyl, $32.99 on that. And Ozzy, Blizzard of Oz, sealed, 2025, $24.99. This is Kenny Burrell and John Coltrane. 64 US VG minus. The high bid is Joe Delgado at 11. Nobody's bid on Van Morrison yet. $20 start. Now Striper's up for bid. This is a crate of new arrivals. Straight price. Priced as marked. No more, no less. Great titles, I will say, at great prices. I got more vintage stuff. Best offer to do after this. I have SOD, Stormtroopers of Death, Speak English or Die. This is in greenish splatter at $32.99. That one's on colored vinyl. And this one is called what? Crucified Mortals. Silver vinyl, a thrash album, $14.99 on that one. And Neil Young, Peace Trail. Neil Young is $19.99. $19.99 on Neil Young. And we have Black Label Society Doom Crew. A Gatefold 2LP BLS is just $19.99. Van Morrison is a buy it now for $20. So Green Label's repress in VG condition, $20 on that one. Kenny Burrell is now at $15. Joe Delgado, you're out. Final call to bid on Striper for $25. Eric Van Leuven gets Ozzy. Eric Van Leuven first on Ozzy. That's sold. SOD sold to Tim Rory. Jerry Torrey's just at the details. Tim was first to it. And we have Led Zeppelin 3, a sealed remaster, $24.99. Edwin Riviera on Black Label Society. And now Striper has a bid for $25. Next auction, Tears for Fears, songs from the big chair. Everybody wants to, you know it, we love it. It's an 85 US PRC Richmond OG EX edition, Tears for Fears, a $30 start. We have Rush, Roll the Bones, $24.99, remastered in shrink wrap. What was the silver one a few back? This is Crucified Mortals, $14.99. Pink Floyd, Wish You Were Here, unopened remaster from 2016, $24.99. Kenny Burrell is at 15 to George Delisle. It's essentially up to Joe DeGaldo. He's put the words Kenny Burrell. That means he's about to bid or say out or something. Over here in the back, we have Kenny Burrell out. The price of Pearl Jam, that was a few back, but we still have it. Riot Act is $22.99. $22.99 on Riot Act. And then the Misfits Earth AD, that is sealed $24.99, a 2022 reissue. And Ghost Skeletor, that is sealed $29.99. Orchid pink vinyl. Striper just got one bid, sold to Stephen Reeves for $25. Let's put that away, $25. That's to hell with the devil. One bid on that. Striper is gone. If I can get it back here in its sleeve. Let's go ahead and put it right here. All right, there's that. There we go. Now, Kenny Burrell is sold to George Delisle for $15. And then Tears for Fears, $30 start, no bid yet. J Nutra on M for Megadeth. Did I already pull that? Or M for Misfits? That's M for Misfits, right, J Nutra? Never mind, he's already got it. What Megadeth was that? Megadeth. P sales, but who's buying? Sealed, $29.99. Oh, good Lord already. I don't think that's anything in this crate. Pearl Jam is sold to Tyson Morgan. And Crucified Mortals is sold to Scott Arnold. Next is Halloween Pumpkins United, sealed, $19.99. Next auction is going to be REM Chronic Town. REM is an 82 Indianapolis reissue. 5-track EP, EX, $25 start on REM. Over here, we got Richard Bradshaw on Megadeth. Richard Bradshaw Megadeth. I'm assuming Tim Rory's passing, so that's sold to him. And we have, let's see if we got a translation on the back from Laura. $19.99, a 2020 Spain reissue limited edition printed B-side. This is called Andramelech. Adramelech. Grip of Darkness. Edwin Riviera on Halloween. And then another 10-inch Mid-South West Clash. Green Room Rockers versus the Pinstripes. A split 10-inch Ska Punk, $9.99. Tears for Fears is a buy it now for $30. No bid on Tears for Fears. Buy it now for $30 on that. And then REM over here. The first bid to get that one opened is 25 doll hairs. I think I got another Jazz. It may be low grade, but we're going to run it. It's not too bad. It's a 63 Columbia 2i, which is OG pressing. This is Thelonious Monk Quartet, Monk's Dream. A 1963 2i mono. VG minus, almost VG, but there are a couple small feelable marks on side B. $15 start on Monk's Dream, Thelonious Monk Quartet. REM is a 1982 Indianapolis reissue. 1982 Indianapolis reissue. EX condition, a $25 start. Monk is a 63 US OG mono, a Columbia 2i label, VG minus, couple fillable marks, $15 start. Vladarchek gets the Punk Ska split, and Control Denied was one of the first records in the crate right here. Control Denied is $27.99. It's The Fragile Art of Existence, $27.99. Desultory, Into Eternity. Desultory is $19.99. Green and yellow splatter. Hessen Session on Control Denied. Only if Scott Arnold passes. Slipknot, $34.99. Neil Young, $22.99, sealed Young Shakespeare. Massacre from Beyond, $24.99. I Prevail, Heart vs. Mind, $24.99. Guardians of the Galaxy, yellow and red vinyl, just $19.99. Slayer, Decade of Aggression Live, great price at $29.99 based on what they cost new, and Creator, $32.99. So we have Patrick Lear offered 26 on Tears for Fears, Monk 21, Monk 26. We have a pending on Control Denied, Tears for 15, Mint 25, Monk 25. Okay, which Control Denied release is it? This is, I don't know, Relapse Black Vinyl, if that helps you. Relapse Black Vinyl. Okay, so Tears for Fears is sold to Patrick Lear for $25. Thank you on that one. Sold to Patrick. Appreciate it as always. Now, REM, the clock is pending and ticking. It's about to be a buy now for $25. Next thing is D. There's a comment on here that says D for Desultory, sold to Hessen Session. Slipknot was called Slipknot by Slipknot. It's a 2009 reissue, $34.99. Okay? Now, REM has a bid with Stephen Parton for $25. That means it's going to sell for at least that to him. There's only one person that can change that, and that is you. Now, Stephen would love for you not to bid against him. And if no one does, I'm going to go ahead and sell it to him. Control Denied is $27.99. Michael Wilkerson will take the Slipknot. Now Monk is at 27 with Chris Knapp. Hessen says no D. Scott Arnold takes Control Denied. Now we have Neil Young Peace Train at $19.99. Zeppelin 2 Sealed Remaster, just $24.99. Rush Roll the Bones, the newest remaster of that from this year, $24.99. Pink Floyd is just $24.99. The Misfits is just $24.99. Ghost is sealed $29.99. And this album was $19.99. REM is sold to Stephen Parton for $25. He takes a sigh of relief. Monk is still at 27. It is up to Ryan Mustaine and maybe one other person. Anybody else before we go through a new vintage bin? Monk has a new bid for 28. Next from the bonus crate. Is the following. We have, I thought I had another Judas Priest Turbo because there was a lot of interest in that one, but so far, no luck. I do have other Priest albums. I got a lot of great stuff in here I'm holding till Thursday Metal Night, and this is where it will really blow y'all's mind, but I have some other stuff we can go ahead and run, like this. Raven, Stay Hard, an 85 USOG Allied EX Plus condition, a $15 start, okay? Bill, everything in here in this crate is sticker price. And just to give you an idea, Pink Floyd is a great buy at $24. So I've got these in stock. This exact same thing, sealed and everything. They're $36.99. Just because this one's pre-owned, we've got it marked cheaper at $24. Flag on Control Denied. He had first dibs on that one. Control Denied goes way, way up here, and that was with Scott Arnold. Scott Arnold asked up here, Control Denied ? That was almost 6 minutes ago. And then you claimed it, and then he asked what pressing it was, and then he asked what price it was, and then he bought it. Now Monk's at 29, Ryan Mustaine's out. So all these are just lightly pre-owned or pre-owned sealed, and they're about $5 or $7 below retail. This one, Pink Floyd, Ghost, Rush, Misfits, and Led Zeppelin. It's like new vinyl on sale. Now, if I took these and said, all right, I'm going to put these in the new vinyl on sale bin, they would already be gone. So think about that, because a lot of these are sealed and they're $5 and $7 below list price. This one right here, sealed Neil Young, new, brand new for just $22.99. Guardians of the Galaxy, 20 bucks, and then Pink Floyd, Ghost and Rush and Misfits. Yeah, that's like $5 and $7 off list price is what I call it, list price. That's the suggested MSRP from our distribution catalogs. Some things are under list price. Speaking of Slayer, I have the new Slayer box set. The new Slayer box set is up for pre-order in Whole Lotta Records. I listed it at $149. One of our distributors had the list at $169.98. And then one, I could get it a lot cheaper. So I was able to offer it at $149. Just FYI, that's up for pre-order. Let's go through our first check condition bin of the night. These are all new vintage pre-owned records. At 11 o'clock, we're going to start the 45 party, which is not too far away, just a couple hours or so. We still got to go through this crate, another crate, probably a recap. Still hadn't done a lot of on-sale new vinyl that I've been wanting to do. So we'll get to it. First thing is this. Which Misfits is it? Do you ship to Canada? Neil Young? Price on Creator? What is your favorite chocolate candy bar? Wow, a lot of questions all of a sudden. So let me pull Neil Young. Let me pull Misfits. And then over here, let me pull Creator. Will a question mark hold a claim? If I show a record and you say, can you tell me more about Misfits? And you were the first one to ask about it, and you're trying to figure out if you have it or if you want it, then yes. Now, people might be like, yeah, that's a cheat code. Not really, because there will be some people probably claim it faster than you can ask a question about it. The Misfits is pending to Pam Murray. Pam, this is Earth AD. If you don't want it, it's already been sold. It's sealed, $24.99. Joshua Cross got Neil Young. And Creator, Ivan R, is $32.99. Let's update our other auctions. Our other auctions. The first auction we have is Monk, Thelonious Monk. $29 with Chris Knapp. Now Ryan Mustang's at $32. Chris Knapp, you're out. Raven, I don't even know if this has a bid, so let me just show it again. To my knowledge, this does not have a bid. Raven is a $15 start. Ivan got Creator at sticker price, of course. Pam got Misfits at sticker price. Do you have a copy of Rush, Hold Your Fire? That should be somewhere in my Rush crate. I'm going to say yes, even though I don't know. Oh, man, sorry. I'm having some stretching problems tonight. Anybody ever have any stretching problems? I would have to hunt Rush. It's somewhere in a Rush crate, somewhere in behind the Rush records behind me. So I'm going to say yes, I do. Okay? I'm going to say yes, I do have a Rush Hold Your Fire. Do I have any Dream Theater in the place? We sold most of those on Black Friday, but there could be a couple still laying around. These are all new vintage records, buy it now, best offer. I'm going to show 3 and then put up a new auction. We have Stevie Nicks, Belladonna, VG Plus, $14.99. Stevie Nicks, Belladonna, Blind Faith, and I'm Wasted, and I Can't Find My Way Home, VG $14.99, and Queen, Sheer Heart Attack, also VG $14.99. How much is Raven? One bid, $15. How much is Monk? Sold for $32 to Ryan Mustaine. Ravens at $15. Next auction is Bon Jovi. This is his self-titled debut album. An 84 US Hot Pog with the original on her sleeve. EX, a $30 start on Bon Jovi. $30 start on Bon Jovi. That's now up for bid. We have Foghat Live, VG Plus, $14.99. Slow Ride, da 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 da. Fleetwood Mac Mirage is VG condition, $9.99. Gypsy, Aerosmith, Get Your Wings, Same Old Song and Dance, VG Plus, $24.99. Pandora's Box, the Rolling Stones Black and Blue, VG $12.99, and Michael Jackson Thriller, a VG copy, no co-produced by Michael Jackson. Always check for that. All right, so Raven is got 3 bids now for $15. Mark Steele is still first. Everybody else is out. Okay, so Raven didn't have a bid for the longest, and now it's got bids for 15, 15, and 15. Next auction is James Brown. It's a mother. James Brown, surprisingly in good condition. A 69 Terre Haute OG, EX condition. James Brown is a $35 start. It's a mother. $35 start on that. Joe Delgado on Mirage. That is sold to Joe Delgado. Done. See you later. And the Monkeys, self-titled. Hey, hey, we're the Monkeys. VG Plus, $14.99. This is VG Plus, $14.99. Raven has a new bid for $14. Bon Jovi doesn't have a bid yet. And we have Yes Tormato, VG copy, $9.99. Yes Tormato, VG $9.99. And Culture Club, Color by Numbers, VG $12.99. We have anywhere between 3 and 5 copies of this every night. There's copy number 3, I think, of tonight. VG $12.99, Shrink and Hop. Queen, A Night at the Opera, VG condition, $14.99. Bohemian Rhapsody, is this just fantasy or something about real life? This is the Beatles' Hey Jude, orange capital label, a 76 orange label, VG, $14.99. You say you want a revolution. Well, you know, da-da, we all want to change the world. Da-da, da-da. Raven, $18 of Richard Bradshaw. Mark Steele, you're out. Bon Jovi did not get a bid. Bon Jovi is a $30 buy it now. She's a little runaway. $30 buy it now on that. And then over here, James Brown has a bid with Patrick Lear for $35. Excellent timing. Just about to make it a buy now. We'll give one more second on that. The Go-Go's, Beauty and the Beat. We got the beat. Shrink and Hop, VG Plus, $19.99, and Robin Trower, VG Plus, $14.99. Okay, so Raven is sold to Richard Bradshaw for $18. That is sold. See you later. I think it's time for a new auction. A whole new slew of stuff over here. James Brown is sold to Patrick Lear for $35. See you later, James Brown. Nice. Okay, Joe Delgado gets the Beatles for 10, Bon Jovi 20. I think you meant 25, right, Larry? I think you meant 25. Morrissey, Viva Hate. This over here is a 1988 U.S. Specialty OG with the original sleeve, EX condition. This is a $50 start. Morrissey, Viva Hate. And shrink wrap, a $50 start. Morrissey Viva Hate. It has the original on her sleeve. That is now up for bid. Okay? Now, next thing is over here, the following. We have Kate Bush Lionheart. Kate Bush is a 1978 UK OG. Original on her sleeve. Nice copy. Kate Bush, $35 start. And then, Larry, if you don't want Bon Jovi, Alan said he would take it for $25. Now, before we change the control denied, I got to confirm, we got to make sure Hesson Session is currently in the right state of mind. You know, sometimes before people get too reckless with claims, sometimes I ask them, could you pass a field sobriety test right now? So let me make sure we have some people in the right state of mind before we start changing claims and handing out records. Larry Gonzalez is going to get Bon Jovi for 25. That means, Alan, you are second, okay? I've done this long enough. Sometimes I can pick up when some people may be point of no return, a.k.a. inebriated, a.k.a. hitting the sauce, a.k.a. Jack Daniels has been talking to him a lot tonight. Boston is VG condition, $14.99. It does have a little bit of writing. O'Donnell had to write his name on the cover. VG $14.99. And then Blackfoot Strikes. This has the classic song on it, Train, Train. VG condition, $9.99. And Queen the Game. And this is VG Plus, $24.99. VG Plus, $24.99. Okay? There's that. Scott says he's been talking to Willie and Snoop. I'd say we have currently 278 people watching all platforms. I would say at least 75 people are probably under the influence of something. Recall on Blackfoot, that's so to recall. And then over here we have Share Half-Breed. Share is VG condition, $12.99. And Crosby, Stills, and Nash, Deja Vu, VG Plus, $24.99. Ryan M. on Boston for 10. That is sold. So we have two auctions. We got Kate Bush and Morrissey. Morrissey's a 55, Kate Bush a 35, and there is currently no bids on those yet. All right, Kevin Voitosh on BF for Blackfoot. I have already sold it to Recall. And we have 30 for the two queens. Two queens. This one and this one. Sold to Scott Arnold for $30. Okay, Willie Nelson Stardust is VG Plus $9.99. And Cheap Trick next position, please. Gold Stamp Promo VG $9.99. And Cheech and Chong. Some of y'all are hanging out with these guys tonight. VG Plus $19.99. Pam Murray on Share. Pam Murray on Share, and ZZ Top Rio Grande Mud, VG Plus $24.99, and Aerosmith Rocks, I'm back in the saddle again, VG Plus $19.99. I've been doing this long enough. I think it's like sometimes when you're texting your friends and I'm like, have you been drinking? Sounds like based on your text messages I'm getting, I think you may have have a little bit too much Bush Light tonight. Oh, Bush Light. We got Cheap Trick sold to Mike Owen, okay? And then over here, Aerosmith is sold to Mike Owen for 15. All right. Next auction from the bonus crate. The bonus crate. We have over here from the bonus crate, Judas Priest. We've had a lot of priests tonight. Over here, we have Judas Priest Stained Glass, a U.S. reissue, a Pittman Press, EX edition, a $20 start on Judas Priest Stained Glass, $20 start. All right, so I'm going to confirm with Scott Arnold. He does want to give up rights to Hessen Session for Control Denied. And I'm going to confirm with Hessen Session that in the right state of mind, he is claiming it and he wants it. Okay? No bid on Morrissey, $55. No bid on Kate Bush, $35. And somewhere Laura just got mad over that. No bid on Morrissey or Kate Bush. Boy, y'all have made Laura mad a couple times already tonight. Okay? There's this, and there's this. All right, so there was a claim earlier. There was a claim earlier for an album called Control Denied. Okay? There was a claim earlier for Control Denied. And we're going to change that. Everybody's confirmed they are in the right state of mind. We're going to change this from Scott Arnold to Hessen Session. This is now in possession of Hessen Session. Okay? Judas Priest is a $20 start. Travis Woods gets Morrissey for $55. And I think Laura is stating if no one wants this, she'll take it for $35. We're going to put it in the sold bin. We'll see what happens. That was a great crate. I have another one just like that. And right now what I'm going to do is put up another auction. Randy Travis, Always and Forever. This one has Forever and Ever Amen. An 87 USOG sealed club copy of Randy Travis. Sealed $20 start. Okay, there's that. And we have another quick, I'm just going to read the titles, and if you need a price, let me know. Stevie Nicks Belladonna, Blind Faith, that's Steve Winwood, Eric Clapton, great stuff. Queen, Sheer Heart Attack. So somebody asked Day in the Races. There is not a copy of Day in the Races. We had Night at the Opera. It already sold. I still got Sheer Heart Attack, VG $14.99, Foghat Live, Aerosmith Get Your Wings, Stones Black and Blue, Michael Jackson Thriller, The Monkees, Yes Tormato, Culture Club, The Go-Go's Beauty and the Beat, Robin Trower, Crosby, Stills and Nash, Willie Nelson Stardust, Cheech and Chong, and ZZ Top Rio Grande Mud. Stephen Parton said if I take $30 for Kate Bush, he will pay for it and gift it to Laura. That's a kind gesture. We can make that work. Whoever's tagging, we'll take care of that. Very nice gesture there. No more Laura crates tonight unless we go back through some Buy It Now Best Offer metal from previous shows, which I was either going to do that tonight or I was going to do that Thursday. John's not here tomorrow, and Paul is going on a buying trip. So I think Laura will be here all day tomorrow pricing stuff. All the new arrivals tomorrow will be Laura crates. Okay? So I think she's done price for tonight. She's getting a start on that. Plus, she's working on yesterday's auctions. Sheer Heart Attack is sold to Scott for $10. The Aerosmith that's left in here, Mike Owen, is VG Plus $24.99. John McPatriot gets ZZ Top for $18. Stevie Nicks, Sue, VG Plus $14.99. This is all Buy It Now Best Offer, yes. This is VG Plus $9.99 on Willie. All right? And Judas Priest, let me make sure. Judas Priest did not get a bid. This is a Buy It Now for $20. And Randy Travis, sealed copy, did not get a bid. It's a Buy It Now for $20. Clearing off the auction block for new stuff and a new crate. I got another vintage crate that has never been gone through before that we're about to do, okay? Mike Owen had dibs on Aerosmith. That sold to him for $20, okay? And Paula, you were next in line. Willie, somebody asked the price on that, VG Plus $9.99. Somebody asked the price on Stevie, VG Plus $14.99. What was the details on Judas Priest? I think Alan Hagen bid $20 on Judas Priest. Let's go find that out. Alan Hagen bid $20 on Judas Priest. This is sold to Alan Hagen for $20. My bad. Sold to Alan Hagen for $20. Mark Price. Mark, have you bought from us before? I don't recognize your handle. Of course, YouTube has made it complicated. Mark Price gets Willie for $8. And then we had another person ask about Judas Priest. Somebody claimed Judas Priest, and then somebody else asked about Judas Priest. Cheech and Chong was VG Plus $19.99. Boy, if I read through that crate again, we might sell everything in there. Was that the Steve in the flip crate this morning? No. No. I don't know if that's been claimed. Well, right over here's the leftovers. Excuse me, I've got the hiccups. Somebody probably bought that one Tuesday, yeah. Here's today's flip crate leftovers. And Stevie Nicks is gone. That is gone. Okay. I still want to do new vinyl on sale. It's just that I got to get it sorted because these I'm not as familiar with. Some stuff that Laura had ordered. So I've definitely bought before. Okay, thank you. I just didn't recognize, see what they're doing. They're not putting y'all's names anymore, just your handle. And sometimes I can recognize y'all's profile pictures, but sorry. Thank you, Mark Price. You know, they say there's some kind of theory about how many names you can remember. Like, while I'm changing crates, I'll tell you about this scientific phenomena. They say there's only a certain amount of names and people you can recognize before you start forgetting about people. And if you see somebody, you can't recognize them. Obviously, there's people you're always going to recognize, like photos of George Washington and Martin Luther King Jr. You're going to be able to identify those people probably forever. But people you know on a regular basis, names and faces, I think you can only store so many. And then your brain starts eliminating people. So my challenge every day is to push my brain to the limit. Push my brain to the limit on remembering names and faces and icons. So if y'all change y'all's profile picture on Facebook or YouTube or Twitch, if y'all start changing all this stuff up over here, it increases my challengeability by a lot. So hopefully y'all pick a Facebook profile you like and you stick with it. Please. Alan Hagen gets Stevie Nicks for $10. I think that's the price this morning from the flip crate. That's sold to Alan Hagen for $10. Okay. All right. Here we go. Let's put up new auctions. Sue offered 9 for Stevie. Okay, who had the first dibs on Stevie Nicks? This could go back almost 7 minutes. Okay, Sue Holloman 7 minutes ago asked for the Stevie Nicks price. And then she asked the condition and if it was from the flip crate this morning. And Sue Holloman has dibs on the Stevie Nicks. Okay? Unless she's saying maybe she bought one this morning from the flip crate. I don't think you did, if that's what you're asking me. Next auction. New crate and next auction. Beastie Boys. Beastie Boys is an OG, but it's low grade. 86 US Pittman, OG, VG minus. No feelable marks, but heavy scuffing. That is an OG licensed to eel, a $10 start. So we got to confirm on Stevie Nicks. We got to wait for a lot of clarification before we can tag that. So let's just pull her out of the crate. Let's give her the spotlight for a second. We'll figure out what happens on that. Next auction is Billy Joe Schaefer. Oh, 5 and dimers like me. A 73 US Terre Haute. Promo sticker on the back cover. Promo sticker on the back cover. There is no white label promo of this that exists. It's VG, a $35 start. Nice copies have sold for over $200. We've sold one for nearly $200 not too long ago. That's a VG copy for a $35 start. Okay, new vintage stuff. Buy it now, best offer. The Police Synchronicity, $24.99. These have never been shown before. You know something else? I also got the crates that were shown Saturday when I was at the Tennessee game. And I haven't been to those myself. And it looks like there's some pretty good stuff over here. Okay? We might go through those as well, best offer. Prince Purple Rain, near mint OG with poster and original inner sleeve, $49.99. I claim Stevie Nicks Belladonna on Flip Crate this morning. Okay, then you do not need this copy. This is not the same one from the Flip Crate. That's what I was afraid of. Unless you don't think you got it. That's what I was asking you. Did somebody give you a thumbs up? This is not the same record. This is a different one. Sometimes we have the same records in the flip crate every day, and those are different records. Here it is, Tuesday, December 12th. You claimed it this morning, but you did not get it. Okay? You, in fact, did not get it. Somebody else got it because there is no like next to your comment. So that means you did not get it. Somebody else did. I'm trying to figure out who got it before you. Somebody got it because you don't have a comment next to your Ariel Jackson, Robert Tennis, Show, Exum, Winston, Marillion, Alan Parsley, Randy Trap, Bruce, Stevie Nicks. Brandon Johnson got it. Okay? Brandon Johnson got it. So, you have dibs on this. It's yours if you want it for $10. That's not the same record. Okay? So, just FYI, you claimed it this morning, but you didn't get it. That's a completely different copy. You now have dibs on it if you want it. All you got to do is say sold, I'll take it, and it's yours. Okay? 2 rules on the flip crates in the morning. The first rule is you got to be first, and for confirmation, G or me or Ed or Tanner, it'll either say Gundren, Chad Williams, Tanner Hackett, or typically they use Kletco. They'll give you a thumbs up. Okay? Sometimes I put the same records in the flip crate every day. I know it. I do the... there are so many records from the 70s. Oh my gosh. Stevie Nicks is $10. It is $10. I'll tell you why it's 10. This morning it was $10. Somebody's already offered $10. It's $10. Tag this to Sue Hallman. It's been figured out. Now, Alan Hagan, after all that, you were second, okay? And then somebody else asked about it, and then somebody else asked about it. And then I think since we've been talking about it, somebody else has asked about it. So I'm going to tell John and everybody on staff, round up the Stevie Nicks records. The demand is high. The demand is high for Stevie. We show her about every night. Round her up. The people are demanding some Stevie. Beastie Boys 10, Beastie Boys 10, Beastie Boys 11, Beastie Boys 15, Beastie Boys 16. What was the Prince album you just shown? What is the Prince? More information on the Prince. This is Prince and the Revolution. That's the artist. He goes by Prince. The name of the album is Purple Rain. It's the original pressing. It has the original poster. It has the original inner sleeve. It has the original disc. And this is $49.99. Purple Rain. The first record was the Police Synchronicity, $24.99. These are all buy it now or best offer. What is the Beastie Boys? Beastie Boys Condition, Beastie Boys Pressing, Beastie Boys Dead Wax, Beastie Boys Cover, Beastie Boys Label. This is a 1986 U.S. Pittman OG pressing of the Beastie Boys License to Ill. And as you can see, it's rough, but it's tough. They also use that same slogan for Ford trucks back in 1986. It's rough, but it's tough. An 86 U.S. Pittman OG. Heavy, heavy marks, but no feelable marks. VG minus condition. This is a very low-grade copy of this album, but it's playable. And the high bid is Tyson Morgan at $21. Billy Joe Schaefer, old 5 and dimers like me, is a 73 Terre Haute OG. VG condition, a $35 start. As of right now, it has 0 bids. What color is Synchronicity? This is in fact on black vinyl, not translucent purple, black vinyl. Prince is sold to Michael Wilkerson. Prince is gone. Now we're ready to start this crate. It already been started, but we got held up. Men at Work, a nice copy. Shrink wrap, hop sticker, $24.99. If you don't buy this one now, we'll probably have 2 more tomorrow. One of the most popular albums of the 80s, right there, The Police and Men at Work. I would say collectively between the two of those, there were 30 million copies made. Same thing with this one. Billy Joe Glass Houses. Some of these albums have been selling new and used for the last 50 years, and they're still selling. Billy Joe, You May Be Right, I May Be Crazy, $14.99. Venetians, Calling the Lines. Venetians is a gold stamp promo, $19.99. And Village People, Macho Man. Village People is $16.99 for Macho Man. Danielle Arvo has Beastie Boys for $23. Everybody else is out. If you're not going to bid, final call to her. 2 more records, and then we're going to take action on the auctions. The Outlaws, Waylon Willie, Jesse Tompall, $24.99, no condition notes. Cheap Trick, one-on-one, $19.99 for Cheap Trick. And Crosby, Stills, and Nash, Allies, $19.99, original inner sleeve for CSN. Okay? First thing is Billy Joe Schaefer, no bid, buy it now for $35. You can pick this up right now for the minimum bid of $35. Billy Joe Schaefer, old 5 and dimers like me. Beastie Boys, out and out. This is sold to Danielle Arvo. Danielle Arvo, if you want this, it is sold to you. I misquoted. Hold on a second. I know you want it. For me to get payment on this, I need you to register because I'm pretty sure you're a first-time buyer. So let me start my stump speech all over here. Thank you, Danielle Arvo. This is sold to you. Now, what I need you to do is send Kletco a message. I'm going to need your email address and your mailing address. The email address you want the invoice sent to, and the mailing address you want this record sent to. $8 in limited shipping begins right now. $8 in limited shipping. Thank you, but I got to get you registered, okay? And I'm pretty sure you are a first-time buyer. Chris Knapp gets the Venetians for $15. Andy Rutherford gets Billy Joe for $10. Nick Dahmer gets Billy Joe for $35. Shannon Mashaka gets Men at Work for $20. That was a flurry of sales, and now it's time for new auctions. Bon Jovi, 7,800 degrees Fahrenheit. An 85 US Hop Hog OG original inner sleeve. Bon Jovi's a $30 start. $30 start. Next is Meat It Loaf, Bat Out of Hell. Shrink and Hop, a 1980 US reissue. Nice copy, though. It's got the shrink and the hop sticker of all the hits. One of the best-selling albums of all time. Huge album. I don't know how many times platinum. It was crazy. Meatloaf, $15 start. That is now up for bid. All right. Now, I'm about ready for something from the bonus crate, but let's keep going out of here. I got Tres Hombres ZZ Top. No condition notes, $34.99. RCA Blue Label Club Edition. Fantastic vinyl. And if you ever want to get hungry, look at that. What a spread that is. Holy moly. And then you'll need a little bit of a bathroom break. $34.99 for Tres Hombres, okay? Billy Joe has a bid for $30. Next is this, Rod Stewart, Foolish Behavior. Rod Stewart is with poster, $19.99. Nice. Van Halen, OU812, Shrink and Hop sticker, OG, $54.99. Don't see that too often, just poof in a crate. XTC, White Music, $24.99 for XTC. That's interesting. Wham! Make It Big, $34.99. Wake Me Up. Before you go to Kletco. Billy Joel, An Innocent Man, $14.99. Meatloaf is at $16. Joan Jett, I Love Rock and Roll. There is some cover damage up here. $19.99. Probably would be more than that if it didn't have this damage. $19.99 on Joan Jett. And Joe Walsh, There Goes the Neighborhood. Mr. Joe Walsh, also $19.99. Now, from the bonus crate. Stevie Ray Vaughan, a 1990 USOG sealed, $50 start, sealed Stevie Ray Vaughan and Jimmy Vaughan. I'm going to go ahead and get crazy and add one more. A Japanese pressing of Motorhead, $125 start for a bomber. Japanese Motorhead bomber, $125 start. Meatloaf's now at 17, XTC 15. What was that one, 24? Chris, I'll do that one for 20. That's what we call meeting in the middle. Mr. D Kong, thank you on Bon Jovi. That's so do you for 30. Meatloaf now at 17, 17, 17, 17. Stevie Ray Vaughan 50. And Motorhead is near mint minus and pristine. Near mint minus and pristine. Super nice. Wonderful. Wow. Beautiful. Honestly, it couldn't get any better. VG Plus jacket. Outlaws sold to Mark Price for $20. Outlaws, $20 on that. All right. FYI, according to Bon Jovi, 700 degrees is the melting point of rock. As a licensed geologist, I can tell you that is not factual. 7,800. No. I would say, wow. Yeah, it'd have to be a lot hotter than that. I'm not a licensed geologist, but I would say the core of Earth is a lot hotter than 7,800 degrees. I would say hot liquid magma is a lot hotter than 7,800 degrees, right? Hot liquid magma. Wow, this is a cool record. Themes from hit TV shows. $19.99. Hits from hit TV shows. Theme from hit TV shows. Oh, Sanford, Charlie's Angels, The $6 Million Man, One Day at a Time, Bionic Woman, All in the Family, The Waltons. $19.99. Over here is this. We have Holly Johnson, Blast Off, $24.99 sealed. Holly Johnston, Blast Off, $24.99. So what's going on right now? Meatloaf was at 17.17, then 20. Motorhead, 125, final call. Ryan M on Billy Joel for 10. I think you're talking about this. Innocent Man. Sell that to Ryan M for 10. Chris is going to check on his XTC collection. Meatloaf, 22. And then over here, James Rainey on TV. This is sold to James Rainey for $15. That's sold to James Rainey for $15. Meatloaf 24, and then TV 17. I just shot myself in the foot over $2. I just shot myself on the foot in over $2. Unbelievable. Steppenwolf at your birthday party, $19.99. And Neil Young, Everybody's Rockin', $24.99. XTC, the cover is VG or less. It's actually got some dings and some dangs, and it needs to be re-glued. Probably VG minus, but the vinyl is EX plus. It's really nice. The cover is the issue with the XTC. It needs to be re-glued. Stevie Ray Vaughan's a no bid. $50 buy it now on Stevie Ray Vaughan. Just so y'all know, Meatloaf's at 24, and Gregory, you're going to get Motorhead for $1.25. We actually showed this the other night really, really late, and I actually said if Gregory was still on, he would buy this. And so I've had it over here waiting for the right time. So that's $125. I turned down an offer that night. I was like, no, 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 no. I know somebody who's going to buy this. All right, here's two more Japanese pressings. We're going to reduce the price of these. We have Bad Company and Rainbow. $25 starts. Desolation Angels and Down to Earth. $25 starts on those. Okay? Meatloaf is moving to the final call. 24. I think it's up to somebody, but it's at 24 right now. All right. Great vintage crate here. We have John Cougar Scarecrow. $19.99 on that one. Boy, this feels heavy. Elton John, Captain Fantastic, $34.99. Now, the good thing about this, because I said it's heavy, this was a really cool release because it came with lots of bonus stuff. Lots of bonus stuff. So this came with the Elton John poster. How cool is that? Ah, this one's usually missing. The Elton John merch form. Okay, then it came with 2 books. The lyric book and the scrapbook. And I love me some Elton John Captain Fantastic Brown Dirt Cowboy right here. Yeah, that's a good one. All right, so that one's complete. It's supposed to come with a merch, poster, and 2 books. Something to look out for on this pressing. If you ever pull one out and it's brown, and you go, huh, brown vinyl. If it's brown and you open it up, it will be signed by Elton John and Bernie Taupin. I have acquired 3 of these, signed over the years, because people found them in the wild and no one noticed that they're signed inside of the gatefold. So they did a limited edition pressing originally back in the day, and Elton and Bernie signed them. The last time I bought one off somebody, he got it at half-price books for $10. It was a deal of a lifetime for him and then me, because he made a lot of money off of it. I got it at a great price. I still have it. That's the last one I've acquired. All right, Calvin on Van Halen for $45. That is sold to Calvin for $45. Branson on Bad Company at $25. Denise on, nope, that's just a you're welcome. Alan Hagen on this one for $30. And then over here, Meatloaf. Meatloaf is at $24. And that is sold to Alan Hagen. Alan Hagen on Meatloaf for $24. That means now Bad Company's a final call to Brent for $25, and Rainbow's a $25 start, okay? There's that. Let's move those down. Next thing is this. Love and Mercy, All You Need Is. $14.99, Love and Mercy. Bob Seger, Against the Wind, $19.99 for Against the Wind. XTC, Drums and Wires, $34.99. Once again, a beat-up jacket. It's got some corner damage, but nice vinyl, $34.99. And Fleetwood Mac Live, the 1980 double LP, $34.99. Against the Wind. Next auction is going to go up right now, except is this. A 1980 USOG EX Plus condition, except is a $20 start. We have Cruisin' Village People. It's the state of the YMCA VG, or excuse me, not VG, it's EX, no condition note, $16.99. Elton John Jump Up, $19.99. And the last 4 records, a Seal, Dinah Ross and Supremes, $29.99. Robert Palmer Heavy Nova, $19.99. 38 Special, $24.99. And Brewer and Shipley Tarkio, 1 toke over the line, shrink wrapped, $19.99. Bad Company, sold to Brent for $25. Rainbow, $25 buy it now, except is a $25 start. Boom, there it is. I pulled this out the other night because somebody was back up and I thought they might want it, but I found a beautiful copy of Desperado. Why Don't You? As featured in Seinfeld. This is a reissue label, still from the 70s though. It is near mint. Textured cover, $20 on the Eagles if anybody wants it. I'm actually clearing out my bin over here. I've got a lot of randomness over here in this bin. I might find some other cool stuff over here for us. Let's see here. Ooh, what is all this? Okay. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Boy, I forgot about that. I still got a signed striper over here. Okay, let's try to run this again. This is signed by Buddy Guy. I'm pretty sure whatever I'm about to say is going to be a reduced price. So I've got Buddy Guy, The Blues is Alive and Well. Autographed by Buddy Guy, a blues legend. dated and signed, not personalized. JSA, of course. It does have a little bit of damage over here on the jacket, right here. A couple pieces of tape. Nice signature. Gatefold jacket, Buddy Guy. Buddy Guy, $155 start. Signed in JSA, and I think you'll find that's a pretty solid price for that. I'm pretty sure I have a signed CD listed on eBay for more than that, a CD. That's an album jacket, signed, $155. Sell Michael Wilkerson, the Eagles, for $20, okay? I'm just going to read these titles left in here. If anybody else wants the price or wants to make an offer, now is the time, okay? If you need a price or if you want to make an offer, now's the time. The Police Synchronicity, Village People Macho Man, Cheap Trick 101, CSN Allies, ZZ Top Tres Hombres, Rod Stewart Foolish Behavior, Wham Make It Big, Joan Jett I Love Rock and Roll, Joe Walsh There Goes the Neighborhood, Holly Johnson Blast Off, Steppenwolf At Your Birthday Party, Neil Young, Everybody's Rockin', XTC White Music, John Cougar Scarecrow, Love and Mercy, All You Need, Bob Seger, Against the Wind, XTC Drums and Wires, Fleetwood Mac Live, Village People Cruising, Elton John Jump Up, Dinah Ross and Supreme Sealed, Robert Palmer Heavy Nova, 38 Special and Brewer and Shipley, Susie Breelove on Rod Stewart. Sell that to Susie Breelove with poster. Now Susie's going to have her Rod Stewart poster hanging in her living room. Woo-wee. Hold on, Susie. Accept a $20 buy it now. No bid. Buddy Guy, $155 on that one. 2 LPs signed. Okay, let me figure out what's our next crate. Let's go right into one of these behind us here. Paula on Rainbow for $20. Sell that to Paula for $20. Okay, all righty. Let's find another auction. Let me move this one over here. Let's move this one here. Oh, wow. Anybody that's like a knee surgeon watching? I need a good knee surgeon on here so I can ask him some clinical help. Over here, I have both Village People for $22. We probably can make that happen. It's the state of the YMCA. Mike Will. Mike, you've bought from us before or first-time buyer? I think he's bought from us before. I'm almost positive. Okay, yeah, let's go right into another crate. Anybody on here a knee surgeon? When I turn to stone, when you are gone, I turn to stone. When you were gone. I have, but it's been a few months. Okay. Great. Welcome back. Just lose weight, yeah. Yeah, mine every night when I go to squat down, it sounds like a... So, let's say I stand for 20... It takes me 20, 25 minutes to go through a crate, right? Okay. So I'm standing here going through a crate, and then I'll swap out crates, so I got to squat down to pick up another one, and my knees do this. Pop, pop. Or let's say I get up out of bed and I go to take a step. I'll kind of twist my knee a little bit and it'll go. And then I'll twist the other one and it'll go. And so it's been doing that now more often and louder month by month. Just as time progresses, the popping becomes more often and louder. I mean, it's just like, I was around my family, and I was like, y'all don't want to hear this. And I stood up and it was like, they went, oh my gosh, what is wrong with you? Okay, Buddy Guy is a buy it now for $155. $155, Buddy Guy. But the weird thing is I don't have any pain. Pain level is 0%. Pain level 0%. So I'm kind of worried. It's like calm before the storm. There's like zero pain. It's kind of like with the way I adjust my neck and stuff. There's this like it feels better, but there's no pain. Okay, let's stop talking about my body. All right, we'll stop talking about my body and we'll start selling records. Accept is $20. Accept is requested by Victor. Now, there was somebody said they accepted it, but then they passed. Does anybody want accept for $20? Buddy Guy 155. Let's go through all the no bids before we go through this crate, okay? Accept is an 80 USOG EX Plus, $20 start. Buddy Guy is $155 signed JSA'd. Stevie Ray Vaughan and Jimmy Vaughan, family style. Vaughan Brothers, sealed, $50. Randy Travis, sealed. OG Club, $20. We have Van Morrison, Astra Weeks, 69 repress, green label, VG, $20. Magnum, a double 45 EP, Magnum, $10. An autographed photo of Raven, autographed to Nicholas, $15. Journey, an 81 US Pittman OG VG, $20. Boy, there's a lot of no bids tonight. David Bowie, the man who sold the world, a 72 Rockaway VG original under sleeve, $25 on Bowie. Okay? It'll go downhill when you hit 30. That is in 10 days. So hopefully not. That's in 10 days. Victor has accepted, offered 15, then retracted. I do not see anybody on my feed with the name Victor. Whoever is Victor, I don't see it. Now I see it. Victor Guerra got accept for $20. He was quiet about it. Victor Guerra gets accept. Victor Guerra gets accept for $20. I see it now. Michael Ruttman was second. Chris Frazier on Randy Travis for $20. Michael Ruttman, you were second. Mike Straws gets Magnum for $10. And that leaves signed Buddy Guy, Stevie Ray Vaughan, Van Morrison Journey, and David Bowie, and the autographed Raven photo. Okay? That is tonight's no bids. Congratulations. We're ready to move on. Next auction from the bonus crate is going to go up right now. That is Tough Enough. Excuse me, Enough's Enough. Enough's Enough is a 1989 Euro OG Atco VG, maybe VG minus, $15 start. Next auction claim. David Bowie sold to Michael Ruttman. He's like, well, heck, I better get something. That sold to him for $25. Okay, still got a few. Vaughan Brothers, Journey, Van Morrison, autographed Buddy Guy, and autographed Raven. Okay. In the back against the wall, Master of Puppets, 29. MoFi sleeves, 26. Zeppelin, 33. And over there in the corner, we got old Michael Bublé. And he is $33.99. Red vinyl for Michael Bublé. All right, let me open this up. Give me 1 second here. All right. Let me check on this right here. And let me check on this right here. Okay. One more thing over here. We're good to go. So next thing I have is buy it now best offer. Led Zeppelin Coda, a club copy, no condition notes. I highly encourage offers. I also highly encourage even more claims. Okay? So you can go ahead and just buy the heck out of these. These are $39.99. Buy it now or best offer. I've got Steely Dan, the Royal Scam. Steely Dan, original under sleeve, Everything in here so far is EX Plus or better, $34.99. Foreigner, Double Vision, Foreigner's $19.99, and Peter Frampton, I'm in you. Peter Frampton, $9.99 for Peter Frampton. Also, we have Leonard Skinner Street Survivors. Leonard Skinner Street Survivors is $34.99. That's the early 80s reissue with the alternate cover. $34.99. Enough is between 2 people, 3 people, 4 people, now down to 3 people. Paula, Garrett, Mike, Chris. Chris has it for 18. Garrett says he's done. That leaves Mike and Paula. Next auction is King Cobra. And King Cobra is an 85 US Jacksonville OG in shrink wrap, VG condition, a $15 start for ready to strike. Janis Joplin, I got them old Cosmic Blues again, mama. $34.99 for Janis. Survivor, Vital Signs, nice copy and shrink. Survivor is $24.99. Rez, Between Heaven and Hell, $14.99 on Rez. Fabulous Poodles is $19.99. That one is on this Black Epic label. Also, REO Speedwagon, High Infidelity. That's in shrink wrap. REO is $19.99, and Eagles On the Border. Eagles is $34.99 for On the Border. And Blues Brothers, this is $24.99. The Blues Brothers. Also, John Cougar Mellencamp Scarecrow, $19.99, shrink wrap and inner sleeve. Hop sticker, Bruce Springsteen, Darkness on the Edge of Town, original inner sleeve. That one's $19.99. And Steve Miller Band, Book of Dreams, Jet Airliner, Swingtown, Jungle Love, $19.99. So right now, we got Enough's Enough at $29.1. Also, we have King Cobra. Garrett's in on that one at $15. $15 on that one. Next is Hall & Oates, Along the Red Ledge. Hall & Oates is $19.99. And ELO, Out of the Blue, Electrolyte Orchestra, double LP. This one came with a cardboard kind of 3-dimensional spaceship. Not included with this. It's an insert that's always missing because I think it was neat enough. Everybody wanted to take it out and put it together. So not included, $34.99. So Enough's Enough is still got 3 active bidders, Paula, Victor, and Chris. Victor and Paula's out. So is Mike Straws. Chris has it for $21. And then King Cobra's at $15 with Garrett. Going once, going twice. John Cougar American Fools, $19.99. Christopher Cross, Sailing, $9.99. Original inner sleeve is included. Kansas Mask is $19.99. There's some very nice records. A lot of classic rock essential titles so far, but they're all really nice and really clean. Jefferson Starship Spitfire, $14.99 on that. And the Coyote Sisters. The Coyote Sisters is $9.99. Gold stamp promo. Jackson Brown, Lawyers in Love. Jackson Brown is $14.99. What is the King Cobra? King Cobra, ready to strike, in shrink, 85 USOG, VG condition. It's got bids for 15, 16, 16, 17, 16, 17 with Garrett Cypriot. Enough's Enough's at 25. Victor Guerra, you've been outbid. Also, Chicago's Greatest Hits, Saturday in the Park. I thought it was the 4th of July. Cock Robin, $14.99 on Cock Robin. And Hooters, One Way Home. Hooters is $14.99 for the Hooters album there. $14.99 on that. Chicago, 17. Chicago is $12.99. And we have Linda Ronstadt, Living in the USA. This has a little bit of damage up here on top of the cover. $9.99 for Linda Ronstadt. Stephen Steele's Thoroughfare Gap. Stephen Steele's $19.99 on that one. And we have Neil Young, After the Gold Rush. $34.99. Super clean copy. $34.99. Also, Changing Times, Lester Flatt and Earl Scruggs, $19.99. And The Outlaws. We just sold a copy earlier. Here's another one in shrink wrap, $24.99. The Fabulous Thunderbirds, What's the Word, $19.99. Buffalo Springfield, $29.99. And I'm going to pause here with Peter Gabriel, the Melt album, or excuse me, the Scratch album, Peter Gabriel, that's his first in his solo run, $34.99. All right, let me pause there to tell you that Enough's Enough is at 28. King Cobra's at 19. It's up to Victor Guerra. And we have an offer on Buddy Guy for $110. I'll have to contemplate that one, okay? Let me contemplate that one. But I do have Steely Dan Gaucho for $34.99. The Beach Boys in Concert, $26.99. And Van Morrison's Tupelo Honey. Van Morrison's $34.99. That's the reissue label. Still a 70s press, though. $34.99 on that. And Elton John Blue Moves. Elton John, $24.99. And Don't Pass Music By, No Dice. No Dice is $9.99. The Lover Speaks, Every Lover Sign, $9.99 on that. And The Police, Regatta de Blanc. The Police is $24.99. This one has the original on her sleeve. Santana Abraxas, very heavy feeling record. Gatefold jacket, super clean vinyl. Psychedelia artwork at its best, $24.99. Bruce Springsteen, The River is $34.99. John Cougar, Nothing Matters and What If It Did, $19.99. And Van Morrison Moondance, EX Condition, second label, $32.99. Outlaws Lady in Waiting, EX $17.99. Ozark Mountain Daredevils, It'll Shine When It Shines. This one has Jackie Blue on it. VG Plus, $14.99. And then Loverboy, Get Lucky. Over here, Loverboy is in Shrink. That's EX $19.99. And ELO, Face the Music. ELO has the original on her sleeve. VG Plus, $14.99. Cruising People, Village People. Or excuse me, Cruising People. How about just Cruising Village People? EX $12.99. Elton John Caribou, VG $9.99. Lip Sync, that one has Funky Town on it. VG Plus, $9.99. Loverboy is sold to Michael Ruttman for $15. James Rainey was second. Leonard Skinner, VG Plus, $24.99. Cliff Richard, I'm Nearly Famous. This one has Devil Woman on it. Don't get that one as often. VG Plus, $14. John Cougar, EX $17. Asia, EX $17. Eurythmics was VG $9. Ozark Mountain, VG Plus $14. Skinnerd was EX $32. And Jefferson Airplane, VG Plus $12.99. And what's in the bonus crate? Now that I can't tell you. Not until we get closer to Thursday. There is a whole crate of metal auctions. I cannot read all those off. Now, I can tell a lot of other people's getting sleepy too for two reasons. I just read through an entire crate of records, classic rock and pop at its finest. And it took until the nearly next to last batch of records, and we only sold one thing out of there, Loverboy to Michael Ruttman. Scott Arnold, you can have lips, but it will be for $9.99. If not, it's sold to Chad Snyder. Now, King Cobra is at 22 with Victor Guerra. Chad Snyder, you're out. Enough's Enough is at 30 with Victor Guerra. So that tells me a lot of y'all at this point in the night are very sleepy, ready to go to bed, and have no more interest in buying records. Would y'all call that a fact, or would y'all call that a miscalculation? Or would y'all call that, Chad, there was just nothing in that crate that I was interested in? There was 3 Leonard Skinners, there's Peter Gabriel, there's all kinds of stuff, Santana. I'm assuming that everybody already has those, or you don't want them, or you're half asleep or half drunk, and you have no interest in there, and therefore Chad just needs to go ahead and sign off. I'll go home. I will put up I'll put on a movie. I'll go home and I'll watch the Fugitive with Harrison Ford. Okay? I'll go home and watch The Fugitive with Harrison Ford. And that'll be where we sign off. Okay? Or everybody's like, Chad, we're done with classic rock for the night. Well, that's it. And we're ready for something vastly different. Something vastly different. And I can go, if y'all want something vastly different, I'll grab this crate of new vinyl I'll grab this crate of new vinyl over here that I've been trying to sort that Laura had ordered, and we need to do some new vinyl on sale. Okay? 45s are going to start up in about 40 minutes. Now, we finally have some people like, holy crap, I better buy something out of here so Chad don't go home and watch The Fugitive with Harrison Ford. So King Cobra was at 22, King Cobra 24, and then price on Steve Miller. You're referring to Steve Miller right here. You're referring to Steve Miller, Book of Dreams, $19.99. These are all best offer. How much was Devil Woman? That's Cliff Richard. I'm Nearly Famous. VG Plus, $14.99. VG Plus, $14.99. That's Cliff Richard. I'm Nearly Famous. Okay. Next thing is the following. John Smetzer said he would do Ozark for 10 and 10. There's one. There's the other one. So did John Smetzer, 10 and 10. Todd Doris on REO. Todd Doris on REO. I'm assuming you're referring to this one. If so, it's so do you. Cliff Richard sold to Chad Snyder for $12.99. Enough's Enough is sold to Victor Guerra for $30. King Cobra is sold to Dave Ferguson for $24. Joe DeGaldo got Steve Miller for $15. Alan Hagen got John Cougar Scarecrow for $10. The Leonard Skinner in here are Second Helping, MCA 77 reissue label, pronounced Leonard Skinner, VG Plus 77 MCA tan reissue label. And the first one was Street Survivors, an early 80s alternate cover MCA cloud label, $34.99. All right, now we filled up a crate. We did take a chunk out of there. Loverboy, Lip Sync, Ozark, REO, Cliff Richard, the two auctions, Steve Miller, and John Cougar. All right, let's start a new crate and a whole new process here. All right, let's put some new vinyl on sale that's never been on sale before. Okay, and then all new metal auctions coming from the bonus crate. If anybody changes your mind on these, that was in fact a crate I think Paul went through on Saturday when I wasn't here. And it's also got some of the best-selling titles that we put out quite often. So that might have truly been a deja vu crate. Somebody's probably like, these look very familiar. Well, probably because it's some of the most common best-selling stuff, but also, yeah. All right, so let's go through this crate here. I think this crate, let me do one sort, 1919. Can't do that one or that one or that one. Or that one. 19. All right. Can't do those. Wait a minute. Can't do that one. I can do those. All right, let's do some new vinyl for $19.99. Can't do those. And then we'll do some for $24. Okay. This is a small handful, and then I'm going to add more to it. Okay. $19.99 on these. It's just like 5 records. And then I'm going to add more to it. Try to keep them sorted so I can show the leftovers in a video tomorrow in the group. So let's do this, and then let's put up all this rare hair metal stuff that I've had stashed over here for the longest. I love putting up late at night all this rare glam and hair metal we have over here. So the first thing we'll do is this one. We're going to put up Accept and Scorpions. Okay? We have Accept Breaker, an 81 USOG, Passport Record, Strong VG, a $15 start on Accept. And then Scorpions, Animal Magnetism. Scorpions, Animal Magnetism is an 84 US reissue, VG condition. Scorpions is a $10 start as well. Okay? Those are $10 starts. Chad feels like he's about to sneeze. Give me 1 second. One more thing over here to do. Okay. $19.99. Lady, no. Machine Girl, Psycho Warrior. $19.99. Machine Girl, Psycho Warrior. I've got 2 copies, $19.99. The Garden, also $19.99. Kiss My Super Bowl Ring, $19.99. George Clanton Slap. George Clanton Slide, not slop or slap, whatever I said, slide. Everything in here is $19.99, along with the Japanese House. In the end, it always does. $19.99 on the Japanese House. Romance, Fontaine's DC. Fontaine's DC, $19.99. I've got 2 of those. Addison, as in Addison Rae, also $19.99. And 2 copies of Knocked Loose. You won't go before you're supposed to. Green, yellow with black splatter. Those are also $19.99. Accept has 1 bid for $15. That is a final call. And the Scorpions is a $10 start final call. Knocked Loose is sold to Garrett for $19.99. Now, I pulled a bunch out of this crate that needed to be a higher price point. But before I do that, I think y'all might have remembered when Laura made the dog crate. Y'all remember that? She did like a whole theme of records with dogs. Well, I'm in that crate right now. I'm going to pull the other ones out that we can sell for $19.99. And whatever's left will be a higher price point, but still heavily discounted, okay? So I'm going to go ahead and grab another handful right quick. I'm going to keep adding to this. Natasha on Machine Girl for $19. Natasha on AR for $19 as well, which was Addison Rae. And Preston Rose wants Fontaine's DC for $19. Accept info. This is called Accept Breaker, an 81 USOG Strong VG, 1 bid for $15. Accept Breaker. Okay? $19.99. We have Dogleg. Dogleg is called Melee, $19.99. So we sold KL, MG, AR, Fontaine's. Scorpions has a bid for 10. Scorpions has a bid for 11. There's Dogleg Melee for $19.99. Proto Martyr, under color of artificial light, $19.99. Proto Martyr, under color of official light, not artificial, official light. I've got 2 of those. Ken Foster wants Contains. I think he meant Fontaine's DC, right, Ken? Yep, that's sold to him for $19.99. This is on sale new vinyl. We have The Garden again, Ha Ha. That's $19.99. Fred Carnell on Machine Girl for $19.99. That is sold. And we got who? I forgot this one. Frost Children, Speed Run, Hearth Room. I'm not for sure, but that's $19.99. The Wonder Year Sister, that's $19.99. And Don Caballero for Respect, also $19.99. Accept is now at $17 with Victor Guerra. Now Scorpions is at $12. Now Accept is at $18. I'm going to go pick out some more for $19.99 over here. Let's see here. Let's do this one and that one. And we'll go ahead and do that one, not that one. We'll go ahead and do this one and that one and this one, okay? I think the next price bump is typically $24, which a lot of these here are $10, $5, and $10 off. All right. Scorpions is Animal Magnetism, an 84 US reissue, VG condition. It has a high bid of $12. Accept is now at $20. Here's some more 1999ers. Sign Crushes Motorist, I'll Be Okay. $19.99 on that. Fred Cardinale on Proto Martyr. Proto Martyr is sold to Fred Cardinale at $19.99. And Phoebe Bridgers, Stranger in the Alps, also $19.99. These are all on sale for $19.99. And Mac DeMarco, This Old Dog. Mac DeMarco, $19.99. Pup, The Dream Is Over. Feeble Little Horse, Girl with Fish. Some of these are a challenge just to read. $19.99, we got two of those. And Foxing, The Albatross, 10 years, $19.99 on that. Sid and Nancy is gone. All the advertised auctions are sold. Everything that's in the hot pit. Well, there's a Van Morrison's the only thing still left. Yeah, Van Morrison's the only thing still left. PB was Phoebe Bridgers. That's sold to Garrett Cypriot. Now Scorpions at $15. And now Accepts at $21. So the Scorpions has bids for 10, 10, 11, 11, 11, 12, 12, 12, 13, 13, 13, 14, 14, 14, 14, and now 15. Accept has bids for 15, 15, 15, 16, 16, 17, 18, 18, 18, 19, 19, 19, 20, 20, 20, 20, and now 21. We're getting there. Accept is at 21 and the Scorpions is at 15. $19.99 on Foxing, Feeble Little Horse, and we have Pup, Mac DeMarco, Sign Crushes Motorist. Okay, and now Phoebe Bridgers is going back in here. Garrett, that's only a $10 trillion restocking fee. I'll just go ahead and charge your card. It'll be a drop in the bucket for you. And James Rainey on Pup, that's sold to James Rainey for $19.99. All righty, I think we're ready for the next price point. Jerry Conklin wants one pack of outer sleeves. Right here, vinyl style outer sleeves, pack of 100 for $29.99 to Jerry J.D. Conklin. All right, let's pick out some 24.99ers. 24 and the rest of those are really good titles there, but we'll pull them in just a second. Where's the rest of my crate at? Where are you? Where are you? Okay, here it is. Let's see here. We'll do, well, actually, here's a big slew of 19.99ers. Let's do some 24 first. Let's do some 24 first. These will be 24. Oh, boy, there's some good stuff in here. We'll make these 24. And I got to get all this sorted. It's been so long. So I got to start just blending in Laura's stuff in. I think she likes to keep it separate so she can call it her crate. But a lot of her stuff gets pushed over to the side, and then I don't ever show it for a month. And we got to start mixing it in. We can keep it all together the first time. I think then what I'm going to do is I'm going to take all of her records and just shuffle them. That way they're not just getting shown like once every 2 weeks. Because I've got 5 crates over here of new Laura vinyl that I think's only ever been shown once or twice. And so her stuff gets put, because I think she likes to keep it together, and I like to keep it together so she can know what maybe she needs to order again, but it gets neglected over here. And so now it's been like 60 days and we're having to discount it, and we probably could have sold it. Natasha gets the Phoebe Bridgers for $19.99, and then Natasha on WY for $19.99. And WY was for, what was that, Natasha? That was for, what was WY? WY Wonder Years. That's also sold to Natasha. Okay. These next three here are $24.99. Car seat headrest, Twin Fantasy. That's $24.99. So is Beyonce Lemonade. That's $24.99. And the vaccines, that's also $24.99. Okay. Scorpions, it hit a dead end, so I'm assuming everybody was done. Joe DeGaldo got that for $15. Thank you, Joe DeGaldo. And then Accept was sold to Chad Snyder for $21. That's sold to Chad Snyder. And I hope, for the love of all things good and holy, they have put some waters in the cooler up front. If not, Chad's in a bind. My mom hadn't been here in like a week and a half because the store's closed. She usually restocks the cooler, and there are no waters up here because Tanner is an alien and he drinks water at room temperature. And do we even have any waters up here? Whew, I hope so. Water. Water. There's no waters. There's Sprites and Diet Cokes and Coca-Colas. I don't want or need any of that. Waters. Waters. None. There's no waters in this store. Oh, no. I'm going to have to go to the gas station later tonight. Definitely. Oh, I found some. Yep. And here's where they were open and not put in the refrigerator. Tanner's an alien. I've seen him drink a warm bottle of water before. I was like, what is wrong with you? What is wrong with you, Tanner? Drink some warm bottles of water. Okay. There we go. Sorry, I had to go up there. I've got waters in the fridge now. That at least tells me I'll have something for later. Okay, let's do some more 1999ers because I found a new crate here. Sorry for the distraction. I was getting very thirsty and my head was starting to hurt. And we're in good shape now. Okay, not $19.99 on these. Here's some more 1999ers. Is the tap not drinkable? No. No. Don't ever drink water out of the tap. No. Nuh-uh. I'm out on that. Okay, we got Mars Volta, $19.99. The Mars Volta, that one's $19.99. King Gizzard, just $19.99. Sketches of Brunswick East. Migraine Edition Wax, Yellow and Black Ice Cloudy Vinyl. $19.99 for King Gizzard. I've got one and I've got two. King Gizzard and the Lizard Wizard. My Morning Jacket, it still moves. My Morning Jacket, it still moves. 2 LP, gold and smoke colored vinyl, $19.99. $19.99, My Morning Jacket. Amel and the Sniffers, Comfort to Me, $19.99 for Amel and the Sniffers. This is $19.99. Knocked Loose Pop Culture. Knocked Loose Pop Culture, $19.99. The 1975 Being Funny in a Foreign Language, $19.99. And then another King Gizzard, Infests the Rat's Nest, black and red split. Okay, first thing is Robert Warner on King Gizzard. Fred Carnell on King Gizzard. Fred Carnell got Mars Volta. Ken Foster on My Morning Jacket. Fred Carnell, My Morning Jacket. Fred Knoop on Amel and the Sniffers. And James Rainey, the first two King Gizzards got claimed. This is the only one that's still left, Infest the Rat's Nest. Wow, y'all like that bunch. Let me go back to that crate because there's more stuff like that. These are all $19.99. 1999ers, as we like to call them. Let me pick some more out of here. Let's do that one and this one and this one. We'll go ahead and do that one and this one. And then this one and that one. And these are more 1999ers. Okay? On sale new vinyl. Okay, KL was not King Lizard. That was Knocked Loose, okay? Sold to James Rainey. And then Fred gets the second King Gizzard, okay? These are all $19.99. We got Fleet Foxes. And Fleet Foxes is self-titled, $19.99. King Tough is $19.99. And this one is Death Grips Year of the Snitch. Death Grips is $19.99. Air Moon Safari, that one's $19.99. Blue Velvet soundtrack and Beach House Bloom. Okay. Garrett Cypert on Fleet Foxes for $19.99. Garrett Cypert on DG, which is Death Grips, for $19.99. And that leaves Beach House, Blue Velvet, Air Moon Safari. I skipped one. George Clanton, 100% Electronica. George Clanton. I actually think it's called Yin Yang. The symbol there. I think that's actually what that one's called. All right, let me go feed some more into here. We did a few back there in the corner. It was 24. That's about what the next. Okay, these need to be 29. That would be 15 off. Yeah, that would be 15 off, 10 off, 10 off, and 20 off on these. Wow. So $29.99 on these, but big titles here, and y'all just heard the discounts. All these right here are $19.99. Chris Knapp on Air, Moon Safari sold. Chris Knapp on DC, and DC was for what was DC? And then I got you for King Tough. I got you for Air and King Tough. Blue Velvet, $19.99. George Clanton, Beach House, Blue Velvet, Air, King Tough, 1975 Albatross. That might have been a me, or he might have got auto-corrected. Okay, these are $29.99. Kate Bush, Hounds of Love. It's on colored vinyl. It was originally $44.99. Kate Bush, Hounds of Love, purple vinyl, $29.99. Back-to-back Snoop Dogg. Back-to-back Snoop Dogs, $29.99. And then Lana Del Rey Blue Banisters, $19.99. Okay? Next thing, he wanted Death Grips. Okay? And that was already sold to, Garrett Cypert. How much is Blue Velvet? $19.99. No further discounts on these, no. Blue Velvet's already discounted. How about I tell you it's $30 and then you offer me $19.99? Would you rather do that? $29.99 and then you make me an offer. And if you say $19.99, I'll take it. Next thing is Michael Fairchild, and he wants Snoop. Now, do you want just the one? Do you want Doggy Style, or do you want No Limit Top Dog? Kate Bush is sold to Stephen Parton for $29.99. That has Running Up That Hill. Sean Holford says he'll take Blue Velvet for $19.99. One Kate Bush, one Snoop Dogg left after we confirm which one he wants. And then Lana Del Rey was originally $49. So Michael gets Doggy Style for $29, okay? All righty. So here is the current deal. We have Tracy Songer getting Kate Bush for $29.99. Okay. Lana Del Rey, $19.99 offer. Lana Del Rey, pass on your offer. No further discounts on any of these. I know you're trying to pay your mortgage, Jim B, but this might not be the crate for you. It might be, but this might just not be the crate for you tonight. All right, these next ones are $29.99 as well. $29.99 as well on these. There's just a few here. You originally said $19.99 on it. No, I didn't. We have Boards of Canada. Music Has the Right to Children. $29.99. Boards of Canada. Music Has the Right to Children. $29.99. Massive Attack Mezzanine. Massive Attack Mezzanine. $29.99 for Massive Attack. And then Bride of Chucky. Also $29.99. Bride of Chucky, $29.99. More $29.99ers. Bride of Chucky, Massive Attack, Boards of Canada, sold to Garrett, and there's one left. And then Lana Del Rey, which was originally $50, and then Snoop Dogg, No Limit Top Dog. Okay, those are all $29.99. All righty. Still sorting through some of these. There's a whole nother crate over here I hadn't sorted, and this whole pile over here. Holy moly. Let me grab all these. All right, here is another $29.99er. Hold on a second. All right, first is okay. Over here, Boards of Canada, Bride of Chucky, Fred Noop on Massive Attack. Fred Noop on Massive Attack, $29.99. That is sold to Fred Noop, $29.99. And then let's do some more. Next is Casey Musgraves, pageant material, $29.99. Casey Musgraves pageant material. Unfortunately, I'm out of Kate Bush. No more of those left, but huge discount on Casey Musgraves. Flag, I have it on tape, Lana Del Rey, $19.99. I will not be selling Lana Del Rey for $19.99. Sorry, not happening. Over here, we have Magadalana Bay, Mini Mix Volume 1 through 3. Magadalana Bay is blue vinyl. That's $29.99. Heat Miser, Mike City Sons. That's $29.99. And then Team Sleep, also $29.99. Team Sleep, first time on vinyl, remastered. That is $29.99. Okay? Okay. Next thing is we'll do these for 24, 29, and 29. All right, these two are 24. This is Essex Honey, Blood Orange, 24 on that one. And then Marina, Princess of Power, that one is 24. Yellow Butterfly Vinyl. $29.99 for the following. King Cruel, The Ooze, Tyler the Creator, Chromacopia, $15 off, die cut cover, $29.99 for Tyler the Creator. Jim B's starting to get on the edge. He's calculating next month's bills and realized he hadn't bought enough this week. He's starting to get a little nervous. He's like, holy crap, if Chad don't start marking these down further, I might be out on the streets. Alex G Headlights, also $29.99. Alex G Headlights, $29.99. That stack is 29. These are 24. These are 19. Jim B has claimed to Tyler the Creator. No putbacks either. No putbacks either, Jim B. No putbacks. All right, here's some more that are $24.99. $24.99. Coheed and Cabria, Vaxxas 2, A Window of the Wakened Mind. This one's also 24. Crystal Castles. And also 24 is Jungle Cruise, Floating into the Night. $24.99. Jim B on Tyler the Creator for $29.99. For my personal collection. Yeah, we've heard that before. Over here, Vladarchek on Tyler the Creator for $29. And then Garrett Seipert on JC. JC was for Julie Cruz. That is $24. Did I say Jungle? Sorry. Julie Cruz, $24.99. Coheed and that was sold to Garrett. Coheed and Cabria, Vaxxas 2. A Window of the Wakened Mind, transparent electric blue vinyl. I said jungle. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. All right, let me take. I've got our 19 or 24. All right, it's about time for me to sort through the rest of this crate over here. Almost sold a whole crate of vinyl. This is fun. I like it when we're actually selling stuff. Let's see, 1919 and 19. All right, 3 more 1999ers. 3 more 1999ers. Coheed is sold to Vladarchek for 24. Thank you on that. And then 1999 for Sabrina Carpenter, Fruitcake. Sabrina Carpenter, Fruitcake. Clips, Let God Sort 'Em Out. And Chloe, Father John Misty. Chloe in the Next 20th Century. Those are all $19.99. Okay. There's that. Give me 1 second over here. Here's this. Okay. Next crate. Well, I got one more left in here that's 29. Big discount on this. Huge discount. Might be even a big enough discount Jim B might buy it. If he's buying it, that means it's so cheap he can literally like quadruple his money on it. Lady Gaga Mayhem, $29.99. I think you grabbed the wrong record for Coheed and Cabria. This is what I grabbed for Coheed and Cabria. That was Coheed and Cabria, I'm pretty sure. That's what Vladarchek wanted. Lady Gaga Mayhem, $29.99. Okay? 29, 24, 19s. And now we're about to start a whole new crate. I have about need a crate to put some of these in, though. These crates in the back are getting a little bit too tall. All right, 19, 19, 19, 19. Uh-oh, uh-oh. 19, 19. Okay. All right, and then we'll do these for 24. All right. So 1999. First thing we have is Preston Rose on Father John for 19. Jim B on Klipsch for 19. Oh boy. More 1999ers. King Gizzard and the Lizard Wizard, Nonagon Affinity. I've only got one. My Morning Jacket, the Waterfall 2. I'm starting a new crate now. Alton Goon, Yole, gold-colored vinyl, $19.99. I've got 2 of those. This is Phoenix, Wolfgang Amadeus Phoenix, $19.99. King Gizzard is sold to Dustin Hodges. There's another Phoenix. Taylor Swift, 1989. I've got 2 Taylors. And Carly Rae Jepsen, Emotion. Okay, so King Gizzard sold to Dustin. Ryan was next, then Fred Cardinale. Those are all $19.99 I just added. This one's $24.99, which is $10 off. Tate, as in Tate McRae, So Close to What? Tate McRae, So Close to What? $24.99. This is like brand new, I think. Yeah, 2025. I think that's like newest release. $24.99. I'm also dating her, so you can support my future family by buying that record. Next auction is this. Next discount record is this, and then that one, and then this one, and then that one, and then this one. These are all $19.99. Idols. Joy as an Act of Resistance. Idols is $19.99. Wise Blood, Titanic Rising, $19.99. Orville Peck Pony is $19.99. Drain is Your Friend, colored vinyl, and Sleater Kinney. Jim B wants a Tate to support Chad's family. Thank you. $24.99. Does she know that I'm dating her? No, she doesn't. Garrett Seifert on Idols for $19.99, and Natasha on Carly Rae Jepsen, $19.99. I could really help sell her records. I don't think she needs any help though. Over here, this is Drain. These are $19.99. So we're discounting vinyl. I've got them sorted by prices. These are all $19.99. Carla J. Make sure I didn't miss anything. This. And there's one Tate McRae left for $24.99. So close to what? James Rainey sold on Drain for $19.99. And then Idols is sold to Fred Cardinale. And that is sold for $19.99. Everybody will be invited to the wedding. Yes. The entire Kletco family and staff. My future wedding to Tate McRae will be an epic event. Okay. 24 on these. I'll do these for 24 and these for 24. Okay, here's a few more 24. Few more 24. Okay. We have Twin Peaks. This is music from the limited event series. So Twin Peaks is the soundtrack. A lot of stuff on here. ZZ Top, Eddie Vedder, Julie Cruz, Chromatics, Cactus Blossoms, $24.99. Twin Peaks, we've got 3 of those. Record Store Day double picture disc, $24.99. Yeah, just don't tell April, okay? Sabrina Carpenter, I've got 2 different ones. Man's Best Friend, and this one is Short and Sweet, $24.99. She's also in the running for Chad's future wife, but nowhere close as Tate. Sabrina's, $24.99. This is one of the few times lower ordering vinyl, there's somebody on an album jacket that I could, the only time there's going to be anybody on an album jacket that I could potentially marry would be something out of a crate that Laura would order. Not many selections when we're going through a John crate on future Chad wives. We get down to REO Speedwagon, Jim Croce. This is the only time where this discussion's ever brought up. There's not many times in a John crate I'm like, wow, I need to contact this woman. We have over here Blood Brothers Crimes, $19.99. Blood Brothers Crimes. Okay, that was 19. Over here in the 29 pile is JPEG Mafia, Danny Brown, and then Boris Pink. Boris is $29.99. Okay, Boris $29.99. First thing over here is this. I'd never miss a Kletco podcast. A Kletco podcast coming soon. Okay, I don't have time. When am I going to do it? God, when would I do it? I do one every night for 8 hours. Fred Cardinale got a Twin Peaks for 24. Sorry, Sabrina, I got to move you for a second. Fred Cardinale on Twin Peaks for 24. Chad likes blondes, maybe not. Over here, John LaBeatty got a Twin Peaks. John LaBeatty on Twin Peaks for 24. And over here, James Rainey on a Blood Brothers. Okay? and that is sold to James Rainey for $19.99. Okay, so I've got two different stacks going here. I've got 19, 29, and 24. We're sorting. We're also picking me out a wife on one of these album covers. That's realistic, like Tate McRae. That's realistic. I don't think we're but a few years apart. And then I have Taylor Swift, and we're going to have to do this at a discount. $59.99, 25% off on Taylor Swift is $44.99. Unfortunately, she's off the market. She's off the market, unfortunately. $44.99, Taylor Swift, The Tortured Poets Department. This is the Bolter with the bonus track, The Bolter. It's on 2 parchment beige colored vinyl, 24-page book. That is now $44.99, okay? That's the only one that doesn't go into one of these categories because it was originally $59.99. So I'll put it right here, not to be confused with the other ones. All right, well, that's great. We almost sold a whole crate over here. We almost sold a whole crate over here. I'd have to fight Travis Kelce. Could I cheat? Do I get like brass knuckles or something? Okay, let's read through. Let me make sure that's everything. Then we can recap them. So I've got 6 empty crates there. I've got 6 empty crates, 7 empty crates. And I'm going to go through the $19.99 stuff, and then I'm going to put the other ones into a crate when we're done, okay? And this is going to make for a great video probably tomorrow morning in the group. It's going to say, new vinyl on sale, all Laura selections. That's probably going to get a lot of activity, okay? Me and Dolly's on a break. Yeah, she's gotten a little bit too old for me. Yeah. I've never said the 79-year-old Dolly. I think I've always made the one of those album jackets where I think she's like 29, probably about the same age as me right now. That's the Dolly Parton, okay? I haven't got into the 70-plus-year-old category yet. I haven't got into that category yet. I've still got about a 5-year plus or minus range, okay? 25 to 35, what I'm working with. I haven't got into the 70-year-olds yet, okay? Haven't got into that category yet. Here, everything in here is $19.99. This is the Garden. The Tyler Mumsom's Reckless. The Tyler Mumsom's Reckless Christmas. Taylor Mumsom's. That was posted for pre-order. Laura ordered it. Never did come in. Okay? So Laura ordered those and never did come in. Dolly would be a great inheritance. I would call it, instead of Dollywood, it would be Chad Wood. I don't know if that sounds too good, though. We have the Garden. This is Kiss My Super Bowl Ring, $19.99. This is the Garden, Kiss My Super Bowl Ring. Everything in here is discounted for $19.99. We have George Clanton Slide, $19.99. George Clanton Slide, $19.99. Also, the Japanese House. In the end, it always does. Blue vinyl, $19.99. Knocked Loose, You Won't Go Before You're Supposed to. Green and yellow with black splatter, $19.99. Dogleg Melee, black with yellow splatter, $19.99. Everything in here is discounted, including Proto Martyr, Undercolor of Official Light, $19.99. Hand Dolly. Yeah, that title, that theme park don't sound too good of a title, does it? That's not, that wouldn't be too attractive. The Garden, $19.99. We sold out of the Jackson 5 Christmas albums. We officially have a waiting list. Yep. We officially have a waiting list for those. This one, I never can figure this one out. Frost Children, Speed Run, and Hearth Room. It's like it has 3 titles. Speed Run, I guess, is the name of the artist. $19.99. Also, we have The Wonder Years Sister. All these are $19.99. The Wonder Years. Don Caballero, For Respect. We have Sign Crushes Motorist. I'll Be Okay. Ultra Clear with Pink Splatter. $19.99. Mac DeMarco, This Old Dog. Mac DeMarco, $19.99. Be sure to put Nick Bargeron on a waiting list. Nick Bargeron on a waiting list for Jackson 5 Christmas album. Feeble Little Horse, Girl with Fish. Foxing, The Albatross, 10 years, brown vinyl. The 1975, Being Funny in a Foreign Language. King Tough. Air, Moon Safari. And Beach House Bloom. These are all $19.99, and that is, in fact, the discounted price. This one was another George Clanton, Yin Yang, $19.99. Sabrina Carpenter, this is her Christmas album, Fruitcakes. Yeah, so what she does here is she does music, and then she literally gives a recipe to how to make a fruitcake. It's on the B-side, 15 minutes and 44 seconds. I think it's literally spoken word, her giving ingredients on how to make a fruitcake. So you get a little bit 2-in-1. You get a cookbook and some music for $19.99. My Morning Jacket, The Waterfall 2, that's $19.99. Alton Goon Yole, gold-colored vinyl, $19.99. Phoenix, Wolfgang Amadeus Phoenix, $19.99. Taylor Swift, 1989. Taylor is 19. Carly Rae Jepsen, Emotions, 19. Wise Blood, Titanic Rising, $19.99. Mac DeMarco is sold to Ken Foster for $19.99. Orville Peck Pony was $19, and Sleater Kinney was $19.99. I am very versed in Sabrina Carpenter. Speaking of sourdough, Addison made some, and Tanner left it here, and so I'm officially eating Tanner's bread, really Addison's, but I am up here, and I'm about to go grab it. And hopefully some of these waters have chilled enough. I'm going to need it. Okay. Moving on. I'm eating sourdough bread right now. Thanks to Taylor Swift, literally. If Taylor Swift was not making sourdough bread, Addison would not be making sourdough bread. Okay? It's a one-sided EP that's 15 minutes. No recipe spoken. Word included, unfortunately. Oh, okay. So she doesn't actually say the recipe. Okay. I've been looking on the back of that thinking she says the recipe. Inspired by Taylor Swift. I am already very plump. Chris Kirkley. Sorry, I'm going to choke to death. Chris Kirkley on Sleater Kinney. All right. There we go. I am very plump. I like to eat. Might have to hit the gym harder to be in Tate McRae's range. We have to lift weights just a little bit harder next time. All right, Sabrina Carpenter is Man's Best Friend, $24.99. These are the $24.99ers. Here's the other one. Sabrina Carpenter Short and Sweet, $24.99. Twin Peaks, music from the limited event series. Twin Peaks is $24.99. Tate, So Close to What? I guess she's dropping the McRae out of her name. This is Tate. She's already getting rid of her last name. Tate McRae, $24.99. This is Crystal Castles, $24.99. Yellow Butterfly Vinyl. That's the color. The artist is Marina, and the album is Princess of Power, $24.99. Essex Honey, Blood Orange. Essex Honey is $24.99. The Vaccines is $24.99. Beyonce Lemonade, a double LP, $24.99. Dad bought is still a thing. Great. Thank goodness. I have to have children first, though. Car seat headrest, Twin Fantasy, $24.99 for car seat headrest, Twin Fantasy. Those are all $24.99ers. And here were some of the original prices: $38, $38, $39, $38, $36, $29, $34, $39, $28, or excuse me, $38 and $39. This bread is delicious. So car seat headrest, Beyonce, The Vaccines, Essex Honey, Marina, this is Crystal Castles, Tate McRae, Tate Williams, Twin Peaks, Sabrina Carpenter, and Sabrina Carpenter, okay? Those are 24. And then the last stack in the back left is all 29, okay? The back left is all 29. And let's go through those. Whoa. Almost knocked Chevy Chase off the table. All right, so these are all 29. Boris Pink, original CD version, now on 2 LP. So that was originally, that was originally a CD-only release. JPEG Mafia, Danny Brown, that is $29.99. Lady Gaga, Mayhem, $29.99 on Lady Gaga. Alex G Headlights, $29. Tyler the Creator, Chromacopia, last copy, $29.99. King Cruel the Ooze is $29. Team Sleep, remastered 2005 album, first time ever on vinyl. Heat Miser, Mike City Sons, that's $29.99. And Magdalena Bay, Mini Mix Volume 1 through 3, $29. Casey Musgrave's Pageant Material is $29. Mark Stanley on TS, Team Sleep, that's sold to Mark Stanley. Snoop Dogg, No Limit Top Dog is $29. Lana Del Rey, Blue Bannisters, $29. Boards of Canada, Music Has the Rights to Children, $29. Massive Attack Mezzanine is $29. And Bride of Chucky, also $29. The Bride of Chucky. All righty. Where's that bread at? Do I like stoner metal? Well, somebody just mentioned an artist. Elder opened for Tool, and I had never heard of them until then, and I found out they were really good. So if anything sounds like Elder, I'm interested in it. That was good. All right, James Rainey on car seat headrest. Great. So we just sold a whole full pack crate of stuff there that Laura had ordered at some point or another that was now eligible for discount. Some of that was pretty recent. We have filled up a whole crate. Like it started with Knocked Loose, and the whole crate is full through that one right there, through car seat headrest. So here's the agenda. We have not done a half-off crate tonight. We always do at least one of those every night. At least I try to. And then we're going to do 45s for the rest of the night. So what I'm going to do is swap out crates. Let's do a half-off vintage. I'm going to show you all the remaining auction no bids, try to get those sold. And then we have 45 party probably for the next 2 hours plus as we go through this incredible batch of 45s we've got. And, I mean, y'all seen some of the ones I picked out early for auction. Craftwork, Tigers of Pantang, Husker Du. There could be other stuff pop up. Those were just picture disc. Okay, those were picture discs. So there's that. I'm going to set this full crate right over here. Let's get started. And give me 1 second to transition. It's that time of the night. And don't go anywhere because you're about to catch some deals. I got to stretch, get some oxygen in my lungs. Okay. All that other new vinyl, I'll probably make that the 7 o'clock crate. No, I don't know. This might be a good crate for 6 a.m. because there's not a lot of new vinyl that came in tonight. There's that one crate of new Christmas. I may put all of our new Christmas stuff together, do another video for that. I don't know. I'll figure that out later. I like having it ready to go, though, so when I'm done here at 2 a.m., I can go ahead and knock out those videos. If I can knock out those videos early. Sometimes I sit down and start working on other stuff, and then it's like last night at 5 a.m., Seth showed up. I was like, oh my gosh, is it already 5 a.m.? And then I had about another hour of work to do because I hadn't made the videos. And then I had to do kind of end of the month stuff. I had to pay a few bills. And then at 6 a.m., so when I finally get in bed at 10 a.m. and I got to set my alarm for 3, it's like, oh my gosh, I'm basically taking a nap and I got to come right back to work. Y'all keep me busy. All right, I think this is the half-off crate. Yeah, this is vintage stuff for half off. Half of it's a Paul crate, really kind of deep cut, and some jazz, so some oddities in here. And then there's some classic rock, okay? I'm going to kind of mix them up right quick. Let me shift some of these around, okay? So we got some deep cuts, and then we got, you know, a typical half off. Let me push those there. Seth, no, can't fire Seth. We need him too much. He comes in at 5 a.m. and then I think he works at his pharmacy. I don't know what he does. He works at his pharmacy, works at somebody else's pharmacy, and works here, and he does other stuff too. So I don't know. I don't even like the dude. I don't even like talking to him. I'm joking. All right, we have Stefan Kukurogaga. I don't know what I just said, but it's a New Age album from 1986, and the price is $15. Michael Omentani. What did I just say? I don't know, but this is a white label promo for $5. $5 on this. Michael O. Martin, I think. Robbie, Come to Me. Robbie's a 1975 U.S. soft rock, country rock. That is $5. Johnny Jenkins, Tun Tun Makut. That's a 1974 US. It does have some staining down here along the bottom. That is $15. And then John Martin Sapphire. John Martin's in 84 UK, $7.50. The Eagles Greatest Hits Volume 2. VG condition. Ow. The Eagles just stabbed me. Dang it, Joe Walsh. That didn't feel good. Eagles Greatest Hits, VG, $7.50. Hotel California, now $19. It was EX, $37.99 with poster. On a dark desert highway, cool wind in my hair. Mellencamp, The Lonesome Jubilee, VG plus $7.50. Roger Bowling, Then I'll Stop Loving You, an 83 U.S. country album, $10. Ryan Mustaine wants Them Talents. He's talking about where the Eagles just stabbed me. I am now bleeding. We have Taste E Licks. Tasty Licks is a bluegrass album from 78, $7.50. Tracy Songer on Mellencamp. That's so to Tracy Songer. And we have Billy Cobham, A Funky Thought of Sings. This is with John Schofield, $7.50. Craig Thomas wants to pet Seth. Seth is like Kenny from South Park. He is a central part of the staff and comes back every day. He's kind of like George Costanza when George quit and then he comes back. And I'm like, didn't you get fired? And Seth just shows up anyway. The Blues Boys Greatest Hits, not the Blues Brothers. This is the Blues Boys. Sealed for $5. Music from the soundtrack Picnic. This is a U.S. reissue sealed, $7.50. Ryan Mustaine on Billy Cobham. Next is Sully on Hotel California. And James Handy third on Billy Cobham. Freddie Hubbard, Bundle of Joy. VG plus $6 in Shrink and Hype. The sensational Alex Harvey Band, Sob Stories. 1976, $10. Seth is a delicate flower. That's how George Costanza labeled Audrey Hepburn. Delicate flower. That's how I label Seth. He's very delicate. Elvis Costello with the bonus 45. VG plus $12.50. The Who Face Dances. EX 1150. This includes the poster. This includes the poster. Ryan Mustaine on Freddie Hubbard. We have Kansas. It's the point of no return. And I say, how long? VG, $5. Over here, we have the Rolling Stones Tattoo You. VG, $7.50. VG, $7.50. Fleetwood Mac Rumors, VG plus $12.50. VG plus $12.50. Bones, BONES, a 73 U.S. blues rock, $7.50. James Handy on The Who. That is sold to you for $11.50. Sully on Kansas. That is sold to Sully for $5. Colin Blunstone from The Zombies, $7.50 on that one. Joachim Kuhn Band featuring Jan Ackerman, and this is EX 650. Actually, all the classic rock stuff was priced by John. Miners Allowed, Buddy Emmons with Lenny Bro. That's a weird title. Miners Allowed. EX $6.50. James Handy on the Rolling Stones. That's sold to him for $7.50. Kenny Drew, Trio Quartet Quintet. The Riverside Collection. VG plus $6. Rashawn Roland Kirk, Blackness. VG plus $7.50. A 72 white label promo, $7.50. Willie Nelson and Leon Russell does have cover damage, one for the road, $6.50. Willis Allen Ramsey, VG, $7.50. A Tchaikovsky Spectacular, the 1812 Overture, MoFi, VG, $7.50. Drew, Kenny Drew, so to James Handy. Ken Foster on a Rashawn Roland Kirk. James Handy was second. Roy Ayers, This one is called Daddy Bug and Friends. Daddy Bug and Friends. VG, $7.50. Mega Blast wants Tchaikovsky. That's sold to Mega Blast 9. Tchaikovsky. 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 This is Philip Glass. VG 750. Bottom seam is splitting. Ouch. Charlie Burton, 83 US EX 650. Ken Foster on Airs. Freakwater, an 89 US Country, VG $7.50. Atlantis, VG plus $10, a 1973 Vertigo Swirl. Queen, The Game, EX 650. Bruce Springsteen, Darkness on the Edge of City. No, it's Town. VG plus 750. Ken Foster on Glass. Glass. Philip Glass, so did Ken Foster. Tchaikovsky. How much was Johnny Jenkins? Johnny Jenkins, Tonton McCoat, is $15. Sully on Queen. James Rainey second, and then Larry Gonzalez. ELO, a new world record, $10. Traffic, the low spark of high heel boys, $10. Live Stiffs, $10. Jerry Rafferty, sealed, $12.50. When will 45 start? In less than 5 minutes. In less than 5 minutes. Had to do the half-off crate. Anybody else on anything in here? Sun Thoughts, $15. Michael O'Mar, 10, $5. Robbie, $5. John Martin, $7.50. Eagles, Greatest Hits Volume 2, VG, $7.50. Roger Bowling, $10. Bluegrass. Tasty Licks, $7.50. The Blues Boys, Greatest Hits, sealed 5. Picnic, sealed $7.50. Sensational Alex Harvey Band, 10. Elvis Costello, VG plus $12.50. Fleetwood Mac, VG plus $12.50. Bones, $7.50. Colin Blunstone, From the Zombie, $7.50. James Handy on Mike O. This one, so to James Handy. Yoakum Coon Band featuring Jan Ackerman and Ray Gomez, Sunshower, EX 650. Miners Aloud, EX 650. Willie Leon, EX 650. Nick Bargeron on the Eagles' Greatest Hits, so to Nick Bargeron. Willis Allen Ramsey, VG 750. This is Charlie Burton, EX 650. Freak Water, VG 750. Preston Rose on Buddy Emmons. I think that's coming up. Atlantis, VG 10. Bruce was VG 750. Johnny Jenkins 15. ELO 10. Fantastic stuff. Traffic 10. Live Stiffs 10. And Jerry Rafferty still 1250. Buddy Edmonds. Which one was that? That was this one here, Miners Aloud. Okay, that's sold to Preston Rose. Unsold auctions. Signed Raven, JSA, $15. Journey, Escape, in Shrink, 81 US, VG 20. Van Morrison, 69 Repress, VG 20. Stevie Ray Vaughan, sealed 50. Buddy Guy, $155, signed and JSA authenticated. Signed and JSA authenticated. I have an offer for $110 on the table. I'm thinking about it. I hadn't made a decision. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. We have an offer for a bundle Um, I'm thinking 85. My first price would have been 90. So if I would have priced it as a bundle, John, I would have said 90. So 85 and they're yours. Sully gets Journey for 20. That leaves Van Morrison, the sealed Stevie Ray Vaughan, and Buddy Guy. The signed photo of Raven for 13. So did Jerry Rock. All right. And if he says sold, that crate's empty and we're ready for 45s. And I say, how long? To the point of no return. No return. All right, 45's always fun. I personally love 45's. I can't get enough of them. Honestly, can't get enough of them. All right, these are sold to John Barry. Whoops. Rest of these, there's going to be a sticky note around it for Linda, G, Ed, Tanner, whoever's watching this sale tomorrow. The rest of this crate was sold to him. Everything is gone. And let's do some 45 action. All righty. All right, where's everybody watching from? This is always fun because last night we literally had somebody sitting at Waterloo Station in London. Waterloo Station in London last night at 2 a.m. buying 45s off this live stream. Isn't that incredible? Just absolutely incredible. That many, the stream has reached that level of, it's amazing. So yeah, Washington, California. And there's usually at least 2 and sometimes 3 people watching from London. Pretty amazing. I got to run more ads over there. I think what it was, I think I ran one ad one time. I dropped a pin just like, I don't know, I forgot how many years ago. And I ran an ad over there for a while. And we got a lot of followers. And I think... yeah, we got a viewer right now in Berlin. Pretty amazing. Berlin. Wow. I was just watching that thing on Netflix about The Wall. The Wall. Okay. These are all $6.99. Status Quo. Wild Side of Life. That is Status Quo on the Vertigo label. Very cool. Status Quo. Quiet Riot. That's a mouthful. Come On, Feel the Noise. CCR, Sweet Hitchhiker, Door to Door. Jelly Bean, featuring Lisa. No, featuring, what's that say? Lisa Forelio. Is that the same Lisa? Neil Diamond, Shiloh, White Label. Neil Diamond, Hanky Panky. Neil Diamond, Thank the Lord for the Nighttime. And 999, Nasty. These are all $6.99. So that was 999, Nasty. Neil Diamond, Thank the Lord for the Nighttime. The Long Way Home, Hanky Panky, and New Orleans. Shiloh and La Bamba. Jelly Bean, CCR, Quiet Riot, and Status Quo. All $6.99. Gentle Giant, The Power and the Glory. Big Bopper, Chantilly Lace. Paul Revere and the Raiders, SS396. Rod Stewart, You Wear It Well, UK edition. Leeds United Football, Leeds United. Fats Domino, Blueberry Hill. And Crispian St. Peter's, a classic, The Pied Piper. The Pied Piper. Shakedown on Nasty. That is $9.99. That's so to Shakedown Nasty. First thing we have is X-Wing on BB for Big Bopper. Mega Blast on Fats Domino. And Lewis Kulik won a Quiet Riot from the last stack. All right, that was Come On, Feel the Noise. Girls, rock your boys. Chuck Berry, My Ding-a-Ling. Maxine Brown, If You're Going to Make a Fool Out of Somebody. Lee Andrews and the Hearts, Try the Impossible. These are all $6.99. Frankie Ford, Sea Cruise. Bobby Moore, Hey Mr. DJ. Ernie Cadeau, My Mother-in-Law. Ernie Cadeau, Mother-in-Law. Lee Dorsey, Do Re Me. And Al Wilson, Show and Tell. These are all $6.99. First is Chuck Berry, sold to James Rainey. Nick Bargeron on BC. We had Al Wilson, Lee Dorsey, Fats Domino, Ernie Cadeau, Eric Van Leuven on Lee Dorsey. We had BC and CB. So I think he got dyslexic there. There was no BC, right, Nick Bargeron? You meant CB for Chuck Berry. I Got the Feeling, James Brown. Fats Domino, It's You I Love. James Brown again, Get Together, Part 1 and 2. Arthur Alexander, Anna, Go to Him. Those are all $6.99. I don't think there was I think Nick meant CB and he put BC. Got a little dyslexia there on me. Silver Connection, Fly Robin Fly. Joe Jones, You Talk Too Much. Benny King, Stand By Me. Duke of New Orleans, Shake That Thing. Chuck Berry, Just Give Me That Rock and Roll Music. Chuck Berry, Sweet Little 16. Delaney and Bonnie, Never Ending Song of Love. Neil Diamond, You Got to Me. And Boz Scaggs, Lido. Oh, Lido. Fats Domino B-side. I think there was two in there. Give me 1 second. These are all $6.99. We have Boz Scaggs, Neil Diamond, Delaney and Bonnie, Chuck Berry, Duke of New Orleans, Stand By Me, sold to Hess and Session. James Rainey was second. Joe Jones and Silver Connection. Fats Domino is It's You I Love. Valley of Tears. Valley of Tears, It's You I Love. Same record. How much is that doggy in the window? Oh my gosh. There's been somebody asking me for that for a year. Hopefully he's watching. D-Light, Power of Love, Monster Mash, Bobby Boris Pickett, and Little Joey and the Flips, Bongo Stomp. Holy moly. Marilyn McCoo and Billy Davis Jr., Donny Hathaway, This Christmas, The Marcells, Blue Moon, James Brown, Try Me, Heatwave, Boogie Nights, Love Unlimited Orchestra, Berrystein, Bobby Hendricks, Itchy Twitchy Feeling, The Church Street 5, A Night with Daddy G. Levi's watching. That's not the picture sleeve he wanted, but after reading through between 5 and 50 million 45s, we have finally found Patty Page. How much is that doggy in the window? And the flip is the Tennessee Waltz. It only took between 20 and 30,000 45s to read through. James Rainey on the Monster Mash. I still got Chuck Street 5, Bobby Hendricks, Love Unlimited Orchestra, Heatwave, James Brown, the Marcells, Donny Hathaway, Marilyn McCoo, Little Joey, and Monster Mash. So to James Rainey, then Chad Snyder, then Lewis Kulik, and then John LeBeatty next on How Much is the Doggy in the Window? Sounds like a sad story. Ah, water. Crab chips. Delicious. They're sitting over here looking at me. All right, we got Otis Redding. Otis Redding. White Christmas. Play That Funky Music, White Boy, Wild Cherry. Bill Doggett, Honky Tonk Part 1. Lyle Filson, The Original Lonesome Christmas Party. Charlie Brown, The Coasters. The Rolling Stones, High Wire from Flashpoint. Wow, that's later. Clover's Little Mama. And Tony Allen, Night Owl. Okay. Is the Donnie a promo? Troy Robinson claimed Donnie. Are y'all referring to Donnie Hathaway? Donnie Hathaway this Christmas and Be There is a mono Atco reissue. I don't think if you want it, Pat Lucero, Troy Robinson does. Troy Robinson also got Marilyn McCoo and Billy Davis Jr. Okay, for $6.99, I got Tony Allen, the Clovers, the Rolling Stones from 1991, the Coasters sold to James Rainey, Lyle Filson, Bill Doggett, Wild Cherry, Play That Funky Music, White Boy, and Otis Redding, Dreaming of a White Christmas. Tyson Morgan getting the Rolling Stones. John Durden was next. Jesse Belvin and the Clicks, Girl in My Dreams. Neil Sedaka, Bad Blood. Donnie Imus, Everybody Needs Milk, Just Give Me a Bottle of Wine. Ricky Van Shelton, Wear My Ring Around Your Neck. Frankie Valli, Our Day Will Come. Maureen McGovern, The Morning After, Song from Poseidon Adventure. Love Unlimited Orchestra, What a Groove. The Osmonds, Fever. Oh, sorry, I'm stretching. Whew. Amazing how that takes your breath away. Okay. The Osmonds, Love Unlimited, Maureen McGovern, Frankie Valli, Ricky Van Shelton, Don Imus, Bad Blood, and Jesse Belvin. And Lewis Kulik wanted Wild Cherry. Play That Funky Music, White Boy. Oh my gosh. I feel like I've been beat to death with a shovel, buried with the shovel. Then woke up, had to dig myself out of the grave with a shovel, and then beat to death again with a shovel. John Waite, Every Step of the Way. Little Richard, Jeannie Jeannie. D. Clark, Hey Little Girl. The Charms, Hearts of Stone. Fats Domino, What a Party. Jimmy Charles, 1,000,000 to 1. Little Richard, Ooh My Soul. The Drifters, White Christmas. Cheech and Chong, Earache My Eye. Trogs, Love Is All Around. Eric Burden, Monterey, and Eric Burden, Help Me Girl. Any 80s picture sleeves. Yeah, I showed some earlier tonight if you've seen those, and then there's a few more in here. We're getting to them. I'm doing them as we go down the line here. What was the almonds? The almonds. The Osmonds. What was the Osmonds? The Osmonds. Fever, Love for a Reason. Fever and Love for a Reason. I'm assuming Pat Lucero did not want Donnie Hathaway, so give that to Troy Robinson. I lost Pat Lucero somewhere. Eric Burden, you got Help Me Girl, That Ain't Where It's At, or Monterey, pending to John Durden. The Trogs, Cheech and Chong, so to Tim Voldness. The Drifters, Little Richard, Jimmy Charles, Fats Domino. The Charms, sold to Janice. D. Clark, Little Richard, and John Waite. Pat passes on Donnie. Okay, that does go to Troy. Down in Monterey, sold to Mega Blast 9. Pat, I thought I lost you. You had me worried. These are all $6.99. Annette, first name initial, Squeeze, cool for cats, pink vinyl. Bachman Turner Overdrive, down to the line. Chuck Berry, Let It Rock. James Brown, Get It Together. Tony Bennett, A Place Over the Sun. The Silhouettes, Get a Job. Tony Bennett, Something in Your Smile. Tony Bennett, Hushabye Mountain. People, I Love You. And a white label promo of Supertramp, Lady. Those are all $6.99. Just $6.99. Supertramp, Ladies double-sided. People, I Love You. Tony Bennett, The Silhouettes, Tony Bennett. James Brown, Chuck Berry, BTO picture sleeve, Squeeze, and a net. Robert Warner on Chuck Berry. So to Robert Warner. Next, Van Halen, Pretty Woman, and Dancing in the Street. Oh man, that's a good one. Too Busy Thinking About My Baby, Marvin Gaye promo. Oh yeah. Guess Who, Dancing Fool. Little Johnny Taylor, everybody knows about My Good Thing. Crack That Whip, Devo, Whip It. The Beach Boys, The Little Girl I Once Knew, and There's No Other. Those are $6.99 each. Van Halen is sold to Mega Blast. Denise on Marvin Gaye. Too Busy Thinking About My Baby. Wow, that's a nice one. First time I heard that song, I was like, what is this magical voice that I hear? I knew it was Marvin Gaye, but I was like, what is this amazing... I mean, it's just out of this... It sounds extraterrestrial. All right. Fred Carnell got Devo. Crack That Whip. Oh, yeah. James Brown, Please, Please, Please. James Brown, Cold Sweat Part 1. Chris Kenner, Land of a Thousand Dances. Jingle Bell Rock, Johnny Horton. Bobby Helms. This is Johnny Horton, The Battle of New Orleans. This is a 33 1/3 Columbia Hall of Fame radio station looking deal. Confusion, ELO. The McCoys, Come On, Let's Go. Slow Twistin', Chubby Checker. And Rare Earth, Get Ready. This is a Motown foreign press. Spain? I think it's a Spain. Tamala Motown, Spain. These are all $6.99. Get Ready, Chubby Checker, Slow Twistin', The McCoys, ELO, Johnny Horton, Jingle Bell Rock, so to Chad Snyder, Chris Kenner, James Brown, and James Brown. Jingle Bell, Jingle Bell, Jingle Bell Rock. That was kind of a popular song. Yeah, that's a shortened version for sure. Poco, Indian Summer. Madness, It Must Be Love, promo. The Tube, She's a Beauty. Let's Work Together, Canned Heat. Mercy, 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 Cannonball Adderley. That's a good one. Why Am I Treated So Badly? George Jones, Tarnished Angel, that's early. Look at the sleeve for that. Jimmy Reed, Left-Handed Woman. Billy Joe, A Matter of Trust. And Chuck Willis, You'll Be My Love. Okay. Fred Carnell wants Rarely Earth. I know what he means, though. He wants Rare Earth. Get ready. Get ready. That's so to Fred Carnell. And then we got Chuck Willis, Billy Joe, Jimmy Reed, George Jones sold to John Durden, Cannonball Adderley sold to Fred Carnell, Canned Heat, The Tubes, Madness sold to John Durden, and that left Poco, Indian Summer. John Stewart, Midnight Wind promo, Jerry Butler, Only the Strong Survive, Jack Scott, I Prayed for an Angel. Ventura Highway by America. Alabama, My Home's in Alabama. Get ready. Here I Am, Stuck in the Middle with You. Steelers Wheel. Chantilly Lace, Big Bopper. Dwayne Eddy, Deep in the Heart of Texas. And Chuck Willis, C.C. Rider. The Flip of Jack Scott. Thou Shall Not Steal. These are all $6.99. Chuck Willis, Dwayne Eddy, Big Bopper, sold to Mega Blast. Steelers Wheel, sold to Chad Snyder. Alabama, America, Jack Scott, Jerry Butler, John Stewart. Fred Carnell wants the tubes from the last stack. And John Durden got DE for Dwayne Eddy. Deep in the Heart of Texas. When I'm flipping through these, unless John mixed one up, these should all be on the A side. Okay, John is our in-house 45 guru. So he sorts all these for me, matches them with sleeves, and hopefully puts the A side up top. I'm dreaming of a white Christmas. James Brown, I Can't Stand Myself When You Touch Me. What a Wonderful World. Sam Cooke, Everybody Loves to Cha-Cha-Cha. Jerry Butler, He Will Break Your Heart. Boogie Nights, Heat Wave. Jerry Lee Lewis, Rock and Roll Melody. The Markets, Balboa Blue. Pipeline, The Shantays. And another great Sam Cooke, You Send Me. And Twisting the Night Away. Back-to-back hits on that one. All right, James Rainey on Bing. I'm dreaming of a white Christmas. Sam Cooke, You Send Me, sold to Mega Blast 9. That left the Chantays, the Marquettes, Jerry Lee Lewis, Heatwave, Jerry Butler, Sam Cooke, and James Brown. These are $6.99. Marvin Gaye, I Want You, and I Want You instrumental. Average White Band, Pick Up the Pieces, that's a classic. Lloyd Price, Personality. Fred Carnell on Pipeline. That's so to Fred Carnell. I'm dreaming of a white Christmas. Do you love me? Do you love? That's the Contours. Little Johnny Taylor, Open House at My House, Part 1. Little Bitty Pretty One, Thurston Harris. Another Saturday Night, Sam Cooke, and Send Me Some Lovin'. That's a good one. And then Sam Cooke, Little Red Rooster, and You Gotta Move. And then we got Chuck Berry, Johnny Be Good. Chad Snyder on Average White Band. James Rainey on The Contours. Nope. James Rainey on The Contours. Do You Love Me? Johnny Be Good, Chuck Berry. Sam Cooke, Little Red Rooster. Another Saturday Night, Sam Cooke. Little Bitty Pretty One. Little Johnny Taylor, Lloyd Price, and Marvin Gaye. And James Rainey also wants the classic, Johnny Be Good. All right, another handful here. Etta James, Tell Mama, and Powerhouse, or excuse me, Pushover. Clarence Carter, Funky Fever, and Slip Away. Slip Away is a good one. Otis Redding, I've Been Loving You Too Long. And Bobby Lewis, Tossing and Turning. All right, time for a fresh new box that we've never been through. I need to knock out some of these prints if I can find them. I've put lids on some of these, and now they've kind of got, you know, and everything. But yeah, we're about to get into a fresh box that's never been gone through, I think. Let me see what this one looks like. Did this one have four? Wait a minute. This one might be full of stuff I've never looked through. No, that was an empty box. That was leftovers from tonight or yesterday, something like that. All right. I'll know pretty fast. No, we've never gone through these. Yeah. I'll know right off the bat if I start seeing crazy looking cool stuff that hadn't been claimed yet. So here we go. All right. These are all gone. Thanks for sticking with me late. It's 45 party time. And missing a couple people. I'm missing a couple people in the chat. And usually if they're here, there would not be that many left over. But they might hop on later. We might do a big recap. And move this over here. My phone is low battery. Didn't even realize it. Okay, here we go. New box, never shown, fresh box. R.B. Greaves, Take a Letter, Maria. Bobby Darin, If I Were a Carpenter. Eddie Murphy, Put Your Mouth on Me. Easy Lover, Philip Bailey with Phil Collins. Johnny Preston, Running Bear. Bill Parsons, The All-American Boy. Jefferson Airplane, Wild Turkey. Carole King, It's Too Late. Carole King, Nightingale. And Winchester Cathedral by the New Vaudeville Band. Those are all $6.99 each. Winchester Cathedral, Carole King, It's Too Late, Carole King, wow. Wild Turkey, Bill Parsons, Johnny Preston, Easy Lover, Philip Bailey, Eddie Murphy, Bobby Darin, and R.B. Greaves, Take a Letter, Maria. All right, we got Ronnie and the Daytonas, All-American Girl. Fleetwood Mac from 1992, Paper Doll. The New Beats, Run Baby Run. The Searchers, What Have They Done to the Rain. And Look, Here Comes the Sun, The Sunshine Company. Susie wants the first two I named off. Take a Letter, Maria, and Bobby Darin, If I Were a Carpenter. So does Susie Breedlove. Troy Robinson on Eddie Murphy. So does Troy Robinson. These are $6.99. The Sunshine Company, The Searchers, The New Beats, Fleetwood Mac, and Ronnie and the Daytonas. Next handful. These are all $6.99. Green-Eyed Lady, Lovely Lady, Sugarloaf. Max Frost and the Troopers, Shape of Things to Come. The Crying Shames, I Want to Meet You. Benny Bell, Shaving Cream. Good Question, Got a New Love. Good Question, Got a New Love. Jackson 5. Cardboard cereal box record. I'm assuming that, well, I know going back to Indiana, Sugar Daddy and Who's Loving You. Interesting. The Other Ones, Holiday and Dark Ages, The Other Ones. Debbie Gibson, Only in My Dreams. Swing Out Sister, Breakout. We'll pause right there. Interesting stuff there. $6.99. So Susie Breedlove on Sugarloaf. All right. And that's it. No, she also got Gotta. Hold on a minute. 1 second. Gotta. What was that? This here. So does Susie Breedlove. The Flip on Fleetwood Mac. Paper Doll. You're talking about from over here. Paper Doll and The Chain. That's from a box set. 25 years, The Chain. So 1992, that was a promo, that was a single from their box set, The Chain. Okay, next question is, do you have a decent price copper to get it on? I do not have any vintage OG Piper for sale right now. That won't be something that I just have available. If we do, it will be auctioned. And I can get you a new sealed copy, but not an OG. Denise wants the other ones. Troy got Swing Out Sister. Deb Gibson and Denise got the other ones. Okay, so that's a Motown Jackson 5 cereal box record with Michael Jackson there. Interesting. All right, moving right along. These are all $6.99. I Cried Like a Baby, Bobby Sherman. Rick Springfield, I've Done Everything for You. The Fifth Dimension, Save the Country. Some Kind of Wonderful, Grand Funk. Michael Jackson, Man in the Mirror. Chuck Berry, Got to Find My Baby. And the Best of Sellers, Peter Sellers. Tyson Morgan on Fleetwood Mac. So he is going to take the Fleetwood Mac over here. So did Tyson Morgan. The chain keeps us together, running down a chain. How about the Gordon Lightfoot Ship Song? You're referring to the wreck of the Edmund Fitzgerald. That could at any moment pop up on one of these singles. That was in fact a single released by him. So yes, at any moment that could pop up. Okay, next claim is Susie Breedlove on Rick Springfield. X-Wing 81, in fact, got the Michael Jackson. John Durden got Peter Sellers. Susie next on Michael Jackson. Tracy next on Peter Sellers. John Berry next on Peter Sellers. Bill Fox next on Man in the Mirror. Troy Robinson next on Man in the Mirror. That left Chuck Berry, Some Kind of Wonderful, Fifth Dimension, and Bobby Sherman. Those are all $6.99. How much? Just $6. Boy, I messed up the pricing. Jim B. Now, that's not the same Jim B on YouTube. That's James Bullock on the Jackson 5 cardboard. Okay. Boom, 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 boom. Can I get the Walmart icons? I cannot. No. Sometimes, but no, usually not. A new sealed popper is around $30. A new sealed popper is around $30. Clocks. She Looks a Lot Like You. Bobby Helms, My Special Angel. The Halos, Nag. The New Connie 6, Sometime, Someone, Sometime. Preston Epps, Bongo, Bongo, Bongo. The Yellow Balloon, Yellow Balloon. Dwayne Eddy, Detour. Carl Mann, Pretend. Chuck Berry, Nadine, Is That You? And the McCoys, Fever. These are all $6.99. McCoys, Chuck Berry, Carl Mann, Dwayne Eddy, Yellow Balloon, Soda Denise, Preston Epps, New Connie 6, Halos, Bobby Helms, and Clocks. These are all $6.99. Hush, Hush, Deep Purple. Jeffrey Osborne, Stay With Me Tonight. The DeVales, Back on the Road Again. Dales, Oh What a Night. So that's the DeVales. This is the Dales, Oh What a Night. Five Satins, Wish I Had My Baby. Don and Juan, What's Your Name? Five Satins, In the Still of the Night. Jerry Butler, For Your Precious Love. Who Can It Be Now? That's Men at Work. Who can it be now? Men at Work, Jerry Butler, Five Satins, Donna Juan, Five Satins, Dales, DeVales, Jeffrey Osborne, and Deep Purple. Hush, Hush. Next, these are $6.99. A no-brainer here. The Beach Boys 409 and Surfing Safari with the picture sleeve. It's another Pleasant Valley Sunday, hey, here in Status Simple Land. Jack Scott, no one will ever know. Edward Burns, Cookie Cookie. Joey D and the Starlighters, Peppermint Twist, and Billy Fawn, a Swingin' Safari. So that was the Jim B that got this. Oh my gosh. Jim B bought this. No telling what this sells for on eBay then. This must be a $400 or $500 record then. We let one slip through the gaps. Folks, we did it again. Jim B, 10 minutes later buying a record. That means you've screwed up big time. We just let one slip through the gaps there. Goodness gracious. Eric Van Leuven got the Beach Boys for $6.99. James Rainey second. Tim Graham third. And Fred Cardinal got Hush, Hush. We still got Billy Vaughn, Joey D. That's a UK edition. Edward Burns from 77 Sunset Strip. Jack Scott. Wow, nobody on the Monkees. It's another Pleasant Valley Sunday here in Status Simple Land. Chuck Berry, School Day. Chuck Berry, just give me that rock and roll music. The Penguins, Earth Angel. Gary and the Pacemakers, I'll be there. U.S. Senator Birch Baugh, birthday celebration. Campaign jingle. Steve Dahl and Teenage Radiation. TRA. RTA. Notatar something, 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 something. The American Group theme from Room 22. James Rainey said, Chad, give me the Monkees. Mr. Green, he's so serene. He's got a TV in every room. The American Group, Steve Dahl, Birch Baugh, Gary, Penguin, so did James Rainey, Chuck Berry, School Day condition. EX or better. Unbelievably nice. Tracy Songer wants theme from Room 22. It's another Pleasant Valley Sunday. Hey. Denise on Chuck Berry. There are places I remember in my life. Sir Douglas Quintet, she's about a mover. Waylon and Willie, good-hearted woman. Waylon, Clyde. Waylon, Luckenbach, Texas. Dion, Lovers Who Wander. John Zachary, Dinner with Drac. Dinner with Drac. The Mellow Kings, Tonight. And the Staccatos, Then You Can Tell Me Goodbye. On Pie. In my life, and some remain. All right, so we had the Staccatos, the Mellow Kings, John Zaccarella, Dion, Waylon, and Waylon and Willie sold a Mega Blast. And we have James Rainey wanted Good-Hearted. Good-Hearted. That was... Oh, that was Waylon and Willie too. John Durden was first on that one. Shari, he was first. The Chancellor's Little Latin Lupe Lou. So Many Teardrops for One Heart. 96 Tears. A classic. The Crickets featuring Buddy Holly, Maybe Baby. Willows, Church Bells May Ring. Barnett Strong, Money, That's What I Want. The fantastic Johnny C., Boogaloo Down on Broadway. And the Meters, Little Old Money Maker. Those are $6.99. What Waylon songs were those? There was 2 Waylons. Clyde, Double-Sided Promo, Luckenbach, Texas, and Belle of the Ball. Luckenbach. There Goes Mark on Doug Sam. Where was that one at? Was that in? Hold on a second. So we have The Meter, sold to Eric Van Leuven. Fantastic G, Barrett Strong. Willow, sold to Denise. Buddy Holly, 96 Years, and the Chancellors. Doug Sam. Where was that one at? Waylon, Sir Douglas, Dion, Jack, Mellow Kings. Hold on. Doug Sam. I hadn't seen Doug Sam in quite some time. I can't believe no one got 96 Tears. Buddy Holly, Condition. Fiji plus. James Rainey takes Luckenbach, Texas. Chad's having to stretch. Oh, gosh. Oh. I am currently down on the floor. Okay. Sir Douglas Quintet. Aha. I know what that one is. Okay. So, Buddy Holly sold to John Durden. Fred Cardinale, 96 Tears. And then, have I sold you before? There Goes Mark. I can't see your name on YouTube, just your handle. Okay. And if I have, remind me who you are. Next. The Channels, Altar of Love. The Crest, Step by Step. Barry Manilow, Mandy. American Flyer. Spencer Davis Group, Keep On Running. Keep On. This is Chattanooga. That's that Elm Hill Meats promotional record. Mark Rendon. Okay, so There Goes Mark is Mark Rendon. Thank you. They're going to need that in the tagging room. Wang Chung, Everybody Have Fun Tonight. Green Onions, a classic, Booker T and the MGs. The Cascades, Rhythm of the Rain. Baby, I Love Your Way, Peter Frampton. We have Herman's Hermits, This Door Swings Both Ways. Jeffrey Osborne, Don't You Get So Mad. That's cool. Platters, Million Aneem. Is that what that says? That looks like something foreign. Less Platters. A Foreign Platters picture sleeve. That's with Ella Fitzgerald, right? That's pretty cool. Yeah, Luckenbach, Texas. Luckenbach. Same thing. Luckenbach. Okay, we have the Platters, Jeffrey Osborne, Herman's Hermits, Peter Frampton, Cascades, Green Onions on Chad Snyder, Wang Chung, Elm Hill Meats, Keep On Running, Flyer, Barry Manilow, Crest, and the Channels. Next handful of 45s coming at you right now. Keep On Running. Lost Del Rio, the Macarena. Ain't Too Proud to Beg, the Temptations. The Four Deuces, WPLJ. The Trade Winds, New York's a Lonely Town. Nice, Boogie On, Reggae Woman, Stevie Wonder. Olivia Newton-John covering What Is Life, a George Harrison classic promo. Baby Cortez, Rinky Dink, and the McCoys, Fever. Wow, I've never seen anything Macarena on vinyl. Isn't that the kind of deal? Sold to X-Wing. And then Mac or Olivia Newton-John is sold to Tracy Sunger. Tell me what is my life that you know. The McCoys, Baby Cortez, Stevie Wonder, Trade Winds, and the Four Deuces is WPLJ with dashes. And Here Lies My Love. Tell me who is my life. Johnny Bond, Hot Rod Lincoln. Dale Shannon, From Me to You. That's a Beatles song. Dan Lears, One Summer Night. Ernie Freeman, Lost Dreams. Ernie Freeman, Raunchy. The Adrisi Brothers, Cherry Stone. Oh, man. This next one is really cool. Like, Chad may be buying one. I'm going to hide it for a second. Ricky Nelson, Poor Little Fool. The Chartbuster, She's the One. The Majors, A Wonderful Dream. And George Jones, The Window Up Above. Tender Years, George Jones. I've bought more 45s for my personal collection going through these than just about anything since I've been doing this. First thing, George Jones sold to John Durden. Tim Graham on Hot Rod Lincoln. Then John Durden on Bummer. I don't think that was a claim. Susie next on Hot Rod, and then Fred Carnell. I got my fingers ready. Denise does want the Four Deuces. Okay. I might show it. I did end up selling one the other night after I checked my collection because I found a little pocket of 45s in one of my spare bedrooms. Well, let me see what condition it is. It's like VG Plus. I'll show it here in a second. It's pretty cool. I mean, I could have stashed away a lot of these I've sold already tonight. Easily. I'm nice to y'all, though. I actually sell this stuff. I could go live every night and just show y'all records and just say they're not for sale. I probably wouldn't have many people watching, and I would be broke and, have to fire people and go out of business. So I better just start selling stuff. Fred Carnell wants Raunchy. Okay, well, let me go dig that out before it gets buried. He wants old Raunchy. Raunchy. There it is. Raunchy. Next is The Fuzz. I Love You for All Seasons. The Cadillac, Speedo. Donny Osmond, Go Away Little Girl. Time to Ride. We have Addicted to Love, Robert Palmer. I'm a Soul Man. Ra-dun-dun, ra-dun-dun. Lords of London, Candy Rainbow. Conway Twitty, Desperado Love. Johnny and the Hurricanes, Old Smoky. The Champs, El Rancho Rock. Bonnie Came Back, Dwayne Eddy. Kai Winding, Moore. And Showman, 39, 21, 46. How much are these, you ask? $6.99. John Durden is dying to see this 45. Asking about it has extended another 10-minute delay. Showmen, Kai Winding, Dwayne Eddy, The Champs, Johnny and the Hurricanes, Conway Twitty, Lords of London. Sam and Dave sold to Wolverine. Robert Palmer. Donny Osmond. The Cadillacs. The Fuzz. Whew. Next, this is $6.99. George Jones, Touch and Shoulders, Tammy. Sure. George Jones and Tammy Wynette, My Elusive Dreams. George Jones, Who's Gonna Fill Their Shoes? George Jones, Nothing Ever Hurt Me Is Half as Bad as Losing You. I Cantina, Won't You Forgive Me? Nice. Y'all ready? I could easily set this in my pile. Easily. The Ronettes, Be My Baby, on Philly Records. The Brotherhood of Man picture sleeve, United We Stand. George Jones and Johnny Paycheck, When You're Ugly Like Us, You Just Naturally Got to Be Cool. Crow, Evil Woman. Del Vikings, Cool Shake. And the Shells, Baby Oh Baby. All right. First thing was Cadillac's label from the last stack. The Cadillac's was on Josie. Next was Fred Carnell wants DE and Lords. Okay. Lords of London sold to Fred Carnell. Dwayne Eddy sold to Fred Carnell. Next is Wolverine on Ike. We had the Shells, the Del Vikings, Crow. Okay, we had George Jones, Brotherhood, Ronettes, Ike and Tina sold to Wolverine. George Jones, George Jones, George Jones, George Jones. Ronette sold to John Durden. Wolverine was next, then James Rainey, then Fred Carnell. Chad Snyder on the Crow. Wolverine on Del Vikings. And that left Brotherhood of Man, United We Stand. The Shells, Baby Oh Baby on Johnson Records. Now, John Durden on George Jones. We got Touch and Shoulders, My Elusive Dreams, Who's Gonna Fill Their Shoes? Nothing Ever Hurt Me Is Half as Bad When You're Ugly. That's the one with Johnny Paycheck. The Flips is Let's Build a World Together, We're Gonna Hold On. Who's Gonna Fill Their Shoes? Wine. And You're Ugly. That's a double-sided promo. You're ugly. I mean, when you're ugly. Or you can just go ahead and say, I'll take all of them because I'm a reckless lunatic. You could also put that. All right. We got the Tams. What Kind of Fool? Aretha Franklin, Without You. Aretha Franklin, Son of a Preacher Man. New Colony 6, You're Gonna Be Mine. Paul Young, Every Time You Go Away. Bo Dawson and the Haywoods, Billy Don't Be a Hero. Jerry Lee Lewis, You Went Out of Your Way. B. Bumble and the Stingers, Nut Rocker. And Van Halen, Feel So Good. Double-sided promo from OU812. Double-sided promo. All right. So the first thing is George Jones, Shoes Only. All right. That's sold to John Durden. First thing is John Durden on Aretha. John Durden on Aretha. Let me know if you want Without You, Son of a Preacher Man. You got dibs. Somebody's next on Son of a Preacher Man. Wolverine on Tams. We still got Van Halen, B. Bumble, Jerry Lee, Bo Dawson, this. Okay, the Tams is sold to Wolverine. Wolverine third in line on Aretha. Tim Graham on Jerry Lee Lewis. I messaged you Jazz interview on Facebook. Some people tell me it went well. Great. Well, do we need to share that in Whole Lot of Records? That might be pretty good. Tim Graham got Van Halen. He also put H and then VH. If H was a claim, let me know, but I got you down for Van Halen. Fred Carnell got Paul Young. Okay. John Durden got Preacher Man. That means Wolverine without you and you is still available if you want Aretha. John LeBeatty next on Van Halen. And Eric Van Leuven wants B. Bumble and the Stingers. Okay? That left New Colony 6 and Bo Donaldson. Yeah, that'd be fine. I'm okay with that. Next thing is George Jones, My Favorite Lies. George Jones, I Can Still See Him in Your Eyes. George Jones, Mary Don't Go Round. George Jones, Somebody Wants Me Out of the Way. George Jones, If Drinking Don't Kill Me, Her Memory Will. Golly. These country guys were always sad and depressing, weren't they? It's always something going on wrong in their life. I guess they wrote about real life situations. Something bad's always happening. I'm drinking, I'm crying, she's on my mind, she left me, she cheated on me. George Jones, If Drinking Don't Kill Me, Somebody Wants Me Out of the Way, Mary Don't Go Round, I Can Still See Him in Your Eyes, My Favorite Lies. Golly, these country, they had bad luck with women. Golly, every one of these are like something bad happened to George. He wants Drinking, okay. Yeah, man, horrible lives. Horrible. Golly. She walked out with my best friend. Okay, that's a conclusion. Let's go into another box. Here comes the sun, do 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 do. Here comes the sun, and I say it's all right. Little darling, it's been a long, cold, lonely winter. Do 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 do. It's been long, yeah, since it's been here. Boo doo doo, and I say it's all right. I'm trying to figure out what side is the A sides of this box. Okay, I got it figured out. I couldn't figure out what side was the A sides because a couple of these I didn't know. I found one I knew. So here we go. These are $6.99. Here we go. Ooh, Sweet Talking Woman on purple vinyl, ELO. The Marquise last night on Satellite Records. That's cool. Shirley and Lee, Rock All Night on Aladdin. Strawberry Alarm Clock tomorrow. We have Charlie Gracie, Butterfly. Mel and Tim, Backfield in Motion. The Chiffons, A Love So Fine. A Jolly Jacks, There's Something on Your Mind, Part 1. Don't forget to show us that 45 you boned on us. At this point, I'm not for sure what you're talking about. First thing we have is Wolverine on Leo and Elon. I think he's trying to get ELO. He wanted at first Leo, and then he wanted Elon, but he did get ELO. Tim Graham was next, and then Wolverine also got MT. So we got the Jolly Jacks, the Chiffons, Mel and Tim sold to Wolverine, Charlie Gracie, Strawberry Alarm Clock, Shirley and Lee, and the Marquise. 45 I kept. Not ringing a bell. Maybe I'll remember tomorrow. Here comes the sun. Do-do-do-do. Here we go. Here's another one. What My Woman Can't Do, George Jones and My Love and Life. That one might be positive. What My Woman Can't Do and My Love and Wife. Is that something positive? All right, we got UNV, Something's Going On. Conway Twitty, Don't Cry Joni. Bobby Bear, He'd Fight the World. Super Freak, Super Freaky, Rick James. The Happening, See You in September. Earl Thomas Conley, No Chance, No Dance. The Sopwith Campbell, Hello, Hello. Little River Band, The Night Owls. Couple cool picture sleeves coming up in the next handful. These are all $6.99. All right. And $6.99. I will show the 45 that I kept in just a second. Little River Band, Sopwith Campbell, Earl Thomas Conley, The Happenings, Rick James, Bobby Bear, Conway Twitty, UNV, John Professor Pen 2 for Pinpoint Productions from the Maverick Sir album, Something's Going On. And George Jones, John Durden passed on George. And I say, here's Boyd Bennett, Teenage Years, The Honey Drippers, Rockin' at Midnight and Young Boy Blues, The Honey Drippers, Steve Martin, King Tut, Steve Warner, What I Didn't Do, George and Tammy, Southern California, George and Tammy, We Loved It Away, George and Tammy, Touching Shoulders, Tanya Tucker, Oh, What It Did to Me. I'd say it's all right. Ooh, cool stuff here. All right, sorry, I'm looking ahead. We got King Tut, sold for $6.99 to Chad Snyder, and the Honey Drippers to There Goes Mark. So that left Boyd Bennett, Tanya Tucker, George, and Steve Warner. All right. Next, these are $6.99. We got Escape from Gremlins, Story 3, and this is sealed. It's never been opened. Gremlins. Carole King, It Might As Well Rain Until September on Dimension. Boy, that looks pretty early. Nobody's Perfect. Is that from the 60s? That might be a non-album single before she put out her first album. Brenda Lee, Sweet Nothings. Sir Douglas Quintet, The Rains Came. Abracadabra, Steve Miller Band. Two cool picture sleeves here. Dave Clark 5, Catch Us If You Can. And the Rolling Stones, Miss You. Those Puerto Rican girls are just dying to meet you. Right. These are $6.99. So Wolverine got Carole King. James Rainey on the Gremlins. Tim Graham next on the Gremlins. Wolverine on Brenda Lee. Tim Voldness put H-E. Not for sure, Tim, on H-E. Can you correct that one? Wolverine got Dave Clark. Wolverine got the Stones. Tim Graham was next on the Stones. And Sir Douglas goes to There Goes Mark. That left a hit single, Abracadabra, by Steve Miller Band. And there's one pending thing we might have to correct. Looks like Tim Voldness got auto-corrected with H-E. All right, this is cool. And it's a promo. Marty Robbins, El Paso. Promo, Marty Robbins. The Vogues, You're the One. If you're going to San Francisco. The Lonely Bull, Herb Albert, Tijuana Brass. The Righteous Brothers, You're My Soul and Inspiration. J. Frank Wilson, Last Kiss. Blondie, Heart of Glass. The Teen Queens, Red Top. And Dusty Springfield, Wishing and Hoping, and Do Re Me. Oh, gosh. First thing we had, is Wolverine on Marty Robbins. Jazz Grog, you were second. Wolverine first on Scott McKenzie. And Fred Carnell on Blondie. And Dolly Parton is Stephen Parton's 7th cousin once removed. There you go. So, do you have any money coming your way? That's the question. Once you find out somebody famous is in your family, first question is, do I get any money? Steve Miller Band, Abracadabra, Dusty Springfield, the Teen Queens, John LeBeatty on J. Frank Wilson, Righteous Brothers, Herb Alber, and the Vogues. Not a dime. Shoot. Can you hook me up on a date? Any dating going on? Buddy Holly, it doesn't matter to me. That's a cool coral sleeve with the dancing cartoons. Buddy Holly, that's worth $6.99. Eric Carmen, Hungry Eyes. What do we have here? Religion in American Life radio campaign. Volunteer agency. Another Righteous Brothers Soul and Inspiration. Mrs. Grass Noodle Soups. Music to sell soup by. Chicken Rich Noodle Soup. I think you listen to this and you'll learn how to sell soup. The Move, Chinatown. That's Jeff Lynne and Roy Wood. And Freddie Cannon, Action. Dun, dun. All right. Wolverine gets Buddy Holly. And Tracy Songer wants Mrs. Soup. All right. And that left Freddie Cannon, The Move, Righteous Brothers, Religion, and Eric Carmen. Boom. $6.99. The Drifters, True Love, True Love. The Genies, Who's That Knocking? The Clovers, Full, Full, Full. Clovers, The Feeling Is So Good. Ah, this is cool. From the Valley of the Jolly Green Giant. Green vinyl, Jolly Green Giant. The Hair on My Chinny Chin Chin, Sam the Sham. Garth Brooks, Walking After Midnight, red vinyl, jukebox. Rick Nelson, Congratulations. Miko, Pop Goes the Movies. And Joey D, Peppermint Twist Part 1. These are all $6.99. Joey D, Miko, Rick Nelson, Garth Brooks, Sam the Sham, Green Giant, Clover, Clover, Genies, and Drifters. Wolverine first on the Drifters. Old Man Hilton on GB. Green. GB was for Garth Brooks, I bet, right? Tracy got Jolly Green Giant. X-Wing second on Garth Brooks. And then Levi did get Garth Brooks, and then Wolverine got Joey D. So that left the Genies, 2 Clovers, Sam, Nelson, Rick Nelson, and Miko. Whoa. Uh-oh, did I flip these? No. Okay, can't mess up the A-sides. The White Knight, Cletus Maggard and the Citizen Band. David Gates, Clouds. That's David Gates from Bread. La Love is Strange, Mickey and Sylvia. Private Eyes, Hall & Oates. Dale Shannon, Runaway. Johnny the Hurricane's Molly O. The Router, Stingray. And that's cool. Lonnie Mack, Memphis on the Fraternity label in the Fraternity sleeve. Lonnie Mack. I'm Facebook friends with his daughter. She lives here in Lebanon. She still has his original guitar that I think is worth a fortune. I think she lives here in Lebanon. I don't know. I'm Facebook friends with her because I heard that she had records for sale at some point, but I don't think that ever came to fruition. Or maybe somebody thought she did. But he's kind of a local guy. Or he lived here locally when he died, somewhat locally. Okay. I got to touch my toes. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Oh. Popping bones. Ooh. All right, sorry. I had to take a stack of sold stuff to the back, and then I went ahead and stretched. So Wolverine got David Gates. He also got Mickey and Sylvia. He also got Dale Shannon. He also got Lonnie Mack. Tracy next on Mickey, and Fred Carnell next on Lonnie Mack. Moving right along. No time for no rest till the wicked. Marty Robbins, a white sport coat and a pink carnation. Johnny and the Hurricane, San Antonio Rose. The Outsiders, Lost in My World. Herb Albert, The Lonely Bull. Bill Justice, Raunchy. Jackie Wilson, That's the Way, I Love You So. In the Brunswick Sleeve. Chug-a-Lug by Roger Miller. And the Applejacks, Mexican Hat Rock. And Annette Pineapple Princess. Okay. So we have Annette, Applejacks, Roger Miller, Jackie Wilson, Soda Wolverine, Bill Justice, T. Awana Brass, Outsiders, John the Hurricanes, and Marty Robbins. How much are these, you ask? They're just $6.99. Wow. Chad, surely you're joking. I'm, in fact, not joking. Brian Hyland, He Don't Understand You. Cab Calloway, Unchained Melody. Jan Bradley, Mama Didn't Lie. Giorgio, Son of My Father. Neil Diamond, I Got the Feeling. The Mojo Men, Sit Down, I Think I Love You. The Tams, Deep Inside Me. What a Wonderful World. Louis Armstrong from Good Morning Vietnam. And Wayne Fontana, Game of Love. So that's actually a single from the Good Morning Vietnam soundtrack. The Collegians, Zoom, Zoom, Zoom. These are all $6.99. So we had the Collegians, Louis Armstrong sold to Levi Hilton, the Tams, the Mojo Men, Neil Diamond, Giorgio, Jan Bradley, Cab Calloway, Brian Hyland sold to Wolverine. Was there one more? Brad, Cab, Bradley, Wolverine, Jan Bradley. So Jan Bradley and Brian Hyland, and then Levi got Louis Armstrong. Just to confirm, all these are just $6.99. There's no way. Yes, these are just so everybody's on the same page, these are $6.99 each. Yeah. Yep. Just to make sure we're all clear. The Crystals. He's Sure the Boy I Love. Terry Knight and the Pack. I Who Have Nothing. Cannibal and the Headhunters, Land of a Thousand Dances. New Colony 6, I Confess. Terry Knight and the Pack again, What's on Your Mind. Terry Knight and the Pack, This Precious Time. Chad and Jeremy, Before and After. James Brown, The Drunk, on the James Brown Customs logo or label. And the Marcel's, Blue Moon. In case y'all just hopped on, these are all $6.99. Yep. $6.99 in case you just hopped on. The Marcel's, James Brown. Marcel's sold to Wolverine. James Brown. Let's take a look at that. Look at that label. That's cool. This is a weird one. The Drunk, James Brown, distributed by Starday King Records. Starday King Records is a country label. It says Bethlehem. I don't know if I've actually seen that one before. And the flip on that one is a man has to go back to the crossroads. Distributed by Starday King, James Brown Production, Bethlehem. That's pretty unusual, isn't it? Chad and Jeremy, Before and After. Terry Knight, New Colony 6. Cannibal, Terry Knight, and the Crystals, the Soda Wolverine. And then Fred Carnell put JB Blue. Is that for James Brown? If so, so to Fred Cardinale. And then let me know if blue was something else additional. All right, these are just $6.99. Thurston Harris, Little Bitty Pretty One. The Uniques, My Babe. Gary U.S. Bonds, Quarter to Three. The Passions, Just to Be With You. Syndicate of Sound, Little Girl. The Chords, Shaboom. The Checkers, Over the Rainbow. Rockin' Louie and the Mama Jammers. Bobby Smith and the Poor Souls, Belly Roll Me. How much are these? They're just $6.99. It's pretty crazy, Chad. Well, that's how much they are, though. Bobby Smith, Rockin' Louie, the Checkers, the Chords, Syndicate of Sound, the Passions, Gary Usman, the Nuke. All right, so Wolverine just wanted Thurston Harris, Little Bitty One, right, Wolverine? And Fred Cardinale wanted James Brown and Blue Moon. Is that something Wolverine got earlier, Blue Moon? Let's see. Yeah, Wolverine already got that one. Okay. So the Uniques, Gary U.S. Bonds, the Passion, Syndicate of Sound, the Chords, the Checkers, Rockin' Louie, and Bobby Smith. Okay. So what I'll probably do is I'm probably going to finish this box with there's several more handfuls. Also, Little was another title. Little. Okay, Billy Roll Me. Well, there was Little Bitty Pretty One, but that was Thurston Harris. Oh, Little Girl. The Syndicate of Sound. Okay, Little Girl. So Little Bitty Pretty One and Little Girl. I'm going to recap these two stacks at some point because I see a couple active buyers that wasn't on earlier. Still going to finish this box. And I think for tomorrow, John's not here tomorrow, but we still got 4 boxes that have not been shown. Maybe 5 if I can figure out what happened to the other one. So, yeah, we got plenty to go through. So, yeah, I'll be going through these. That's what I'm going to do. I mean, it's only one, but stopping an hour earlier tonight will be great. But it'll take me a while to recap those. So, we still got quite a bit of stuff to do on that one. But, yeah, I think 6 boxes. 1. I mean, we might get through another box. Oh, I forgot about this. Oh, my gosh. This one's right here in front of me. Look at this one. I forgot about this one. Yeah, add this to the count. Let me go to the top view. Yeah, we're not going to run out of 45. So he told me it's still going to be pretty endless. I mean, we got 50,000 more to read through. Yeah. I mean, that might not be an exaggeration. We got months more to read through. Yeah, there's 2 more boxes there. So 1, 2, this is about 2 boxes. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. There's 8 more boxes that have never been read through. 8 more boxes. Flood out to somebody. That's true. Wow. I think that's Flottercheck's reaction to knowing that there's 8 more boxes to read through. Those 3 words, Aaron Neville. Let's get back at it. Aaron Neville Danny and the Juniors, At the Hop. Jimmy Charles and the Revelettes, 1,000,000 to 1. The Belmonts, I Need Someone. Daydream Believer. Jim Reeves, Red Eyed and Rowdy. The Blue Notes, I've Had It. The Nightcrawlers, Little Black Egg. And the Cadillacs, Peekaboo on Josie. Oh, dang. Shoot. My bad. Sorry. All right, so let me read those again. Unsold auctions. I'm about to show those right now because I got to do a deal with Patrick Lear on one of them. Eric Van Leuven was first on Aaron Neville, then Wolverine. So the Cadillacs, Nightcrawlers, the Bell Notes, Jim Reeves, the Monkeys, Belmonts, Jimmy Charles, and Danny and the Juniors. So Eric Van Leuven got Aaron Neville, Wolverine got Danny and the Juniors, and Fred Carnell wants Daydream Believer. So the leftovers right now, all the Fred Carnell also wants Black Egg. That left Jimmy Charles, the Belmonts, Jim Reeves, Bell Notes, and Cadillacs. Right now, leftover boxes. Well, I was hoping to sell some wholesale. There's 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14. Now there's 16, 17 of these boxes like this left over. So 17 boxes like this. We'll go back through them later, like months. So we'll go back through them because a couple of these boxes, not these and not anything I've shown recently, but it's stuff from like earlier in the year. And I know some of y'all serious buyers haven't seen them. So we went back through some of those boxes that were shown a year ago or 6 months ago, and then we sold another half of it. So a lot of stuff that, you know, maybe we don't have a lot of money in, I'll just store it here and then we'll go back through it in 6 months. You never know. We could have 5 new watchers that night and they buy another half of the box. That Thelonious Monk ended up selling. Yep. We sold a bunch of jazz tonight and all the other jazz from the other night's all gone. Okay. The Capris, Indian Girl. The Nightcaps, Wine, Wine, Wine. Bobby Comstock, Let's Stomp. Lee Andrews, Try the Impossible. The Olympics, Big Boy Pete. Dionne Warwick, Deja Vu. Steam, Nah Nah Hey Hey, Kiss Him Goodbye. The Seeds, Pushing Too Hard. Underground Sunshine, Birthday. And Shadows of Night, Taurus. Oh no. Oh no. Shadows of Night, Taurus. Oh no. Oh no. Shadows of Night, Taurus. Oh no. Shadows of Night, Taurus. Grog, all the jazz is gone. And somewhere Jazz Grog is going, you've got to be kidding me. You've got to be kidding me. It's all gone again right in front of me. Jim B got Shadows because I think he's already sold one on Discogs for $75. And then Eric Van Leuven on the Seeds. All right. So that left Underground Sunshine, Steam, Dionne Warwick, Olympics, Lee Andrews, Bobby Comstock, Nightcap, Capris. And I still got, what the heck is this? Puss in Boots, the best cat food in the whole world. Puss in Boots, the best cat food in the whole doggone world. Peter and Gordon, I Go to Pieces, Love Me Baby. The Tokens, A Weema Wet, A Weema Wet. That is The Lion Sleeps Tonight and the Four Seasons, Save It For Me. In the jungle, the mighty jungle, the lion sleeps tonight. Puss in Boots sold to Valdercheck, then Tracy, and then Wolverine wants the Tokens and the Four Seasons. All right, and that left Peter and Gordon. I had to take my dog out. Did you show that 45 you bogarted yet? No, and since then I've bogarted another one, and I hadn't shown it yet either. I'll do that at the very, very, very end of the show if y'all are nice. And keyword's nice. I kind of want to start on another box. Yeah, I kind of want to recap these two. All right, let's start at this box, okay? I'll find a good point to, you know. Another one bites the dust. Keep yourself alive. Murray Head, Superstar from Jesus Christ Superstar. The Left Bank, Pretty Ballerina. Jimmy Rogers, Kisses Sweeter Than Wine. Billy Paul, Me and Mr. Jones. Bob Seger, Shame on the Moon, written by Rodney Crowell. John Fogerty, The Old Man Down the Road. David Lee Roth, Just a Gigolo, I Ain't Got No Body. David Lee Roth, California Girls. And Chicago, Hard Habit to Break. In the jungle, the mighty jungle, Seth is scared for his life. We got Chicago, Roth, Fogerty, Seeger, Billy Paul, So to Wolverine, Jimmy Rogers, So to Wolverine, The Left Bank, Murray Head, So to Fred Cardinale. So, incorrect order here. Let me reorganize these. Wolverine got Jimmy Rogers. Wolverine got Billy Paul. Fred Cardinale got Murray Head. Four Seasons. Whoops. That was from the last stack. Okay. And then Vladarchek on both Roth. Both Roths. And John LeBeatty next on Roth. Okay. That left Chicago Queen, The Left Bank, Bob Seger, and John Fogerty. In the jungle, the mighty jungle. Raindrops Keep Falling on My Head, a promo copy. No, it's not. It just has stars next to it. B.J. Thomas, though. Jungle Love by The Time. Prince, 1999, and Little Red Corvette. Sam Cooke, Cupid. That's a good one. Hello, Dolly, Louis Armstrong. Chicago by Frank Sinatra. Gary Lewis, Green Grass. Lee Andrews and the Hearts, Long Lonely Nights. And Richie Havens, Here Comes the Sun. Do-do-do. His sound's a little bit different, though. His version's slightly different. These are all $6.99. Wolverine gets B.J. Thomas. Jungle is right here. Vladarchek. Jazz Grog on Louis Armstrong. Fred next on Jungle, but you were first on Prince. So that's Richie Havens, Lee Andrews, Gary Lewis, Sinatra, and Cupid. And Chain Gang, those are both good. Cupid, pull back your bow, something like that. I am not going to try to attempt to sing like Sam Cooke. There's only one person that can do that, and that's Sam Cooke. Okay, Hess in Session gets Sam Cooke. Here we go. Bicycle, bicycle, I love to ride my Queen, Crazy Little Thing Called Love, and Bicycle Race. Bobby Gentry, Ode to Billy Joe, classic. Clacklin' Rosie, that's a good one. Neil Diamond. Neil Diamond, Thank the Lord for the Nighttime, that's a good one. Oh my gosh. Okay, I'll let this one go. The Ramones, Howling at the Moon, and Warthog. The Ramones. Do what? Ryan Adams, Baby, I'm Gonna Run to You. And Bruce Springsteen is on fire. I'm on fire. Wow, that was a good little batch there. Maybe these might just get better and better and better and better. Keep going, keep going. We'll bring out another box, 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 another box. First thing we have here is Jazz Grog on Ode to Billy Joe. Wolverine on Neil Diamond. You got Cracklin' Rosie and Thank the Lord for the Nighttime. I'm assuming you'll want both. Eric Von Leuven on Ramones. Fred got Queen. Chris Bryant next on Ramones. Christina next on Billy Joel. Fred next on Wolverine. And we got Bryan Adams and Bruce Springsteen left. Both Neil Diamond, so to Wolverine. We could go get another box, another box, another box. Okay, I'll stop. We got Cheech and Chong, born in East L.A., and I'm a Modern Man. Cheech and Chong. Glory Days, Bruce. Dancing in the Dark, Bruce. Bruce, I'm going down. And I can't fight this feeling anymore. Might as well jump. House of Pain. Ooh. Run DMC, King of Rock. Wow. And Ride Like the Wind and Sailing. Both of Christopher Cross's best work on 145. $6.99. Hold on a minute, I'm getting a call. Hello? Hey, Chad, I just want to make sure these 45s are just $6.99. I just want to make sure. Yeah, that's right. These 45s are $6.99. Okay. Just wanted to make sure. No problem. All right. So Chris Bryant put CC. CC was for Cheech and Chong. Vladarchek got Run DMC. Vladarchek also got House of Pain. Now, was that the Van Halen song? Right? That's not House of Pain, the band, the hip-hop band. That's the B-side to Jump, just so Vladarchek and Fred Carnell knows that. It might have sounded like I was reading off an artist. It was, and it was, in fact, Van Halen, the flip side of House of Pain. Still got Christopher Cross, REO Speedwagon, Can't Fight This Feeling, Springsteen. So, all right, we had this exact record earlier, and it sold. This is from Good Morning Vietnam, What a Wonderful World, Louis Armstrong, and Wayne Fontana, The Game of Love. Hey, Mr. Tambourine Man, and All I Really Want to Do. Those are great songs by the Byrds. The Style Council, My Ever-Changing Moods. This is a weird label to see Sinatra on. It's over, it's over, it's over. River, stay away from my door. Look at that weird red capital label. It's been date stamped May 9th, 1960. Nice. The Spacemen, The Clouds. Eddie Cooley and the Dimples, Priscilla. Summer Rain by Johnny Rivers. And another Sinatra, Strangers in the Night, back-to-back hits, and the flip is Summer Wind. Louis Armstrong is sold to Fred Carnell. He also gets the Byrds. Mark, There Goes Mark, gets Style Council. Fred was next. Jazz Grog gets Strangers in the Night by Sinatra. And that left Johnny Rivers, Eddie Cooley, the Spacemen, and this other Sinatra. On a capital label, I don't think I've seen too many. So just so y'all know, Van Halen Jump and the flip side House of Pain is unclaimed. So if anybody wants Jump, dun, 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 dun. That was kind of a pretty good song. Olivia Newton-John, Let Me Be There. Nice. The Jackson 5, I Found That Girl. MacArthur Park, this time by Donna Summer. We got the theme from Ben Casey and the theme from Dr. Kildare. Looks like something Tracy Songer would buy. Johnny Bond, Everybody Knew the Truth But Me. Johnny Bond, Somebody's Pushing. And Jimmy Reed, A String to Your Heart. Okay. Wolverine got the Jackson 5. So Fred did want Van Halen. Okay, he did get Jump and House of Pain. Donna Summer is sold to Wolverine. Jazz Grog on Reed. And Wolverine was second. So we still got a Johnny Bond, a Ben Casey, Dr. Kildare, and Olivia Newton-John. Moving right along. This is pretty cool. This is an old EP on the King label. Earl Bostic, Volume 5, EP 204. Earl Bostic. Styx, Renegade. The Jig is Up. The Who, Pinball and Wizard. Deaf, Dumb, and Blind Boy sure plays a mean pimp. The Who. See me. Feel me. Joy to the World. Three Dog Night. Sweet City Woman, the Stampeders. Conway Twitty, It's Only Make Believe. It's Now or Never, Elvis Presley. I like that one. Here's My Way, also by the King. Those are all $6.99. Okay, first thing is Grog got Earl Bostic. Jazz Grog, Wolverine second. Jazz Grog on CD, and he meant Tweety. So we still got Elvis. Conway sold to Jazz Grog. Sweet City Woman sold to Chad Snyder. Three Dog Night, The Who. What's the flip on Pinball? Dogs Part 2. And Styx, Renegade. Both City and Tweety. Oh, he wanted Sweet City Woman too. Okay. City Woman sold to Grog and Conway. Chad, you were second on Sweet City Woman. My bad. He was first on that one. All right. These are also $6.99. The Viscounts, Harlem Nocturne, Bang a Gong, Get It On, T-Rex, Little Bit of Soul. That's a good one from the Music Explosion. Bill Haley, Rock This Joint. Bobby Helms, My Special Angel. And the Electric Prunes, a sock classic. I had too much to dream last night. And Burying the Tamerlanes is on the flip. All right. Chad's going down for a second. Oh my gosh. Come on, Chad. You can do this. Come on. You got this, man. Come on. Oh, that was a rough stretch there. Something just happened in my upper abdominal area. Yeah. All right, I'm in a three-point stance right now, like I'm on the offensive line. Okay, I'm back up. Okay, Wolverine got Viscounts. Jazz Grog got T-Rex. Wolverine next on T-Rex. Wolverine got Little Bit of Soul. Jazz Grog got Prunes. Fred Cardinal next on T-Rex. Fred Cardinal gets Bill Haley. Unless he wanted Bobby Helms, I got you down for Bill Haley. Fred Cardinal next on Prunes. And I've got a good stretch in, so I'm ready for a few more handfuls of records. These are all $6.99. I got another Bill Haley, Skokian. Cheap Trick, Everything Works If You Let It. Jimmy Boyd, I've got those Wake Up 7:30, Wash Your Ears, They're Dirty, Eat Your Eggs, and Oatmeal Rush to School Blues. My gosh, that might be the longest title ever for a song. Let's read that one again. I've got those Wake Up 7:30, Wash Your Ears, They're Dirty, Eat Your Eggs, and Oatmeal Rush to School Blues. Holy moly. These are, in fact, $6.99, actually. Yeah, these are, in fact, $6.99. Carly Simon, Nobody Does It Better, from James Bond, The Spy Who Loved Me. Electric Boogie, Marcia Griffiths. Dale Vikings, Come Go With Me. Route 66 theme, Nelson Riddle, from the TV show. King Curtis, Mess Around. And here we go. I believe that's pronounced Kaola, From Russia with Love, from the James Bond movie, From Russia with Love. $6.99. Fred Carnell got Cheap Trick. That's right here, so to Fred Carnell. Patrick Lear on That Blues. Is that a claim for that Jimmy Bond song? Are we doing CDs next? It depends on what you mean by next. Next is Dale Viking, so to Wolverine. Wolverine also got AC for this. Chad Snyder on Electric Boogie. Fred Carnell next on Dale Vikings. Fred Carnell on Russia. This one is so to Patrick Lear, the Jimmy Boyd. And can I go through the last stack again? The last stack was Bobby Helms, My Special Angel, Styx Renegade, The Who Pinball Wizard, The Who See Me Feel Me, and Three Dog Night, Joy to the World. King Curtis, Mess Around, Nelson Riddle, Route 66 theme, Carly Simon, Nobody Does It Better, and Bill Haley, Skokonian. Next handful. How much are these? They're just $6.99. Surely you're joking, Chad. I'm in fact not joking. The Cleftones, Blues in the Night, The Ventures, Walk Don't Run, Alabama, See the Embers Feel the Flame, Buchanan and Goodman, The Flying Saucer, Part 1, Asia, Don't Cry, and Daylight, Ray Charles, You're Just About to Lose Your Clown, Ray Charles, Crying Time. These are all $6.99. If that's surprising, you must have just got on and caught some of these amazing records that we're selling for $6.99. So Wolverine wanted King. That was King Curtis. Okay, and that's from the last stack. And Fred Carnell wanted Styx and The Who. Got it. Okay, then in this stack, we had Ray Charles, Asia, Buchanan Goodman, Alabama, The Ventures, and the Cleftones. The first one is Jazz got Walk, Don't Run, Jazz Grog. Okay. Ventures next with Wolverine. Wolverine got both Ray Charles down here on the bottom. Fred was next on the Ventures. And the title on ABC Paramount. That was Ray Charles, but they've already been claimed by Wolverine. All right, let's grab another handful out of here, shall we? I like this box. Great stuff in this one. Here is a late 80s hard rock band. Bad English, Price of Love. Nice, Edgar Winter, Frankenstein. Sonny and Cher, A Beautiful Story, and Podunk. I Want to Fly Like an Eagle. Always on My Mind, Elvis Presley. And Cool Jerk by the Capitals. Cool Jerk. Bicycle, bicycle, I love to. Wolverine got Cool Jerk. And Frankenstein, so did Jazz Grog. Fred Carnell got Bad English. That left Elvis, Steve Miller, and Sonny and Cher. Fred, you were second on Winter. Da-da-da-da-da, baby, don't go. John Denver, Back Home Again. John Denver, Fly Away. Gary Lewis, She's Just My Style. Frankie Goes to Hollywood, Relax. Does anybody really know what time it is? Chicago, Color My World, Chicago. And then Dr. Hook and the Medicine Show, the cover of Rolling Stone, Dr. Hook and the Medicine Show. Chad's going to tear into the sourdough bread right quick. Give me 1 second. Mmm. All right. Dr. Hook sold to Chad Snyder. So no claims on Chicago. Chicago. Frankie goes to Hollywood. Sold to Fred Carnell. Gary Lewis, John Denver, John Denver. Okay. Baby, don't go. Pretty baby, please. Joe Cocker, Human Touch. Ray Stevens, The Streak. Hold On Tight, ELO. Rock and Roll is King, ELO. Stepping into the Twilight Zone, Golden Earring. No Particular Place to Go, Chuck Berry. Respect Yourself, The Staple Singers, in Stacks. I love that label. We've Only Just Begun, Carpenters, as featured in Happy Gilmore. The way I see it is we've only just begun. All right, Fred, of course, you were second on Dr. Hook. Jazz on TWI. So we had Carpenter, Staple Singers, Chuck Berry, Golden Earring, ELO, Ray Stevens, Joe Cocker. So the first comment is TWI, which is Twilight Zone, so to Grog. Wolverine on Chuck Berry. Wolverine on Staple Singers. Wolverine on Carpenters. And that left Joe Cocker, Ray Stevens, and the two ELOs. Next, we're going to do this my way. Elvis Presley. Level 42, Something About You. The Horse, that's a good one. Cliff Nobles and Company. Da-da-da, 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 da-da-da. Rolf Harris, Someone's Pinched My Winkles. What? Kathy's Clown, the Everly Brothers. I like that one. Johnny the Hurricane's Time Bomb. Mr. Custer by Larry Verne. Please, Mr. Custer. And then Annette, Lonely Guitar. Fred Carnell, you were second on Chuck Berry. The Horse is sold to Jazz Grog on saxophone in high school. Wow. Da-da-dum, da-da-dum. Da-da-dum, da-da-dum. Da-da-da-dum. Fred Carnell on Joe Cocker. That was from the last stack, I think. Yep. That's sold to Fred Carnell. And then we're left with Mr. Custer, sold to Chad Snyder. Fred Carnell got Elvis Presley. Fred Carnell got Level 42. And Rob and Glenn got the Everly Brothers. That left Annette, Johnny and the Hurricanes, and Rolf Harris. And Fred Carnell on Time Bomb. Okay. Nice. Okay, little handful here. Buddy Knox, Party Doll. The Essex, Out of Sight, Out of Mind. Linda Ronstadt, Long Time. Chet Atkins, Blue Angel. And Edison Lighthouse, Love Grows Where My Rosemary Goes. I like that one. We do this about every night, yeah. We go kind of in cycles here at night at Kletco. You've probably caught some. You know, a year and a half ago, we were going through posters every night. Box and box of unresearched, never seen movie posters. That was my first true late night tradition about a year and a half ago. We went through Fred Goodwin's posters. Then we went through Fred Goodwin's lobby cards and autographs. And then we went through, there for the longest, we went through CDs in this building. I went through every box of CDs I could find. I've took a break on CDs, and then we would do autographs. We might do, but right now we're in a 45, what we call our era. You know how Taylor Swift has her eras? Yeah, we're in our eras. We're in our 45 era right now. We have to basically rotate because it helps get the buyers on here. And then I think everybody every once in a while maybe gets burned out, so we change it. I'll do CDs. And then everybody get burned out. I'll say, I mean, we've had a couple people, we had a couple people go overboard on CDs, and they never did recover, and they actually never could pay their bills. So we had to stop and go to something else. We had some people lose their mind on CDs. I've got one lady still making payments. She got into a hole, like thousands and thousands of dollars. So I have to do this in moderation. I have to pull back the restraints on some people. Buddy Knox has sold to Wolverines. Next thing is we have Leslie next on Party Doll. Edison Lighthouse sold to Robin Glenn. Wolverine got Essex. And what was loved? Was that a claim? I don't think so, right? Love grows. Okay, Edison Lighthouse. Edison Lighthouse is in fact sold to Grog and not Robin Glenn. He was first on that one. Okay, CD Buyers Anonymous. Yeah, it was. Yeah, it got bad for a couple people, I think, financially. So I was like, okay, we got to stop this. I think I've literally got people like they're buying CDs and instead of like paying their like grocery bills. So I basically stopped for a while. It was getting out of hand. I had some people buying like $3,000 of CDs a week, every week, you know, and I was like, okay, we gotta pull back on this. We got America, Sister Golden Hair, Conway Twitty. I didn't lose her. I threw her away. Dang. We got Lois Williams, Bottles of Wine. That's weird. The Turtles, a Japanese. Wow. The Turtles, Japanese. Don Cadidia. And then the Doobie Brothers Black Water. And Ballroom Blitz by Sweet. Now, it's different if you've got the money to pay for them. But if you're buying stuff and you're literally, let's just say you've got 7 different credit cards. It's okay if you got the money coming in, but if you've applied for 7 credit cards to pay for CDs, I'm going to be very honest, and this takes away from my salesman in me, but you probably don't need to be buying CDs if you've got 7 credit cards. So that is like, doesn't make, I'm going to do a Dave Ramsey and say probably should rethink that. Okay, let's get back to selling 45s. It's different if you have money and you got a source of money, but if you have no money and no source of money and you're addicted to buying CDs, you probably need to rethink. You probably need to rethink things, okay? So first thing is Low. He meant LW. That was Lois Williams, so to Wolverine. Wolverine also gets the Turtles. Robin Glenn got Sweet, which is Ballroom Blitz. Fred next on Sweet. And Fred Carnell on Doobies. That is so to Fred Carnell. So that left Conway Twitty, America, and Dawn. Okay? Still going through some new stuff there. Reverse, yeah. It was... I've had some people tell me they got into the CD mix. I was like, golly. I was like, yeah, maybe. How about this? How about you stop buying them and I'll stop showing them for a couple months, okay? We got Terry Jacks, Seasons in the Sun. Johnny Bond, Alabama Boogie Boy. Robert Ross, that looks interesting. Black Oak, Arkansas, Kings Row. Irma Franklin, Piece of My Heart. Walt Disney Summer Magic. Alcoa Rap presents Walt Disney Summer Magic. Interesting. Dwight Twilley Girls. And Laid Back Jungle, what's that say? Junshine Reggae. And then John Fred and his Playboy Band. Judy in Disguise with Glasses. Okay. All right. Next is Wolverine on Irma Franklin label. That is sold to, oh no, it's on Solid Gold. Solid Gold. Beautiful condition. Vladarchek on the Disney. And then Wolverine on John Fred. Okay, so let me figure out what this one is. This is... It's a little frayed at the top. It's Laid Back, White Horse, and Sunshine Reggae. Okay. Dwight Twilley, Black Oak, Arkansas, Robert Ross, Johnny Bond, and Terry Jacks We had fun. We had seasons in the sun. How much are these, Chad? $6.99. You've got to be kidding me. Nope. Elvis Presley, Hurt and For the Heart. Elvis Presley, Burning Love. Lord Almighty, I feel my temperature rising. I gotta know, Elvis Presley. You don't have to say you love me, Elvis Presley. Kentucky Rain, Elvis Presley. Buddy Holly, That'll Be the Day. Little Richard, Keep on Knocking. And Long Tall Sally, that's Little Richard. John Durden wants the laid back, the reggae, flicking thanky my bobber back here. What have I done with it? What have I done with it? Here it is. That's so to John Durden. There's a slew of Elvis. A slew of Elvis. So we got Little Richard, Buddy Holly, Elvis, 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 Elvis. Fred's first to Elvis. Fred, let me know which one you want. Or you can say my favorite word, all. I'll take all. Gene Autry, One Solitary Life, The Story of Christ, and A Cowboy's Prayer. My Baby, She Wrote Me a Letter. That is Box Tops. Frank Sinatra, Song from Some Came Running. And Deep Purple, Smoke on the Water. And then Buddy Holly also to Fred Cardinal. And Buddy Holly, let me know which of the two Little Richards you want. Okay? Mark, you were second on Buddy Holly. The Box Tops. The Letter, a great one. So to Wolverine. Okay? Deep Purple. While y'all are on here, I need to... I was trying to pull up my stats earlier. Since y'all were contribute to a lot of this, I'm very curious how far we've got in our 45. Let me check on that right quick. Sales. I got some. We're just in. We still got 30 days left in the month, and I think we are at. Okay, so first thing is Fred Cardinal got both Little Richards and all the Elvis Presleys. He was second on the Box Tops, and Fred Cardinal on Smoke on the Water. Okay, that left Frank Sinatra and Gene Autry. So y'all have contributed to a lot of this, but individual 45s, this doesn't count bundles, but individual 45s, and this is for every paid invoice through right now, individual 45s, 12,946 this year. That smashes last year's record. We have sold through today paid invoices, and this doesn't count our store or anywhere else like Discogs, but that's insignificant compared to this. 12,946 individual 45s. Amazing. That is an incredible amount of 45s. I mean, just think, that's probably what, like 50 right there? That's probably 50 maybe. So imagine 12,000, actually almost 13,000 45s that we've sold here individually. Nice. This is a hits label, but it's them with Van Morrison doing Gloria. And Here Comes the Night. Vicki Lawrence, The Night the Lights Went Out in Georgia. Blue Cheer, Summertime Blues. Bob Seger, Ramblin' Gamblin' Man. Fantastic Johnny C., Boogaloo Down on Broadway. Simon and Garfunkel, Cecilia. Beach Boys, Fun, Fun, Fun. Beach Boys, I Get Around. Beach Boys, Help Me, Rhonda. Beach Boys, You're So Good to Me. Beach Boys, Be Good to Your Squirrel. And Beach Boys, Barbara Ann. And those are double-sided hits. So yeah, Little Honda, those are all hit singles from the Beach Boys. In My Room, there you go. Had 25. That was just New Orleans. We probably have 100,000 45s in inventory at some point. I'd say at some point we had 100,000 in inventory at any given time. So there's no telling how many are still in the back how many we got rid of, and then how many I still have that, you know, hadn't been shown. So crazy, an insane amount. So Beach Boys, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. There was 6 total there. Robin Glenn wants Barbara Ann. Bomb Iran. We have Simon and Garfunkel, Cecilia, Fantastic Johnny C, Bob Seger, Ramblin' Gamblin'. Nobody got Summertime Blues by Blue Cheer or Them, Gloria. Some good stuff there. I think I'm gonna, we can almost finish this stack, and then I need to recap these two, okay? I gotta recap those two, and so I think I'm gonna pause here because it looks like we're gonna get into, I don't know, we're in some good stuff. I mean, they're great hit songs. I don't know if they're actually on the original label, some of these, but okay, here's where we're going to continue. Lynn Berry, 1, 2, 3. Santana, Oyo Como Va. Okay, I've got a run of Beatles stuff, so you might want to let me know the name of the song, okay? Yesterday and Act Naturally. Something and Come Together. Yellow Submarine and Eleanor Rigby. Get Back, Don't Let Me Down, Paperback Writer and Rain, Matchbox, Slow Down, She's a Woman, I Feel Fine, Help, I'm Down, Ringo Starr, Photograph, and Down and Out, George Harrison, My Sweet Lord, Isn't It a Pity? Wow. George Harrison, Give Me Love, Give Me Peace on Earth, Whatever Gets You Through the Night, John Lennon. And Brandy, You're a Fine Girl, What a Good Wife You Would Be. Lot of hits there. Lot of hits. All right, so that was a whole slew of Beatles collection. Jazz Grog got Brandy. So we got Help, She's a Woman, Matchbox, Paperback, Get Back, Yellow Submarine. The flip on that one is Eleanor Rigby. That's so did Jerry Rock, Something, and Yesterday. There Goes Mark wants My Sweet Lord. My Lord. That is so did There Goes Mark. And then he also wants Photograph by Ringo Starr. And that left Whatever Gets You Through the Night. And George Harrison, Give Me Love, Give Me Peace on Earth. Isn't It a Pity? That was the flip to My Sweet Lord, already sold. Still got Oyo Como Va and Black Magic Woman. Wow. Okay. Let's do maybe 5,000 more handfuls. Okay. You know that it would be untrue if I was to say to you, girl, we couldn't get much higher, and Love Me 2 Times, The Doors. Bye, bye, Miss American Pie. Cher, Dark Lady. Ricky, Don't Lose That Number. Gypsy, Tramps and Thieves. Cher, Sonny and Cher, I Got You, Babe. Hello, I Love You. Come on, now touch me, babe. Venus, Shock and Blue. And the Yardbirds, Shapes of Things, and I'm a Man. Christina Curtis also wanted Yesterday. All my troubles seem so far away. Now I've ate all the donuts, and everybody here at Kletco is mad at me because I ate. Robin, let me know which of the Doors, or it'd be better to take both. Jazz Grog on Yardbirds. And that left Shock and Blue, Sonny and Cher, Steely Dan, Cher, and American Pie. Those are all still available. And we have the Monster Mash, Bobby Boris Pickett, Inagata Davida, Iron Butterfly, Do the Funky Chinkin, Rufus Thomas, and Green Onions, Booker T. The Doors sold to Robin Glenn. Monster Mash sold to Wolverine. Jazz Grog got Green Onions. Eric Van Loovis Eric Van Gluven on Rufus, Chad next on Monster Mash, and that left Inagata Davida. Chad also wants Shocking Blue. I'm your Venus. I'm your fire. Once desire. Okay. There's that. Okay. Let me, gosh, I'm so close. Let me do this little handful here. This is addicting, isn't it? It's addicting going through them for me. Oh my gosh. Purple Haze off In My Brain. And Foxy Lady. Don't see a lot of singles from Hendrix. It's a back-to-back hit, so it's a reissue, but still, Hendrix, wow. Incense and Peppermints, Born to Be Wild, Elvis, Can't Help Falling in Love, Elvis, Suspicion, Elvis, Crying in the Chapel, Elvis, Wear My Ring Around Your Neck, Elvis, Jailhouse Rock, Elvis, All Shook Up, The Beatles, Lady Madonna, Children at Your Feet, and The Inner Light. Whoo! That was my Ric Flair. Wolverine on Jimi Hendrix. Pass. Chris Frazier on PH. That was for Purple Haze. Sold to Chris Frazier. Chris Bryant was next. So we have Elvis, 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 Steppenwolf, Strawberry Alarm Clock. All right, what we're going to do to close the show is I'm going to go through these stacks one more time. I'm going to take this Gigantator stack we've sold. That's adding to the 13,000 we've already sold this year. Let's move these right in here. Amazing. That does include bundles. So we've sold 396 bundles this year. That includes, I think, 45s and albums. I have a metric over here on my Square app. So it says we've sold 318 bundles. So imagine if that was 45s or albums. And there was, what, 50 and 40 on average in each bundle. That's another 12,000. That could be 45s or albums. So either way, crazy the amount of vinyl that comes through this block right here. That comes through this screen. Incredible. And unsold auctions. Yes, so let's do that first. So I got a signed Buddy Guy album. And I was asking 155. I've got an offer for 110. And Patrick, I was going to check eBay right quick and, you know, just make sure I'm pretty close on that or see how they're selling. So that's a pending offer. And the only two albums left was Van Morrison, which was a 69 US repress, green label, VG $20, and sealed Stevie Ray Vaughan and Jimmy Vaughan family style, $50. That's the only unsold auctions. Sorry that took so long. I could have knocked that out earlier. Let's start with these and work our way down, okay? These are all $6.99. Bobby Lewis, Tossing and Turning. Otis Redding, I've Been Loving You Too Long. Clarence Carter, Slip Away. Etta James, Tell Mama. Marvin Gaye, I Want You. Lloyd Price, Personality. Little Johnny Taylor, Open House at My House, Part 1. And Thurston Harris, Little Pretty One. Okay, and what I'm going to do is I'll go ahead and get on eBay right now and start checking on Buddy Guy, JSA, PSA, and BAS. So we're talking about Buddy Guy, signed JSA. All right, so $6.99. We had Thurston Harris, Little Johnny Taylor, Lloyd Price, Marvin Gaye, Etta James, Clarence Carter, Otis Redding, Bobby Lewis. All right, so Wolverine got Bobby Lewis. Wolverine got Marvin Gaye. Wolverine got Please. And he wanted Lloyd Price. Okay. And I think Please was supposed to be Lloyd Price. I've Been Loving You Too Long is sold to Leslie. That left Clarence Carter, Slip Away, Etta James, Tell Mama, Little Johnny Taylor, and Thurston Harris. Okay. Next handful was Sam Cooke, Another Saturday Night. Sam Cooke, Little Red Rooster. Jerry Lee Lewis, Rock and Roll Medley. The Markets, Balboa Blue. James Brown, I Can't Stand Myself When You Touch Me. Sam Cooke, What a Wonderful World. And Jerry Butler, He Will Break Your Heart. Those are all $6.99. Sold. Photo, poster. Photo and poster and concert poster. It's got a couple other signatures on it. Okay. All right, let's check PSA. PSA sold. All right, and then we have Sam Cooke. Now, there was three. There was, first, Jerry Butler, Sam Cooke, James Brown, Marquette, Jerry Lewis, Sam Cooke, Sam Cooke. First thing is JOB label. He meant James Brown. It's on King, red King label. Not bad at all for James Brown. $6.99. That left Jerry Lee, Markets, and Jerry Butler. If JB's also for Jerry Butler, it's still available. It's on VJ, of course. The Sam Cookes are another Saturday Night Gold Standard, Little Red Rooster, and Wonderful World Gold Standard. Let me know if you want 1, 2, or 3. Wolverine does want James Brown, pending on Sam Cooke's. And let's read off a handful right quick. I have Heat Wave, Boogie Nights, Jon Stewart, Midnight Wind, Jerry Butler, Only the Strong Survive, Jack Scott, I Prayed for an Angel, Ventura Highway, America, Alabama, My Home's in Alabama, Chuck Willis, CC Rider, and Poco, Indian Summer. Buddy got cut in PSA Slab 200, Buddy Guy Photo 90, and Buddy Guy signed album Drinking TNT sold $279. So 90, 200. The other ones were like 90 and 120. And then there's a little bit higher outlier, 279.65. I think that's what I got my original comp off of, was that one sold there. Okay, now let me check Beckett. So Sam Cooke is sold. He wants Little Red Rooster and You've Got to Move. So that still left Wonderful World and another Saturday Night. And he also gets Jerry Butler. Okay, and then this stack here was Poco, Chuck Willis, Alabama, America, Jack Scott, Jerry Butler, Jon Stewart, Heatwave. Okay, then we have another Jerry Butler, sold to Wolverine. Wolverine also getting America, Ventura Highway. Also on Cal. And wait a second. There was, I gave you the wrong thing there. I meant to give you this for, hold on a second. There's Jerry Butler for Wolverine, and there's America. Okay, and then Cal was supposed to be CW, which was Chuck Willis, right? Stacy was next on America. So that left Poco, Jon Stewart, Heatwave, Jack Scott, Alabama. Okay. Does Square show you a per customer total for year? Not on my app. That might be something Ed could pull up manually. No Chuck Willis, okay? He might could do that, some kind of run, some kind of report manually, but nothing I can get to easily from my phone. No, unfortunately not. I think there's a way you can download spreadsheets and filter people, but you'd have to do it month by month and then add it up because the file would be so big. I guess you could if you had a powerful computer. I think some of our MacBooks around here are so bogged down they might not be able to. Or iPads they use. Okay, Canned Heat, Let's Work Together. Jimmy Reed, Left-Handed Woman. Billy Joel, A Matter of Trust. Chuck Wheels, You'll Be My Love. ELO, Confusion. The McCoys, Come On, Let's Go. Chubby Checker, Slow Twistin'. James Brown, Please, Please, Please. James Brown, Cold Sweat. Chris Kenner, Land of a Thousand Dances. And Johnny Horton, The Battle of New Orleans. These are all $6.99. So we had Johnny Horton. We had Chris Kenner. James Brown. James Brown. Chubby Checker. McCoy's. ELO. Chuck. Billy. Jimmy Reed. And Canned Heat. All right. So the first thing is Wolverine on JR, which is Jimmy Reed. Stacy put CH for canned heat, and I think that's what Wolverine CW. No, Wolverine probably wants Chuck Willis. So Wolverine got Jimmy Reed and Chuck Willis. Stacy got canned heat. There's James Brown King, sold to Wolverine. James Brown Please Please is still available. So is Billy Joel. So is ELO. So is the McCoys. So is Chubby Checker. Land of a Thousand Dances sold to Wolverine. And Johnny Horton. I commented canned earlier. He did. Canned heat. Stacy, you were second on canned heat. He was, in fact, first. Canned heat was his first comment. Okay, so canned heat went to Wolverine. Jimmy Reed went to canned heat. Chuck Willis went to Wolverine. James Brown went to Wolverine. Land of a Thousand Dances went to Wolverine. All right. Next thing, we have the Beach Boys, The Little Girl I Once Knew. Little Johnny Taylor. Everybody knows about My Good Thing. The Guess Who Dancing Fool. Annette, first name initial. Squeeze, Cool for Cats. BTO, Down to the Line. James Brown, Get It Together. The Silhouettes, Get a Job. Tony Bennett, A Place Over the Sun. Tony Bennett, Something in Your Smile. Tony Bennett, Hushabye Mountain. These are all $6.99. Tony Bennett, Hushabye Mountain. Tony Bennett, Something in Your Smile. A Place Over the Sun. The Silhouettes. James Brown sold to Wolverine. BTO, Squeeze, Annette, Guess Who, Little Johnny Taylor, and the Beach Boys. Patrick, the Chad thinks you're a really good person and Chad likes you price, which is the same price to anybody because I love all of y'all equally and y'all are all amazing customers. But my buddy guy price is $125, a steal of the century. I'll sell it to you for $125. Wolverine on Squeeze, sold to Wolverine, done. Okay? We got People, I Love You, Supertramp Lady, Eric Burdon and the Animals, Help Me Girl, John Wade, Every Step of the Way, Little Richard, Jeannie, D. Clark, Hey Little Girl, Fats Domino, What a Party, Jimmy Charles, 1,000,000 to 1, Little Richard, Ooh My Soul. Those are all $6.99. Buddy Guy is officially sold to Patrick Lear, signed and JSA authenticated, $125. See, you only had to wait 5 hours to get an answer. I was hoping you'd get off and forget about it. All right, so we had Little Richard, Jimmy Charles, Fats Domino, D. Clark, sold to Wolverine, Little Richard, John Waite, Eric Burdon, Supertramp, and People, I Love You. Okay. The Drifters, White Christmas, Trogs, Love Is All Around, The Osmonds, Fever, Love Unlimited Orchestra, What a Groove, Jesse Belvin and the Clicks, Girl in My Dreams, Neil Sedaka, Bad Blood, Don Imus, Everybody Needs Milk, Ricky Van Shelton, Wear My Ring Around Your Neck, and Frankie Valli, Our Day Will Come. These are all $6.99. If you're surprised by that, then you hadn't probably been on very long, or you're new to watching this channel. Oh boy. You know what? I did not have a monster tonight. I did not have any form of energy drink this whole show. First time in a long time. Probably why I'm pretty sleepy right now. Bear with me as I stretch. This kills my eyes too. I have to kind of stop every once in a while. This is also a killer on my eyes. So, okay. So Frankie Valli is sold to Wolverine. That left Ricky Van Shelton, Don Imus, Neil Sedaka, Jesse Belvin, Love Unlimited, Osmonds, Trogs, and Drifters. These are also $6.99. Maureen McGovern, The Morning After. Otis Redding, White Christmas. Bill Doggett, Honky Tonk Part 1. Lyle Fulsom, The Original Lonesome Christmas Party. The Original Lonesome Christmas Part 1 and 2. The Clovers, Little Mama. Tony Allen, Night Owl. Delight. I don't think I read that one earlier. Delight, Power of Love. And Little Joey and the Flips, Bongo Stomp. These are all $6.99. Little Joey, Delight, Tony Allen, Clovers, Lyle Fulsom, Bill Doggett. Otis is on Atco. That would be a later label. And Maureen McGovern. The Osmonds. The Osmonds is in the last stack, right? The Osmonds. The Osmonds, so to Robin Glenn. Wolverine on Little Joey. Delight is called Delight Theme, Power of Love, and Power of Love. One side is the LP edit. Pass on Otis Redding. Got it. These are all $6.99. The Marcells, Blue Moon. James Brown, Try Me, Think. Heat Wave, Boogie Nights. Love Unlimited Orchestra, Barry Steen. Bobby Hendricks, Itchy Twitchy Feeling. Church Street 5, A Night with Daddy G. Fats Domino, It's You Love. It's You I Love. And there's another one, Fats Domino, It's You I Love. And Silver Connection, Fly Robin Fly. $6.99. Silver Fly, Fats Domino, It's You I Love. Another copy, Church Street 5, Bobby Hendricks, So to Wolverine. Love Unlimited, Heat Wave, James Brown, and Marcells. Now, the Fats Dominoes are weird because they actually, he wants the one on the sleeve. I think that's the earliest. Yeah, I know it is. They have different labels. I think they're different pressings. But I think the one on the left is much earlier. One has got further spacing, and this one's like darker and bolder. We'll give that one to Wolverine. That's the one he wanted too. We was on the same wavelength there. Joe Jones, You Talk Too Much. Duke of New Orleans, Shake That Thing. Chuck Berry, Just Give Me That Rock and Roll Music. Chuck Berry, Sweet Little 16. Delaney and Bonnie, Never Ending Song of Love. Neil Diamond, White Label, You Got to Me. Boz Scaggs, Lido Shuffle. Arthur Alexander, Anna Go to Him. And another James Brown, Get It Together in the King Sleeve. These are all $6.99. Oh. Okay. So we got both Chuck Berry, Sold to Wolverine. Neil Diamond, Sold to Wolverine. James Brown, Sold to Wolverine. That left Arthur Alexander, Boz Scaggs, Delaney and Bonnie, Duke of New Orleans, and Joe Jones. All right. Also $6.99. We got James Brown, I Got the Feeling. Maxine Brown, If You Got to Make a Fool of Somebody. Lee Andrews, Try the Impossible. Frankie Ford, Sea Cruise. Bobby Moore, Hey Mr. DJ. Ernie K. Doe, My Mother-in-Law. Ernie K. Doe, Mother-in-Law. Al Wilson, Show and Tell. Christian St. Pieper, The Pied Piper. And Leeds United Football Team, Leeds United. These are all $6.99. Leeds United Football Team. Crispin St. Peter's, Pied Piper, Al Wilson. Ernie K. Doe, I think Duke would be the first label or earlier one on that one, Wolverine. I don't know if you have a preference. There's Duke and there's Minute. Now, Minute looks older too. I don't know if it went over to Duke later. I'm not for sure on that one. Hey, Mr. DJ, so to Robin, Frankie Ford, Lee Andrews, and Maxine Brown. James Brown, so to Wolverine. Okay. So there's Minute, M-I-N-I-T, and there's Duke. He says he'll go ahead and take both. Okay. That solves that problem. These are $6.99. You wear it well. Rod Stewart. Parvier and the Raiders, SS396. Gentle Giant, The Power and the Glory. Status Quo, Wild Side of Life. Can't believe no one got that in a picture sleeve. CCR, Sweet Hitchhiker and Door to Door. The picture sleeve's a little rough, but it's there. Jelly Bean featuring Elisa Fiorilio. And then these are really cool. I know Wolverine's going to grab these. Neil Diamond Shiloh White Label. Neil Diamond Hanky Panky White Label. And Neil Diamond Thank the Lord for the Nighttime White Label. That was some of the first ones I showed when we started. We started showing 45s at 11:30 Central Time. So 12 to, we've been doing this 2.5 hours. All three Neil Diamond, so to Wolverine, and the CCR. All right, that left Jelly Bean, Status Quo, Gentle Giant, SS396, and Rod Stewart's pretty cool. It's a Holland single of a great song, You Wear It Well, and Los Paraguayos. That's really nice. I bet that sounds really good. You Wear It Well is a great song. Okay. It's a Holland label. All right, that stack's been done. So that one was about this tall. We've shortened it. Now let's recap these. This will be the last stack, so you can monitor me going through these live. We got the Majors, A Wonderful Dream. The Chartbuster, She's the One. Ricky Nelson, Poor Little Fool. The Adrisi Brothers, Cherry Stone. Ernie Freeman, Lost Dreams. And the Dan Lears, One Summer Night. Dale Shannon, From Me to You. From love, from me to you. I think y'all know that. That is a song by the Buttles. All right, Ricky Nelson is sold to Wolverine. Dale Shannon sold to Wolverine in the original Big Top sleeve. Dan Lears, Ernie Freeman, Adrisi Brothers, Chartbusters, and the Majors. Leslie on the Rod Stewart. There you go. Thank you on that one. All right, a classic on top right here. I remember this one. The Temptations, Ain't Too Proud to Beg. The Trade Winds, New York's a Lonely Town. Boogie On, Reggae Woman. That's Stevie Wonder, a promo copy. Baby Cortez, Rinky Dink. The McCoy's Fever. The Chantel, Altar of Love. And the Crest, Step by Step. We'll pause right there. These are all $6.99. Wolverine on Temptations, Wolverine on Trade Winds, and Wolverine on Boogie. All three of those are sold. That left the Crest, the Channels, the McCoys, and Baby Cortez. The Crest also sold to Wolverine. Baby Cortez, McCoys, and Channels still available. Also $6.99 are the following. Barry Manilow, Mandy. American Flyer. Keep On Running, Spencer Davis. And Gimme Some Lovin', that's Steve Winwood, back-to-back hit reissue. This is something local here. This is from Elm Hill Meats. It's called Chattanooga, My Hometown. Elm Hill Bill. It's kind of a local promotional. That was a sausage, meat company out of Nashville, Chattanooga. Wang Chung, Everybody Have Fun Tonight. The Cascades, Rhythm of the Rain. Peter Frampton, Baby, I Love Your Way. And Herman's Hermits, a promo, Herman's Hermits of This Door Swings Both Ways. And we'll pause right there for a second. These are all $6.99. Herman's Hermits, promo, The Door Swings Both Ways. Peter Frampton, Baby, I Love Your Way. The Cascades is on Valiant. Wayne Chung, sold to Robin Glenn. Elm Hill Meats, Spencer Davis, American Flyer, and Barry Manilow. All right, we got Jeffrey Osborne, Don't You Get So Mad. The Platters, this was a Spanish EP. I think it's Spain. I guess it's worthy of me looking at it right quick. I think it's Spain. Yeah, very cool. That's something I don't see too often. Dion, Lovers Who Wander. John Zackerly, Dinner with Drac, Part 1 and 2. The Mellow Kings, Tonight. The Staccatos, Then You Can Tell Me Goodbye. And Waylon Jennings, Clyde, a promo. So the Cascades is sold to Wolverine. He also gets Dion and the Belmonts. John Zackerly, Dinner with Drac. And that left Waylon, the Staccatos, the Mellow Kings, the Platters EP, and Jeffrey Osborne. These are all $6.99. The Chancellors, Little Latin Lupe Lou. The Fantastic Johnny C., Boogaloo Down on Broadway. Barrett Strong, Money, That's What I Want. Interesting one here on Anna Records. Barrett Strong. Wolverine getting the Platters EP. That's so to Wolverine, the Platters from the last act. Birch Baugh, U.S. Senator Birch Baugh birthday celebration, campaign jingle. Gary and the Pacemakers, I'll Be There. And Steve Dahl, DAHL, and Teenage Radiation. These are all $6.99. One more good stretch. One more good stretch, Chad, for the home stretch. We're almost there. Home stretch. Oh. Okay. We're on the home stretch. Literally. All right, and then we have Steve Dahl, Gary and the Pacemakers, sold to Wolverine. Senator Barrett Strong, sold to Wolverine. Fantastic Johnny C. and the Chancellors, all still available. All right. Moving on. We got Chuck Berry, Give Me That Rock and Roll Music. Jack Scott, No One Will Ever Know. Edward Burns, that is Cookie with Connie Stevens from 77 Sunset Strip. Joey D and the Starlighters, Peppermint Twist on a odd foreign label, UK. Those odd foreigner UK people. We got Billy Vaughn, A Swingin' Safari. Jeffrey Osborne, Stay With Me Tonight. The DeVales, Back on the Road Again. And then these are on this reissue label called Lost Night. We have Dale's Oh What a Night. Five Satins, Wish I Had My Baby. Don and Juan, What's Your Name? Five Satins in the Still the Night. And Jerry Butler, For Your Precious Love. So those are on Lost Night, which is like a reissue label. All right, let me pause there. And first thing we got is Wolverine got Chuck Berry. Robin Glenn got Cookie. And Leslie wants the UK Peppermint Twist. Okay. That left the DeVales, Jeffrey Osborne, Billy Vaughn, and Jack Scott. And the Five Satins Night is sold to Wolverine. Okay. Moving on. These are all $6.99. Who Can It Be Now? Men at Work. Clocks, She Looks a Lot Like You. Bobby Helms, promo, Pink Label, My Special Angel. The Halos, Nag. The New Colony 6, Someone Sometime. Preston Epps, Bongo Bongo Bongo. Dwayne Eddy, Detour. Carl Mann, Pretend. Okay. $6.99. Carl Mann, Dwayne Eddy, Preston Epps, New Colony 6, Halos, Bobby Helms, Clocks, and Who Can It Be Now? Men at Work. No takers on that stack. That's rare. All right. We got the McCoy's Fever. Bobby Sherman, Cried Like a Baby. The Fifth Dimension Saved the Country. She's Some Kind of Wonderful. Grand Funk. Chuck Berry, Nadine, is that you? And the flip is Orangutan. And Chuck Berry, I've Got to Find My Baby. And we'll pause at Debbie Gibson, Only in My Dreams. Miss Debbie. These are $6.99. Who can it be now? Grog came back from the dead. Grog is still here. Both Chuck Berrys sold to Wolverine. Grog got She's Some Kind of Wonderful. Yes, she is. Debbie Gibson, Fifth Dimension, Bobby Sherman and the McCoys. Robin gets the Debbie Gibson. And we got Shaving Cream by Benny Bell. The Crying Shames, I Want to Meet You. Shape of Things to Come, Max Frost. All-American Girl, Ronnie and the Daytonas. The New Beats, Run Baby Run. The Searchers, What Have They Done to the Rain. A promo of the Sunshine Company, Look Here Comes the Sun. And Easy Lover, Philip Bailey with Phil Collins. Sitting on the park bench. Eyeing little girls by intent. Philip Bailey, Sunshine Company. Searchers, New Beats. Rhonda Daytonas. Shape of Things to Come, So to Grog. Crying Shames and Benny Bell. So I got one more handful. I'll show you the picture sleeves I showed early in the show. I did go through a couple handfuls when the show first started. Johnny Preston, Running Bear. Bill Parsons, All-American Boy. Wild Turkey, Jefferson Airplane promo. I love these Carole Kings. It's Too Late and Nightingale. And Winchester Cathedral, New Vaudeville Band. Billy Preston, no. Bill Parsons sold to Wolverine. And that left Winchester Cathedral. Johnny Preston also sold to Wolverine, yeah. And then Winchester Cathedral, Carole King, and Jefferson Airplane. Okay, I showed these like when the show first started almost 8 hours ago. Tina Marie, To Find You. Corey Hart, Never Surrender. The Turtles, You Don't Have to Walk in the Rain. Corey Hart, Can't Help Falling in Love. The Slow Slushy Boys, Shotgun Boogaloo. The Greatest Show on Records, Walter Carlos. And What a Fool Believes. Ha, 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 ha. And honestly, these are all $6.99. Yeah. These are still all $6.99. Nothing has changed. Sorry. The one time I don't say it, $6.99. Yeah, $6.99. Walter Carlos, Slow Slushy, Corey Hart, Turtles, Corey Hart, and Tina Marie. I'll take both. Thank you. Wolverine caught me. The one time I didn't say how much these were for the 10,000th time. Turtles and Doobie Brothers sold to Wolverine. Okay, and then I had I have a handful here. I don't know where I guess I pulled these out of the box and didn't show them. Guided Missiles by the Cufflinks. Elton John, Beanie and the Jets. The Beatles, Sgt. Pepper's, and A Day in the Life. Wow. Dean Martin, That's Amore. And Les Maul and Mary Ford, Vaya con Dios. Vaya con Dios. All right. And now, I bet John Durden is fast asleep, but I'm going to reveal the 2 records that I kept that I may sell later, but I did buy 2 for myself. Are y'all ready? Here is the second one that I didn't even say anything about. Could this be for sale tomorrow? Possibly. If so, it will definitely be an auction. The Animals, The House of the Rising Sun, a beautiful picture sleeve. Very nice. There is A house in New Orleans. That could be for sale later. I got to check my PC. PC means personal collection. And then the first one I kept was, it's the time of the season. Bump, 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 when love runs high. In this time, a promo copy. A promo copy. I might have to hang on to those for a little while. Nice. Wolverine got the cufflinks, guided missiles. Okay. I should auction them now. I don't know if I want to sell them. Those are pretty dang sweet. In the time, give it to me easy. Bing, bum, bum. Yeah, they actually use that at a radio station. Think about all the people that got to hear this. And now, folks, a new smash hit single from the Zombies. It is the time of the season, playing at you right now on WJIL Hit 95.3 Kletco Radio. Psh. And then it hits the groove. Boom, cha, boom, boom, cha, boom, cha, boom, cha. Yeah. I think I'm going to hold on to those. Golly, we're up to 25 bucks. Do I hear 100? What is my point what is my not for sale price? It's the time of the... What year is that? They've wrote 69 all over the labels. Y'all see that? They've wrote 69 all over the labels. I thought that was like 68. Time of the Season came out in March of 68. March of 68. Let me check. It was recorded. Yeah, I was about to say, it's got to be recorded. Wow, recorded in September of 67. They didn't put it out till March of 68. I don't think it's that expensive of a record, no. Well, they're probably beat the heck, though. Yeah. I wonder what these are. VG, yeah. It's not that expensive of a record, but I like it. No, I'm going to hold on to them for a while. Sorry. I'll leave them up there. Okay, so here's what we didn't get to tonight. A whole nother box. I didn't finish this box. Golly, this is like stones. Well, I mean, there's not much more in here if I take out the stones and the Bay City Rollers. All right, let me go ahead and show one more handful. Here we go. You ready? Y'all ready? Dirty White Boy, Foreigner. Aerosmith, Chip Away the Stone. Aldo Nova Fantasy. Ooh, Witch A Woman, the Eagles. Cheap Trick, This House is Rockin'. Men at Work, Overkill. Elvis Presley, Return to Sender. The Searcher, Sugar and Spice. Sir Douglas Quintet, What About Tomorrow. The Marathons, Peanut Butter. Nice. Waylon Jennings, Green River. Waylon Jennings, Norwegian Wood. Wow, Waylon. 2 promos. Waylon covering the Beatles. Waylon covering the Beatles. These are all Sir Douglas, The Searchers, Elvis, Men at Work, Cheap Trick, Eagles, Aldo Nova, Aerosmith, and Foreigner. Wolverine put DS and SD. DS and SD. So Foreigner, Aerosmith. What was SD? Eagles, Cheap Trick, Overkill, Elvis, Searchers, Sugar. I don't know for sure what DS and SD is, Wolverine. Sir Douglas? I bet it was Sir Douglas Quintet. The marathons was Peanut Butter and Talking Trash. And Grog got both Waylands. Okay. These are $6.99. Aerosmith, Come Together. Aerosmith, Last Child. Elvis, Let Me Be Your Teddy Bear. Nice, Let Me Play You, My Green Tambourine. Also, can't show that one right now. Roseanne Cash, 7-Year Ache. Castaways, Liar Liar. The Strange Loves, Nighttime. Oh Honey, Oh Babe, Conway Twitty, Loretta Lynn. And Jimmy Mack. Oh, Jimmy, when are you coming back? Jimmy Mack. Oh, Jimmy. Jimmy Mack. My arms are missing you. That waking. Marathons is sold to Wolverine. He also gets Martha and the Vandellas. And he also got... What's the one? Okay, here we go again. What's the one I didn't show? And the Lemon Poppers is sold to Wolverine. I shouldn't even say anything. We have Conway Twitty, Loretta Lynn, The Strange Loves, The Castaways, Roseanne Cash, Elvis, Aerosmith. It's actually nothing I want. I think it might be something pretty valuable, though. Okay, I will show it, and then I'm going to look it up, okay? And then I'll price it. It's actually nothing I want to keep. I just need to check the price on it. I think this is, it could or couldn't be. I don't know. I feel like I had one of these years ago, and I had to sell it on, I sold it on eBay. Of course, this is when I only sold on eBay. Let me check on this. Y'all probably have no interest in it, honestly. Unless you're Jim B trying to snipe us so you can pay next month's mortgage. Yeah, I don't see it on eBay. I'll have to look it up a little further. It's a doll. It's for Kissy, the new kissing doll. It's from Ideal, which is a toy manufacturer. And I think this is, I think I've had that before. It looks really familiar. It's some kind of cardboard record, but it goes with a doll from back in the day. I think that's a pretty unique item there. I searched Kissy doll record, didn't come up with much. I told y'all you wouldn't have much interest. Unless you like really odd, unusual stuff, which I do too. I'm not so much into doll records, but yeah, I searched doll on Terapeak and went back 3 years. No luck. Vicky had that doll. Vicky had that doll. Be careful searching for that. Yeah, you might end up with one of those big inflatable things, right? Oh my gosh. Vicky had that dog. There you go, Vicky. Kissy. What was that? I had something else too. Kissy doll record doesn't pull up much. I don't know how to find this. Kissy doll. That's going to pull up a lot of stuff. Yeah, there's none on eBay, none active, none on PopPsych. Let me see here. Kissy. They're kind of pricey in the box. The doll, that is. $200 or so. Midge. No, wait a minute. I'm trying to remember. Well, I got to find a comp on the record. Let me try to find a comp and then I'll tell you. But right now I'm not having much luck. I hadn't tried Google yet, but usually that's not going to help you too much with value. Okay, let's do some more $6.99ers. Okay, so this is unusual. I got a whole stack of stones here. This is She Was Hot, Angie, Miss You, Jumpin' Jack Flash, Satisfaction, Honky Tonk Women, Bitch, Ringo Starr, You're 16. Is it on Discogs? Okay, I didn't even think, why didn't I think to look at Discogs? I thought eBay would be a better tool. So is it on Discogs? Kissy, the doll. I pulled up doll parts with a lot of nudity on the cover. Golly, if you look out for covers that by the band Doll Parts, here it is. Kissy the doll, none ever sold. 5 people want it, 0 people have it. Yeah, I better be careful with this. This might be like a $3,000 deal. I doubt it, but golly, that seems very rare. So none on Discogs, none ever sold, none on eBay, none sold on eBay in the last 3 years. This is very much an eBay-worthy auction deal. I don't think it came with the doll. I think it was some kind of promotional thing. Available at your favorite toy counter. She's a wonderful doll. Introduction, the Kissy doll, the only doll that returns your love. Play at 33. She's a wonderful doll. She's ideal. Available at your favorite toy. Yeah, that's very odd. Doll was only made 1 year. So yeah, that's a bizarro thing there. I would say my intuition tells me it's worth $50 to $100. Could it be nobody wants it and it's only worth 10? Probably. But could it also sell for $590 on an eBay auction? Yes. I could see it sell for $590. I could honestly think it's worth between, I'm going to say 75 and 100. That's what my gut feeling, okay? That's my gut feeling. However, I have put some weird stuff on eBay auctions and returned thousands. You just never know. Okay, check out this. These are also $6.99 Bay City rollers. By the way, Facebook's about to expire. If you're on Facebook, I forgot to remind y'all, we're at the end of the feed for sure. Facebook expires in 60 seconds. So this is truly the last stack, and this is truly the last stack. Bay City rollers Saturday night. Bay City rollers, I only want to be with you. These are all Japanese. Bay City rollers Saturday night. Bay City rollers My Teenage Heart. Bay City rollers Dedication. And Bay City rollers You Made Me Believe in Magic. Those are all Japanese Bay City rollers. $6.99. That's truly the end of the stack, except for one more. And I'm going to have to do further research on this. We auctioned off something with this guy the other night, and it sold for quite a bit. And that was Smokey the Bear. So there's my further research Chad pile. Smokey, animals. Somebody just gave me the thumbs down. Look at that. Did y'all see that? That thumbs down just popped up on the screen. Facebook's about to expire. If you have any last claims, right now's the time. Once again, we've done another 8 hours straight. I have been talking for 8 hours straight, nonstop. Just a couple times to pause and eat some bread and drink some water. If y'all have any final claims, my eyes are burning from looking at 45s. This gives me a headache. I'm not joking. I love doing it. The last time I did this wrong, I had a headache. It's trying to look at this small print in these bright lights. I almost need to wear sunglasses and have a magnifying glass. Whew, I'm ready to eat and rest my brain for a few seconds. Y'all have been amazing. I can't do this without y'all. Seriously. I cannot do this without y'all. I would just be here showing stuff and talking to myself, and my family would commit me to an insane asylum. So luckily, while I eat this sourdough bread, y'all will say good night. I really appreciate it. I love how Jim B looks up every record that we show. I guess nothing slipped through here. Sorry, I'm chewing. I'm so hungry. This salad is good. Thank y'all. Wherever you may be watching. Wolverine, where are you watching from? I forgot to ask. Let's see where Wolverine's watching from. Excuse my chewing. Excuse my chewing. I'm curious where Wolverine's watching from. London. Okay, you're in London. That's still cool. So I told you my travel agent came by yesterday. He buys gold and coins from us, and I'm probably going to do that Metallica travel package next July. I'm going to go see Metallica over there for those 2 nights, but I'm going to get him to book me 3 extra days so I have essentially a week in London. And when I get that booked, I'll definitely get with you because I would love to have somebody over there I know. And hopefully you're in town that week. But if not, I'm just going to walk the streets of London and have a good time. I got to get with Metallica and book that travel package. And I got to make sure they do it. It's okay with, I'm assuming it's okay for, U.S. people, U.S. citizens. I've got a passport. I'm good to go. I just got to book that. And I think I got to find somebody else. I got to get somebody to go with me. I think Seth's going to be out. Unfortunately, he's gotten married and had a kid. And when you get married and have a kid, I don't think your wife's going to let you go London with your friend for a week and see Metallica. Tanner's unfortunately got married and had a kid. And all my other friends are broke. There's nobody else my age that has any kind of money like that. Patrick Lear says, I'll go. I might need, if Tanner and Seth end up don't going, and if, I don't know, I don't want to take a girl to anything like that. That would be, I don't know. I have more fun with a guy, I would think. I might get annoying. Sorry, that was rude. I shouldn't have said that. Yeah, all my other friends my age, they probably have no money. I don't even ask them to go to stuff. Football games, concerts. I was, the last couple times I've asked friends to go to something, they're like, how much is it? And I'm like, well, Metallica, the 2-night floor pass, this was in Nashville. I told a couple friends, I'm like, 2-night floor pass is $500. $500? What? I was like, well, that's for 2 nights. So you're telling me it's going to cost me $250 to go to this concert? I'm like, yeah, this is why I don't ask you to go do stuff with me. They'd be really shocked when I tell them it cost, I think it's about $3,000, which is crazy, but that includes the hotel, merch, tickets, pit tickets. That's for the pit. I think the travel package includes 2 pit tickets in the pit, like in the snake pit. So it's a once-in-a-lifetime thing, unless you spend crazy money on concerts all the time. I am not bringing Tate McRae, not unless she wants to go. I think she's busy that week. No Tate McRae, no. I would take her if she wants to go. We'd have to have a lot of security, especially if we're going to be out, just in the pit in Metallica. Probably pretty annoying for her. She's so famous, but yeah, no Tate McRae. I would definitely take her over Seth and Tanner, though. 28,000. Yeah. Well, I talked. When are you going over there? See, that's my next thing. It's either London, which Metallica. You know, this is Evolve around their touring, and then I talked to Bobby, who he's a retired entrepreneur, but now he does like a little. He's just doing a little fun thing, being a travel agent, but he's making really good money. January 27. Wow, I might try to coordinate where I go over there. That way, I'm not over there by myself either. He did say it was a pretty dangerous place, you know, and I was like, man, I really want to go see the pyramids. I don't know about 2 weeks. Yeah, I would definitely take Tate McRae to London instead of Seth or Tanner. Sorry, Tanner. She is much prettier. River cruise down the Nile. Oh, gosh. That sounds pretty wild. Yeah, Egypt and London is, because I don't know of many more concerts. I mean, y'all know the bands I like. And honestly, most of them are neither not together or they're not touring. You know, it's like I'm a fan of Zeppelin, Beatles, Rush, Yes, Tool, Metallica. Tool still toured in Metallica. And but it's hard for me to find concerts. So if it's not football season and there's no bands coming that I want to see, then I'm left with trips, and I want to go see some big stuff. I put in a lot of time here to be able to go do stuff like that, and if I don't go do it, I'm going to regret it not doing it now in case I can't go do it later. My brother got shot in Cairo, but they missed. Oh my gosh. Yeah. Well, I've been watching videos on TikTok where they just constantly are trying to sell you something, or get you to take a photo. You know, get on a camel, and this one guy got on a camel, and then they took off with his backpack. You know, stuff like that. And I feel like if you had 2 or 3 people, you could. If you're walking around there by yourself, you know. Yeah, I'm curious on the links. I don't know if I could do something like that, but maybe if I could, I just want to fly in, see the pyramids, the Sphinx, whatever else is around there, and fly out. You know, maybe what? Well, to really get locked in and do everything, probably what, 3 or 4 days? So probably a 5-day trip. Next, maybe 2027. That wouldn't be too bad, 2027. That would be 6 months after London, possibly. Vegas is next week with my mom and my sister Jill for Christmas. That's part of their Christmas gift. I guess I could take them, but I don't think my mom wants to go out of the country. Now, Wolverine, if I get over there, I'm not going to get arrested, am I, in London? Y'all not going to throw me in you and your lads aren't going to throw me in the gulag, are you? And I can't get out of the country. You know, I don't want to go over there to London and get put in the bobbies, lock me up over there. The Queen's Guard, or I guess the King's Guard now, end up over there in a detaining cell. They think I'm some kind of foreign nationalist. What law could I break over there? I want to go see a castle. A big, giant castle. Where the king lives. Yeah. Yeah, I don't want to do that. I watch those videos where they sit on the horses, and man, those people are so disrespectful. They walk up to those guys on the horses and they say, there's big signs that say, don't touch the horses. And these people still try to touch the King's Guard or Queen, whatever it's, I guess it's King's Guard now. King's Guard. And I'm like, man, do y'all not see these signs that say, don't touch the horses? Crazy. Okay. As y'all can see, I'm still eating bread because it's officially my supper time. Or actually, this is my lunch time. I'm on lunch right now. Dinner's in 6 hours before I go to bed. Crazy schedule. I'm signing off. Y'all are incredible. I'll be back tomorrow between 5 and 6. I've been starting at 6 and 6:15 because it's dark and I go to bed later and later and it gets darker earlier and my body wants to sleep later. Very hard to do these shows at 5 o'clock, just the way the time and the darkness is. It's very weird. I go to bed, it's getting dark, it's getting daylight, I wake up and it's dark. My body's confused, but we still put in 8 hours. Thank y'all. Good night. I'm going to clean up, eat, do these videos, order vinyl, order new merch. I'll be back tomorrow selling great records.